Oh, sorry, I better check. Hanside's ready to go. So I declare open this hearing of the Select Committee on Information Integrity on Climate Change and Energy. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians on the land in which we meet and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island people here today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing via teleconference and in person. Committee members attending in person are myself, Senator Whish-Wilson as Chair, Deputy Chair, Senator Anand Araja, Senator McLaughlin and Senator Pocock. Joining us via video conference is Senator Canavan and Senator Darmanin. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all Australian-based witnesses and giving evidence to the committee they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. However, I remind witnesses overseas that parliamentary privilege does not extend to giving evidence outside of Australia. The Senate has resolved that an officer of the Department of the Commonwealth or of the state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behavioural Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I also remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. So I now welcome Mr Tony Maha, Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and protecting witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thanks, Chair. Tony Maha, Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner.
Thank you, Tony. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of their remarks, senators will ask you some questions.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity to make a submission to the Select Committee on Information Integrity, Climate Change and Energy. Energy in all its facets is highly complex, and therefore is understandable that many Australians lack a thorough knowledge of the system and what the transition looks like in their day-to-day lives. So this inquiry is a welcome opportunity to identify how and where information is being generated in relation to the transition. The AEIC is an independent, non-statutory role appointed by the Australian Government. We fulfil a national role and work collaboratively with all levels of government, industry, landholders and community members to address local and systemic concerns, improve ongoing community engagement and promote transparency and best practice in the energy transition. The energy transition involves significant disruption and uncertainty for host communities, and as such there are genuine issues and concerns that must be addressed, acknowledged and resolved. In my view, if these genuine issues and gaps in information are not adequately addressed in a timely manner, it provides fertile ground for mis- and disinformation to take hold, which makes an incredibly difficult task much more difficult than it needs to be. Through our work, we're well placed to provide independent insights into broader community concerns and sentiments regarding the energy transition. In addition to community engagement concerns, our office is increasingly hearing concerns on issues such as fire risk, the impact on natural environment, the impact from potentially harmful materials such as microplastics, heavy metals, chemicals that might or might not be used in relation to renewable energy infrastructure. Insurance liabilities, aviation and road safety, human health concerns, economic loss, land devaluation or valuation, decommissioning, taxation and or benefits of compensation. These and other concerns are anxieties that can be exacerbated by lack of understanding or trust and fuelled by misinformation. These types of issues can be serious and can be real concerns. They can also be deliberate irritations or barriers to productive conversations about what challenges and opportunities might need to be considered, and where possible plain English factual information can assist in improving confidence relating to these issues. The need for accurate, trusted and reliable information in relation to the energy transition is absolutely critical. Thank you, Chair. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr Maher. I just want to say for senators' benefit, with 6 senators on the line, I'm going to be fair and give everybody around 7 minutes each for a 45-minute session. And I will be very brutal on cutting off people after their 7 minutes, so everybody gets a fair go. But of course, if the Labor Party and the Liberal Party want to allocate their question block to one senator, they're welcome to do that also. So I'll begin. Thanks for being here today and for your submission, Mr Maher, and good to see you in your new role. You mentioned in your submission 152 new cases in 2024 for the Infrastructure Commissioner, and that's with the 1,000th distinct case since the Commissioner role was established in 2015. Are you able to tell us a little bit about these individual cases? Can you give us perhaps just a simple breakdown, or even on notice if you had something more detailed? Are we talking about individuals here? Are we talking about any particular kinds of projects? And do you deal with organisations and community groups that come to you with a specific issue? Could you talk us through a little bit more about that?
Absolutely, thanks, Chair. So I would refer you to our annual report, which is tabled earlier in this year, which does go into a lot of detail about those questions. But in general, we take complaints from members of the community, so individuals, from community groups, which there is increasingly an increasing number of community groups. We deal with local councils, so stakeholders right across the community, and also then take those concerns and discuss them with stakeholders in the energy supply chain. So the complaints come from a range of complainants.
Okay.
And sorry, to finish off the question, in terms of the concerns, majority of the concerns are in relation to community engagement and lack of recognition of some of those concerns. The previous Commissioner did a community engagement review, which is about 18 months old now, and it highlighted a pretty poor performance from the industry in terms of community engagement and responding to community concerns. So that's another part of our role, is to try and improve best practice. The concerns, to finish off, relate to wind, solar, increasingly battery, in terms of the actual energy infrastructure.
Okay. And the big bump in case numbers, you're alluding in your submission to the new infrastructure rollout for transmission, is that correct?
I suspect that's one of the reasons. The other reason, I think, Chair, is that I've been in the role now for 9 months, and I have spent a large proportion of that time going out to rural and regional communities to make sure that they're aware of the provision of the Energy Infrastructure Commissioner. So I suspect the presence in the community, that they do have an opportunity to raise their concerns with myself or state-based ombudsman, perhaps, has also contributed to the rise in cases.
Okay, and as a matter of interest, has there been any concerns or any cases brought to the Commissioner around offshore wind? Feel free to take it on notice if you...
I'm happy to take that on notice and give you the specific numbers. It comes up, but I couldn't give you right now the number in relation to offshore.
Okay. What information is publicly available, for example, to researchers on issues like the committee's looking into, like disinformation? What kind of detail is made available to the public around the cases that are brought to you, or is it all confidential?
Look, it's not specifically confidential. If we're going to talk about a particular case, we get the complainant's advice and approval before we do so. More often than not, we put the complainant in contact with the particular provider or generator or developer, and try and bring those parties together to close the gap, and then work out exactly what the conflict is, what the concerns are, and see if there can be a resolution. At that point, or at some point, we'll step out and try and let those two parties resolve that issue. If it's not possible, then we'll try and resolve it ourselves. But it's a case-by-case basis.
I was interested in whether, you had the detail. I'll have a look at your annual report, and apologies for not reading that before today. In terms of whether there's any, I suppose, consistent sources of literature that are shared or referenced in the cases that you're that you're dealing with. The other thing, of course, is in terms of misinformation or disinformation, we've received significant evidence in submissions around, I suppose, discourses of climate denial or obstruction and delay that are commonly spread on social media. I'd just be interested to see if there's a consistent theme in some of the cases that you're dealing with. You did reference a specific report around wind farms and health impacts that I think it was in the final page of your submission. Have you dialed down to that kind of detail?
We have, so that might be the National Health and Medical
Correct.
Research Council.
Yes.
So what I would say, Chair, is that there is a lot of information out there on the energy rollout, the energy transition. There are a lot of groups, there are a lot of stakeholders, and what I've seen in my travels and my interactions with the community is that there's a lot of noise and people are unsure as to what to believe. So I suspect that this inquiry will get to the bottom of some of that and where that information is coming from. But it depends on, the person's particular scenario as where they might see and gravitate towards information that they trust. And I think the trust issue is common across all of the complaints, and that relates to wind, to solar, to batteries, to companies, to government. The lack of trust is something that is common that I see across all of my interactions.
You note in your submission, it's difficult to, but necessary to distinguish between genuine, perceived or real concerns on one hand and the unintentional or deliberate spreading of misinformation on the other. Are you, in your role, or are the other people you work with, Tony, able to do that? And if so, do you provide a source of information that might help them clear up some of these issues?
Look, I think the role can and should be an independent, trusted source of information. I think it's a difficult task because of what I alluded to before, is that people trust different sources of information. But we have proposed to put out some statements, some commitments. The previous commissioner did some observations. Our intention is to provide some policy positions on things like decommissioning, fire risk, taxation, insurance, these sorts of things, to provide a level of trusted source of information from an independent source such as the Energy Infrastructure Commission. I think it's desperately needed, so that's my intention.
Yeah, I mean, you also identify a community engagement review in 2023. I just want to know whether you think that's been helping. Obviously, you've had a significant bump in cases, and you do mention that you're consistently getting concerns raised with you about health impacts of wind farms. What more needs to be done to help people, give people the right information?
I think there needs to be a comprehensive national approach delivered at the state and regional level. I think there is leadership that has been demonstrated, and there is not, Chair, a lack of information out there. There's a lot out there. It's I think we'll all agree that people pick and choose what sort of information resonates with them. But I think there should be ongoing, nationally consistent communication program that allows different stakeholders to communicate the similar message in a format that resonates with their communities. And that, I think, was recommendation 6 from the Community Engagement Review, and there has been some work done by the Commonwealth in that space. My view is that it needs to be continued and amped up a little bit, pardon the pun.
Thank you. I'll now go to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Mr Maher. Mr Maher, you mentioned that you hear from a range of community organisations. I guess I just want to delve a little bit into that label community organisation, which is really at the nub of a lot of this inquiry. How do you verify that these are legitimate or say authentic voices from the grassroots communities that are actually being affected or impacted or engaged in the transition? Do you have the tools at your disposal to be able to distinguish between authentic versus perhaps inauthentic?
Senator, we have a very small team, so I think additional resources to help with what is, in my view, an enormous problem would always benefit. I don't think you've got an organisation to say that they don't want extra resources. We definitely would benefit from that. That being said, what I have taken and our team has taken, we've got a small team of 7, what we have taken as a first step is to have face-to-face communications and interaction. I've spent a lot of time on the road in my last 9 months, been in just about every state except for Tasmania. Chair, I wasn't able to get down there because of the recent election, but every state and a lot of communities to interact face-to-face, and I've found that incredibly valuable because people appreciate the presence in the community. It also gives me, from a personal perspective, a good sense of how authentic, to use your words, the communication, the interaction, the concerns are, and I place a high degree of value on that. And in fact, have communicated to some of the larger energy companies that I think it's really important that they, senior representatives, CEOs, MDs, are on the ground in the communities as well, because I think the community deserves that, and I think the community values that, and we've had some success from some of those companies to do that.
That sounds like best practice, Mr. Ma. I commend you for doing that. It's a tough ask, though. It's a big country, and it's not exactly scalable. What is scalable is online sentiment, right? And we all get hit with it. What does your office experience? How do you monitor that online traffic? And what are the differences between the virtual sentiment, the sentiment in the virtual world versus what you see on that when you're actually engaging in that face-to-face engagement?
Look, there's obviously benefits and advantages of online interaction. I suppose one of the challenges with online interaction is the accountability and the credibility or authentication of some of the information that's spread, made available. So I feel like that's an ongoing challenge and broader than this issue that we're talking about today, I suspect. So
how does your office deal with that? How do you distinguish? What's your process?
We take specific complaints, so from the community members. So when we get a complaint, we contact them directly via email or by phone to actually check who that person is and get some credentials and details about their particular complaint, where they are, what company they're interacting in. So ours is, as I say, resource constrained in terms of we contact every complainant, but we don't have a process to monitor the spread of information on the internet, for example, if that's the question.
Does your office get bombarded with a lot of online traffic?
No, I wouldn't say so. We get increasing number of complaints, but our office doesn't get bombarded or inundated with spam or information on particular issues.
And with respect to your engagement face-to-face with these communities, where do you think they're getting information from with respect to the transition, renewables?
Well, obviously, the internet through various social media avenues, platforms, they're getting it from some of the companies. I mean, the companies, it's not like the companies aren't trying to communicate what's happening. The challenge is getting it to the people and having that information absorbed, I suppose. And some of the information, again, is coming from governments, so Commonwealth or state governments. Again, similar challenges around trust and access to the information. So it's coming from a whole range of sources. And I think, Senator, that goes back to one of the previous challenges that I alluded to. The risk of overloading the community with information is they see it as all noise and it becomes a bit of a blur. So I'm not sure of what we can do about that, because one of the opportunities is to provide specific, targeted, absorbable, consumable information to help people get up to speed and to help them deal with some of the disruption that's happening in the community.
You mentioned that they're getting information from online sources. I guess you're referring also to social media.
Absolutely.
Do you have a sense of which social media platforms that they're preferencing, particularly in regional areas?
Look, I think the most common ones are, Facebook and X and Instagram and those sorts of. And
has your office engaged with the platforms at all, or gone?
We have not. No.
Have you observed any trends with respect to the information that people are coming to you with, or complaints? Have there been any themes around that you've identified?
No, I haven't really noticed any trends other than the ones I referred to before, Senator, about the actual specific complaints that they are raising with me, as opposed to sources of information or concerns about the energy or climate itself, if that makes sense.
Sure. And apart from online information, they would also be consuming media, mainstream media. Do you have a sense of, for our benefit, which media outlets people in the regions mostly consume or tend to preference? Just from your experience and your observation, you've obviously engaged with a lot of people.
Look, I don't have accurate
impression. What is your impression?
Impression of information, Senator. I think it really depends on where they are and what sort of people they are. I couldn't say that one particular source of information is fueling, because I just don't have the detail on that.
Sure. And you mentioned also the community engagement review. This was initiated by our government. Mm-hmm. Can you perhaps give us a little bit of an update on how we're tracking state and federally with respect to the recommendations?
Yes, that's a really good question. There was 6 themes and 9 recommendations. So, as I say, I've been in the job for 9 months now, and it's my intention to be accountable on all of those recommendations. Some recommendations, such as the developer rating scheme, that will hopefully improve practice behaviour from energy companies, that has been piloted and is quite a more tangible initiative or recommendation. So that's kicked off. A pilot of that has kicked off, and it will be available, as I understand, early next year. So that's quite a tangible one. The one I mentioned before, recommendation 6, about the communications platforms or process program, there's been some progress on that. I think there should be, again, some more proactive communication strategy, comprehensive strategy. So what I'm saying, I suppose, is I think there's about 170 different actions that are responding to those 9 recommendations. Some of the recommendations have been progressed because they're easier to do. Others are still in progress, if that makes sense. And I think at the recent Energy Climate Change Ministerial Council, there was an update on that. So that might be accessible, available.
So, Mr. Ma, I'm also conscious that in your previous role, you were the head of the National Farmers Federation, so you have deep, deep links with regional communities. How do they hear? I mean, they obviously hear about the negatives and they have concerns regarding the transition, some of which are legitimate, but are they aware of the positives? And what are the positives to some of these regional communities that you've observed? What's their lived reality, and how do you communicate those positives with others?
So to take the back end of the question first, I try not to provide a particular view on this will be good for this community or not. That's up to the community to determine, and up to the members of that community to determine. So my role right now is to try and address the concerns. As part of that, though, to your point, there are members in the community, and I, in varying communities across the country, have seen areas where, to use your point, farmers are hosting renewable energy infrastructure and are quite happy with that scenario, right? Because obviously they get some sort of income. It suits their enterprise, their phase of life. For a whole range of reasons, they're more happier than they might have been. That being said, we can't ignore that what that, in its worst case scenario, creates is a have and have-nots in the community, and division in the community over the spread of the benefits. And I think that's one of the challenges and opportunities that I try and bring to the conversation is that we've got to get better at sharing the benefits across the community and reduce the likelihood or incidence of the haves and the have-nots, so that the region and the community benefits from what is clearly a disruption and a change to that community.
I understand that. I guess, though, we're seeing it from the perspective of the individual, which might be the farmer who receives the income or the royalty, but there's also the spillover benefits to the wider community, right? And what would they be? Would they be jobs or...?
They can be jobs. There's definitely jobs as part of the process, but I do get a little bit concerned when there is a focus on the employment. I mean, I think the country's in a state of needing, most sectors are requiring workers. So there's a competition for jobs across the board. So to say that there are going to be, jobs in communities is right. The long-term sustainable employment benefits, there's a peak, right, between the development and then the ongoing management of some of these infrastructure developments. So there are definite economic benefits that will vary from project to project and region to region. And again, I think we need to take a comprehensive approach to that economic benefit to the community that will include jobs, will include economic revenue, investment in the community, but we need to have that long term and we need to have it shared.
Understood. And how do you think those positive stories should be disseminated? Because at the moment we hear a lot of the complaints, the grievances that people have, but we hear very little either from mainstream media or online of some of those benefits that you've just outlined.
Yes, and I do think that is a challenge. Couple of things. One is that these developments and these landholders, you can't replicate it from region to region or town to town. They'll be different because of the topography, because of the mix of the demographics in a particular community. So it's not possible just to say that this development worked and it had an economic benefit in one region, so it must apply to the other. It has to be on a case-by-case basis, and going back to my previous point, it has to be community-driven, what they think will benefit from their community. That being said, I do think there is an opportunity to amplify and highlight what has worked in the community in terms of their economic benefits. So that will include getting information from individuals that are hosting technology, and there is an opportunity to do that and to expand that. Okay.
I might throw to Senator Darmanin, Chair.
Yep.
She has a few questions.
Okay. I might I'll come back to her if we have time. I might go to you, Senator McLaughlin, if you have some questions. Then, by the way, there's no particular order. I'll mix it up with each witness, but if you go next, that'd be great.
I'll be at attention for your direction, Chair. Thank you for your submission. We've had a number of submissions and they lay the burden on whose job it should be to deal with certain information flows. If I understand from a philosophical perspective, you see your role in, perhaps in a broader sense, the bureaucracy having a key role in getting clarity in the debate. Is that fair?
I think there is a role for trusted sources to provide independent, accurate, evidence-based information. From my particular role as an independent energy infrastructure commissioner, I think that it should play a role. It's not going to be the role in providing some of that information. From what I've seen, I think there is an opportunity for my office to provide some independent, evidence-based information on things like I mentioned before, decommissioning, to name one.
And given that it's been suggested that some of the difficulties which have given rise to the terms of reference have resulted in a lack of trust in institutions, how do you address that in two ways? One, do you need to be more transparent in how you come to your decision? So what is your truth or your rational position? And the second is science changes, as it should when it's challenged. Institutions look at that science and form different views. I'm not thinking of any particular science, I'm talking very theoretical here. And how does an institution like yours address that, because it is natural that views evolve. And of course, that may cause doubt in communities.
I think I'd agree with that. I think, science and research and opinions change based on changes in technology and changes in information if it happens. So, from my office point of view, I would rely on trusted sources of information, science institutions, government institutions that are doing credible, contemporary research and providing that information in a way that's absorbable and consumable. So we don't have the capacity internally to undertake research, so I'm reliant on those trusted sources of information that can do the research and then can provide that to the community. What I would like to do is to be able to be a conduit for those organisations to the community. Does that answer the question?
It does. I'm just interested. You intend to sort of publish, I have formed this view because of A, B, C and D. Is that how we operate?
Yes.
Because sometimes an institution will, and I'm going beyond the bureaucracy, is going, I hold this view. The view is then contested. And then we have a debate over two views rather than two bases of evidence.
Yes, it's a good point. So the position papers or statements that I'll put out, I suspect will be less around the particular views on science. It'll be on an issues basis like insurance, taxation and decommissioning, of which there is evidence and data that says this is what I think should happen on those particular issues. And if that changes, then the view that we would express or I would express would change as well.
And if I understand your evidence, it's not your intention, or you're very sensitive to the fact that you don't wish to get into the debate about social licence in the sense of taking a side?
No, I think that in terms of taking a side, I think I'd be very clear that the social licence needs to be gained, maintained and proved.
Yes, I meant from a particular project's perspective.
Yes.
At some point, for example, a community might just not want it.
That's right.
Yep.
Yes, agreed.
And they may be fully rational.
Yes,
It may be for aesthetic reasons. It may be a deep commitment to the nature of the area. Mm-hmm. So what I'm grappling with is, you can have a debate, but we need, and information flows must. Mm-hmm. We're concerned that both sides have an informed debate, I suppose, of what we're
yep.
And I'm grappling with the roles, not just your organisation, but other organisations, in facilitating that debate. But ultimately, it may be a group doesn't like it, and that's it.
It may well be that, and that's when the transparency issue has to come through, is that the community may not like a decision. If they can understand it and they've got confidence in how that decision was made, then I think that's the position we want to be in.
Do you think part of the debate around the debate, which is basically what we're having, comes from, it's been suggested in some of the literature, a trade-off denial, in the fact that there's no decision, comes without cost, and that's a feature of modern dialogue? Probably a too big a question for the Commissioner, but in a modern dialogue, there's always a problem with every or a challenge for every decision. Mm-hmm. And if you insert yourself in, and I'm not necessarily talking about your organisation, insert yourself into the debate, you can be seen as distorting the nature of the debate.
Yes, and that's not what I intend or what I would want for this office. What I was referring to, or what my intention is, to provide independent information on particular issues of concern to the community, not about the science. Not proposing at all to weigh in on scientific debates on climate change or otherwise.
No, thank you for that. I wasn't coming from a point of criticism. Yours the first department we have at the front line. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. If we have extra time, I can always come back to senators. I might go to Senator, before I go to Senator Darmanin has some questions. Senator Pocock won't be asking questions. He's had to step out. And then I'll go to Chair. You've got one. Do you want to ask your question before I go to Senator Darmanin?
Sure. Mr. Maher, I just wanted to go back to the experiences that you've had going to these community meetings. I imagine that there would be a range of views at these meetings, right, and a range of questions. But have you had people disclose to you any concerns with respect to their safety, threats, intimidation? It has been a fairly emotionally charged narrative in some settings, but and I've anecdotally heard from community members about some of the negative experiences that they've had. Can you perhaps give us a little bit of insight into some of those encounters?
Sadly, I can, Senator, and that is one of the most troubling areas that I have come across visiting the communities, is the division in the community and the bullying, harassment, intimidation that I've seen. It saddens me and it troubles me, and I've seen it divide communities. So to be really honest, that's one of the reasons I took this job on, is because I've seen some of that and I wanted to do something about it. It's a difficult task, this job, but I thought I could try and help make a difference, because that I've seen it firsthand, and it's troubling.
Can you give us some examples?
Well, I mean, anecdotal. I'll stick to the high level, but I have heard, face-to-face stories of children being intimidated at school, and families being ostracised and things because of the views that they might or might not hold. So I think that's very troubling.
That is troubling indeed. That it should be that children should be affected. Have you yourself personally encountered any hostility, any threats in this role? Have you feared for your safety in any way?
Not threats. I mean, I'm big enough and ugly enough to sort of have robust conversations, and being in the my previous role, I'm not frightened of a robust conversation, but some of the interactions I've had have been robust.
And just one last thing, if I may, Chair, just with respect to these community meetings, do you keep minutes of these meetings? Does your staff record them, and do you then do some sort of thematic analysis of these meetings?
We try and keep records of most meetings we attend. As a follow-up, again, we make sure that anything that we take down, or at the beginning of meetings, we inform parties that we'll be taking notes. I mean, some of the discussions, some of the town hall type discussions I've been to, it's very difficult to take notes and things, and there's some of the more challenging environments that I've been in, where there's a lot of emotion and a lot of angst and a lot of frustration. Trying to capture that in a document can be tricky, but you can get the sentiment pretty easily. So,
in that sort of atmosphere where it is highly charged, how do you then hear from those people who are actually perhaps in favour of the project but are perhaps feeling like they're silenced or they're intimidated, they can't speak up?
Yeah, it's a real challenge, and that's why I wouldn't place all of the emphasis on some of those larger town hall type meetings. I think they serve a purpose. I think largely they're very challenging to get good outcomes from because of the environment. So that's where I do try and take up particular one-on-one smaller conversations where you're likely to get some people that may not have been able to express their views or want to express those views in those much broader, more intimidating meetings. So I have sort of smaller meetings or personal conversations, which allows me to sort of, again, get a balanced view of things.
Hence the importance of having that face-to-face contact.
Yes.
Just on the theme of my last point, just with the records that your staff keep around these meetings, if you would consider perhaps supplying the committee with a bit of a thematic analysis of some of those things that we've talked about, I think that would be most helpful.
Yeah, happy to consider that. I'll refer to our annual report, which has got the sort of themes or the themes of concerns. But if there are any particular questions, very happy to take that on notice and provide it if it's appropriate.
More a thematic, sort of with the minutes. If they were put together and then if there were themes that popped out, and with examples, that would be, I think, most useful for us, because we don't get to have the same interaction that you're doing, right?
Okay, happy to take that on notice. Thanks, Senator.
I'm going to go to Senator Canavan now, and then I'll come to Senator Darmanin. So, Senator Canavan, are you ready? I think we got him online. Can you hear us, Matt? Just check if you're on mute. Right, while we're getting that sorted out, Senator Darman, are you ready to ask some questions?
Yeah, I can be quick, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. This is, in the interest of time, and not possible for you to go through them all now, but you did refer earlier to the 170 different actions from the Community Engagement Review, and I think it would be helpful if on notice you could table progress on all of those actions. I think you said that some were still in progress. There's been an update at ministerial meeting, but I think that would be very useful as to where that is up to in more detail. Is that possible?
Sure, thanks, Senator. Happy to take that on notice.
Great. And then I noted the discussion that you had with Senator McLaughlin around the social licence. I wondered if you could make some additional comments around the developer rating scheme and how, just in a bit more detail for us, what that is entailing and how that is helpful in improving engagement standards, and how that feeds into the discussion that or the comments you made earlier around social licence needing to be gained, maintained and proved.
Yeah, so the developer rating scheme was a specific recommendation from that community engagement review, and what it will ultimately do is to provide, as the name suggests, a rating scheme on the energy industry developers. It's called a developer rating scheme, but I suspect it will incorporate broader parts of the supply chain and prove or determine or report on the company's performance in relation to social licence, community engagement, community benefits sharing, how they actually conduct themselves in the community, and what that engagement, provision of information, level of transparency, governance arrangements for their company, so that the community can have a greater level of confidence that they are for want of a better term, an upstanding, fine citizen in terms of the energy supply chain. So there already are a range of codes of conduct, charters, guidelines in the industry. And for whatever reason, they're either not having the desired effect in terms of community confidence and trust and transparency. The aim of the developer rating scheme is to build on those and to provide a greater level of accountability and transparency of the energy sector's performance, activity and behaviour. Senator, if that answers the question.
Yep. So why do you think that they're not having the level of efficacy that is intended?
It's a good question, and something that I've been pondering for the last 9 months or so. I mean, there's not as if there's a lack of goodwill or intention. These codes of conduct, I mean, they've been developed, they've been drafted up and put into the marketplace. I think there's a gap between what the community might see and expect and the accountability of some of these measures. So the actual tangible impact that they're having hasn't been quantified or demonstrated. It's not to say that they're not working, but there is clearly a gap between what the community expects to see and what they're currently seeing in some parts of the community.
And what parts of the community are the gaps occurring in? Like, is there a theme around that, or it depends on the community?
It depends on the community and on the developer or on the actual project. I mean, there's some communities that are less outraged than others, and there's a whole range of different reasons for that. It could be the demographics in that particular community. It could be the location. There's a whole history. It could be a whole range of things. But the developer rating scheme, in its best form, will bridge the gap between what the expectations are in the community and the behaviour of the energy sector.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll now go to Senator Canavan, if you've got your tech working. While we're waiting for Senator Canavan to come on, could I ask, Tony, you mentioned in your submission that dealing with misinformation or disinformation requires preemptive work. Do you have any thoughts in that regard? You talk about energy hubs as being an example of where people can drop in and get information. Have you got any other suggestions on how to combat the spread of disinformation and misinformation?
Yeah, I think some of the areas where I think there can be some opportunities is in the area of planning. So the community's understanding of how the planning system works, who has jurisdiction, what the particular steps are, and importantly, Chair, how that they can involve themselves in that process, because it's an opaque process at best, and it's not everyone's day-to-day job, right? These are business people or parents or carers, or it's not their job to understand the planning process. And when a investment or proposal comes to their community, they're not quite sure of when it's going to happen, how it's going to happen, how they can involve themselves. So a real opportunity I see is enabling and improving the capacity of the community to A, understand and B, engage themselves in the process. And just to pick the planning process, so that they are equipped to provide meaningful information to that process. There's not no point, but a lot of the processes I've seen are the community write in and say, I don't like this wind farm or this solar farm or whatever. And that's fine. But if they were able to provide, more detailed information at the appropriate time, then they'll feel better about their concerns being addressed, hopefully, but they'll also be able to inject it at the right time so it has the most impact. One of the concerns that community has is that their voices aren't being heard, and that frustrates the hell out of them. Yeah,
okay, fair enough too. Could I ask, I think it was either Clean Energy Council submission or Capital Forum submission on behalf of the renewable energy industry made the point that a lot of organic opposition from community groups to renewable energy projects tend to be around visual amenity, or that's where it starts. Are you able to tell us, it might be a difficult question to answer, are you able to tell us whether you've been able to change people's minds when they've come to you with complaints or information, or are they kind of already set in their ways in terms of their dealings with you?
So I wouldn't propose to change people's minds, but what I have been able to do is to get information where they may not have been either able to get the information or they haven't sort of seen it. So to provide them with the information to help them either understand or accept what's going on. And again, that I think is a real opportunity for the provision of trusted information from trusted sources. Back to what we were saying before, people won't always like the decision that is being made, but if they can understand how it was made and get some transparency on what things were considered, that will go some way. They may not ultimately ever like the decision, but if they can understand how it was being made, then I think that's a goal that we should be able to achieve.
Does it? Last question from me. Does it surprise you that we've received evidence in other submissions around? You kind of touched on it: community division, bullying, intimidation, threats of violence, people having their properties graffitied. Does it surprise you that something like renewable energy has created such a division in the community?
Yes and no. I'll say yes because the these issues have been around for a long time. It's not, you know, some communities have hosted renewable energy infrastructure for 30 or 40 years now. So it's not like it's a new issue necessarily. It's new for some communities, of course. The other, you know, doesn't surprise me because, you know, these, in some communities, this is not only a big disruption, but in some communities, they feel like they've already carried a heavy load. There's some communities that have hosted renewable energy infrastructure, and they've said to me, and in fact, I was out not far from Canberra recently, just a week or two ago, and that community said, we actually don't mind renewable energy, it's just enough's enough for us. We've done our job, can someone else share the burden? You know, the cumulative impacts of the infrastructure in a particular community, I think there is probably a reasonable argument to say this community's probably done its heavy lifting, and that's what doesn't surprise me is the community goes, you know what, we're okay with it, but enough's enough.
Okay.
Who's Matt?
Is Matt? I don't think he's... We can put his questions on notice. We can
Happy to take those.
Submit to Senator Canavan's questions so we can get his technology situation sorted out. So thank you, Tony, for appearing before us today, and yeah, we'll let you know if we have any other questions
Thanks,
on notice.
Thank you.
So I now call the Australian Communications and Media Authority. G'day. I now welcome representatives of the Australian Communications and Media Authority. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? Oh, sorry, I'll let you get.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for the opportunity to appear today. My name is Autumn Field. I'm the General Manager of the Content Division at the Australian Communications and Media Authority.
Thank you. Senator, I'm Rochelle Zernama, Executive Manager of the Gambling and Mis and Disinformation Branch at the ACMA.
And Senator, we also have a colleague online with us, Ms Kelly.
Can we just test your tech there, Kelly?
Yes, I'm Kelly Mudford. I'm the Manager of ACMA's Disinformation and Platform section.
Thank you. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard, I've already said for the Hansard record, I'll now invite you to make a short opening statement, and then senators will ask you questions.
Thank you, Senator. I don't have a particular statement. The role of the ACMA in relation to mis and disinformation is set out in our brief submission, and we're very happy to assist the committee in any way that we may be able to.
Great, thank you. Does anyone want to kick off? I'm happy to, or I'm happy to share it around. Yeah, Andrew, did you want to?
Kick off.
Okay, okay. So you see in your submission you have a... oh, okay. So if media representatives seek permission, so I would like to advise that representative of the media have requested permission to film and take photographs of the committee's proceedings, and the committee has agreed to this. I remind media that this permission can be revoked at any time, and the media must follow the direction of the Secretariat staff. If the witness objects to being filmed or photographed, the committee will consider this request. The media are reminded they are not able to take images of senators or witnesses' documents or the audience. Media activity may not occur during suspensions or after the adjournment of proceedings. Copies of Resolution 3 concerning the broadcasting of committee proceedings are available from the Secretariat. Thank you. I've been through this a few times before. You have indeed. You mentioned in your submission that you have a limited role in monitoring digital platforms under the Australian or the voluntary Australian Code of Practices and Disinformation. Can you elaborate on what you mean by limited role? Is it just to reviewing annual statements, or any other roles?
Of course, Senator. So we don't have any legislative basis, so our role is limited to assessing the transparency reports that each of the platforms provides to Digi as part of their role as signatories to the code. And we have, over the past 4 years, provided a report to government each year that assesses the effectiveness of the code and the information that the signatories are providing under those transparency reports.
So what would be, you talk about reporting on progress on outcomes contained in the code. Can you give us some examples of outcomes and progress on outcomes?
Sure. Rochelle, I might hand to you.
Yes, sure. Senator, under the code, signatory platforms can sign up to a range of outcomes that they commit to. There are 2 that are mandatory and the rest are voluntary.
Yep.
Many of the platforms have signed up to those that are voluntary as well as mandatory. And so every year they report to us in relation to the efforts that they've taken to essentially achieve those outcomes. We don't prescribe what steps they need to take. The code gives some examples of the things that they can do and adopt a rail of sort of scalable measures to address mis and disinformation on those platforms. Would you like me to go through the outcomes?
Just briefly,
okay.
if you could, yeah.
I will grab my trusty copy of the code. So the outcome 1A, which is a mandatory outcome, is that signatories contribute to reducing the risk of harms that may arise from the propagation of disinformation and misinformation on digital platforms by adopting a range of scalable measures. And so the sorts of things that some of the measures that the code sets out that may be adopted are policies and processes that require human review of user behaviours, labelling of false content, demoting and ranking content that may expose users to disinformation, removal of content, etc. The second outcome is around advertising, and it's to disrupt advertising and monetisation incentives for disinformation and misinformation. The third objective is work to ensure the integrity and security of services and products delivered by digital platforms. The fourth is empower consumers to make better informed choices of digital content. The fifth is improve public awareness of the source of political advertising carried on digital platforms. And the sixth is to strengthen public understanding of disinformation and misinformation through support of strategic research. And the final is signatories to publicise the measures they take to combat disinformation and misinformation. So that's the transparency reports that they provide every year.
How is misinformation and disinformation defined under those outcomes? So I'm interested in how you assess progress on that, considering we, at least in terms of climate change, we seem to be drowning in a sea of disinformation and misinformation, and it doesn't seem to be getting any better. So how do you assess progress on that?
Thank you, Senator. So under the code, misinformation is defined as content that is verifiably false or misleading and deceptive that is reasonably likely but may not be clearly intended to cause harm. Disinformation is defined as false or inaccurate information that is deliberately created and spread to harm a person, social group, organisation or a country through inauthentic behaviour. So those are the ways that those terms are defined in the code.
So you also say in relation to that that the signatories take the threat seriously. How do they go about, for example, determining intent on deliberate spreading of content they know to be false or factually incorrect?
Senator, the platforms have got some really, thorough processes and policies around detecting inauthentic behaviours online. So there are certain features, for example,
like
trolls,
bots
exactly, bots,
yeah,
and sort of propagation of harm, propagation of information by sort of, for those reasons en masse. So my understanding is they are quite adept at detecting some of that information based on some of the features that they might see. I might ask my colleague Kelly Mudford if she's got anything to add on that.
I think there are certain things under the code that they do report in relation to that inauthentic behaviour Ms. Zanama mentioned, so things like the removal of fake accounts, which is one of the metrics that we use, as well as kind of patterns of, as you said, inauthentic behaviour. So a lot of they look in relation to sort of behaviour signals rather than necessarily the content per se when they're talking about disinformation.
Right. Okay. So they don't look at content. So would it be fair to say that the code doesn't determine what is factually correct or incorrect then?
The code defines mis and disinformation, and platforms will make those assessments via a range of techniques and methods.
Like fact checking?
Correct.
Okay. And that's still part. How have they? Obviously in the US, President Trump's wound back fact checking for the tech platforms, but here in Australia, what's their compliance been like in terms of fact checking?
This year, I'll just have a look at my notes. There have been some indications, sort of publicly, that some of the platforms are looking to wind back some of their fact checking, but we have our report from the fourth report that was provided to us, which goes to all the activities in 2024, contains all of the platform's activities around independent fact-checking. So that's still happening in Australia. There's no indication at this point that that will occur here.
Okay. If someone's, I think like Farmers for Climate Action, for example, in their submission, the inquiry talked about a coordinated kind of attack on them and with disinformation and misinformation that involved trolls and bots. Does someone have to complain to ACMA or to the tech platforms for that to then be detected and then acted on, or do they? You said they have surveillance. They have some kind of surveillance techniques, but it seems like we hear a lot of examples of this happening. It certainly happens on my social media platforms on a regular basis.
Senator, we don't have a role in relation to individual complaints, but platforms do have complaint procedures.
So they you don't.
No.
So, so how do you assess their progress then in terms of these outcomes that you talk about assessing progress on outcomes contained in the code?
The best way to assess them is really to look at some of the trends over time, to look at the effectiveness around some of the platform measures that they've taken. I think we've been quite open in saying previously that we would like to have more trended data or more transparency on the specific effectiveness of some of the measures that platforms are clearly taking. So, essentially we can report on some trended data at the moment, but we are working with platforms to provide more of that and more Australian-specific data as well.
Okay, last question for me, and then I'll go to fellow senators. You mentioned Digi is committed to reviewing the code this year. What improvements can be made in relation to stopping the spread of disinformation? Is that something you've already got an eye? You're into that review process now?
The review process will commence shortly. So Digi has recently announced it, and essentially what they'll be looking at under the code review is improvements to some of the transparency in reporting. So we're looking forward to that and doing more to provide transparency about activities taken. Ms Mudford, do you have anything more to add about the code review that Digi said it will undertake?
I understand the review will also look at things like the governance process as well as the complaints system under the code, where if you go to a platform, you're not happy with the platform's outcome, there is a independent complaints committee that looks at systemic breaches about complaints against the code. So that is another thing that Digi has flagged the review will consider.
Okay, look, I have other questions, but so do many other senators. I'll go to you, Deputy Chair, and then is Senator Canavan on the line?
We think he's on the line.
Okay, all right, we'll go to Deputy Chair now.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I think there's a concern that I have, which is around the fact that information, whether it be from authentic or inauthentic voices, spreads virally. And yet you get an annual report. What is stopping the platforms from just opening up their data and producing that and showing it to you, for example, on a real-time basis? Because I just feel like an annual check-in with them is completely at odds with the information environment that we live in.
Look, one of the comments we have made is that there can be a bit of a lag in terms of, so the reports we get in 2025 will report on 2024 actions. I will say that the platforms are pretty cooperative with us. If we do have particular questions about particular incidents, we can request that information. And to date, we've received information quite readily from platforms. But yes, there is. I mean, we don't have formal information gathering powers, so we can't formally request platforms to provide that information to us. But as I say, there have been some occasions on which we've requested it informally, and those platforms have been reasonably cooperative.
I guess with respect to the platforms, they would be cooperative. This was a code that they've signed up to voluntarily. So effectively, I feel like they're checking their own homework here, but I don't think it's fit for purpose with respect to the current age that we live in, just with the speed that this information travels at. And it's also interesting that in one of the submissions, I think from one of the universities, that Australia has the third highest rate in the world of climate denialism, third highest. And number one is the United States, we're number 3. So we are drowning in counter-narratives that are pushing our population in the wrong direction. And I just want to understand what trends you're seeing online that might explain some of those perceptions with respect to climate.
Senator Alf, the ACMA's focus is very much on processes and procedures that platforms engage in order to identify and address mis and disinformation. So we don't generally monitor narratives about particular topics, for example, climate misinformation. The code would cover climate misinformation, but we don't monitor those individual narratives. We've done some research previously on COVID, for example, in 2020, and we've had a look at how that grows virally, but we don't monitor that information as a matter of course.
Okay. With respect to the voluntary code, how do you enforce that code?
We don't have any powers of enforcement. So we have, as Ms Field said at the beginning, this is not a legislated role. Government has asked us to oversee the code, and so it's a voluntary code, essentially.
Just with respect to AI, AI obviously could make matters worse. It could exacerbate the counter-narratives that we're seeing. But there's also a possibility that AI could be part of the solution as well, because verifiable information can get out much faster, and particularly if large language models overtake search, and they already are. So I guess my question relates to what predictions do you make, what trends or what do you anticipate will happen with respect to AI, and what do you think the platforms will do with respect to using it either for positive or negative?
I might start there and hand over to some of my colleagues. I think, as we said in our 4th report, platforms are clearly taking the threat of AI very seriously. It, as you say, Senator, has the ability to rapidly increase the speed and the scale of mis and disinformation. In terms of, and I think it's fair to say as well that platforms are using AI to detect more and more dis and misinformation, so it's a balancing act. Sorry, could you repeat the question in terms of the prediction that you wanted us to make?
What do you think will happen with respect to AI and the platforms? I mean, do you think they're going to use it for positive or negative?
I think they're already using it for positive. Definitely. I think any method of assisting them in doing their job, including AI, is already being used. But I might hand to my colleague, Ms Mudford, who may have something to add.
I think, Senator, the platforms are already using AI technologies in their content moderation systems and processes, and we've seen that, as Ms Nummer, in our most recent report. That is an area that they are looking at in particular. We're also seeing some work across the platforms as part of the Adobe Lab Content Authenticity Initiative, which is doing work around provenance of images and an audio-visual to give users more information about whether content has been generated or there has been some use of Gen AI in its development. So we are seeing continued positive impacts of AI, but on the flip side, obviously, it does provide the ability for that content to spread across those platforms.
But also inauthentic and fake content could spread much faster as well because it's AI generated, potentially. Have you had discussions with the platforms around what they are looking at with respect to labelling inauthentic content or fake content, for example, that has been produced by generative AI? Have you had any discussions in that?
We've probably the most up-to-date information we do have is what platforms have told us that they are doing in relation to AI in their latest reports. And as we said, they're taking those threats very seriously. I can give you some examples of that, Senator, if that helps.
That would be great.
Consistent with last year's reports, Meta and TikTok have continued to label AI-generated content. Meta expanded its labels in 2024 to a wider range of video, audio and image content based on industry-shared signals from companies such as Google or OpenAI on content posted to Facebook and Instagram. In May 2024, TikTok and LinkedIn implemented as Ms Mudford mentioned, the Adobe-led Coalition for Content Provenance and Authenticity's C2PA content credentials technology, which automatically labels some AI-generated content created on other platforms. Adobe continues to report on its previous commitment to advancing content provenance and transparency for digital content through the Content Authenticity Initiative. And platforms are also working collaboratively, we see, to take these steps. I could go through some additional steps that platforms have taken, but does that give you enough?
Have the platforms shared with you where they think some of these counter-narratives are originating from? Like, have they actually tried to trace it back to a source or sources?
I don't.
Rather than, because I feel like this is a whack-a-mole scenario we're in, right? The platforms are trying to moderate this or do something about it, but have they got the ability, or have they shared it with you, whether they have the ability to trace back to where this is coming from, to the nodes, if you like?
I don't have that information.
I don't think we do. Kelly is? No.
Have you asked that question from them? Is it within your purview to do that?
We could ask. We have not. As I say, we're relying on the reports that platforms voluntarily provide.
Well, I mean,
to
if you've got lots of, if you could ask them, that would be useful. If you could take that on notice and then produce a response to us from the platforms with respect to, have they traced back with respect to these counter-narratives to the source, and can they give us a map of the sources with respect to these counter-narratives? There won't be a single source. It may be multiple and it may be interconnected. We need some transparency on this beyond the reports that they're producing to you.
Happy to take that on notice, Senator.
I think, obviously, one issue is the disinformation itself, but I think for the transparency issue is really the key one. So people can see where, if there's some way of actually finding out where it's coming from, at least people know that, and they may know that it's generated by those who have agendas versus perhaps someone sharing inadvertently or whatever it happens to be. I'll now go to you, Senator Canavan. Hopefully we've got it all sorted.
Okay, we might do a radio check if you got me.
Yep, that's good. I can hear you loud and clear.
Sorry about before. Thank you for your evidence today. Can I just ask, just to clarify, you don't yourselves assess whether something online is climate misinformation or disinformation?
That's correct, Senator. We don't have a role in relation to assessing particular content.
Do you think a government agency could play that role?
I think, look, I think it would be, this topic is very sensitive because, there is a good argument that governments should stand back from these processes in relation to freedom of expression and information. I think that the platforms are probably in the best position to make those assessments themselves if they have good processes and procedures to make those assessments.
I mean, presumably one issue here is a lot of what at least has been flagged as so-called misinformation in submissions to this inquiry is in effect criticism of government policy. So there's an inherent conflict of interest, isn't there, in any government agency seeking to regulate speech that is critical of government?
Senator, yes, I'm aware of that criticism. I'll probably also mention that the legislation that was introduced didn't give the ACMA the power to make assessments around individual pieces of content either. But yes, I accept that there was some controversy and discussion about that at the time.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Chair. I'll leave it there. Thanks very much.
Right. Thanks, Senator Canavan. I'll now go to Senator McLaughlin.
Yes, just following on from Senator Canavan, I note your comment that you're interested in the practices and procedures of the platforms in relation to how they handle this issue. Generally, how are they approaching the assessment of misinformation? Now, this question, to assist you, comes from the context of the debate, for example, around wind farms versus nuclear or other alternative energy sources is largely an economic debate. And you get a number of economists in a room, you've got numbers and assessments and spreadsheets. So, and there are various views. I won't say truth, I'm not trying to get away from truth. So how do they assess in that sort of debate, or how do they go about assessing that debate, misinformation? Because there's a difference between misinformation and a reasonably held view, or considered view. And that's what I'm grappling with. So I'm
Senator, I think from my understanding, platforms will rely on a whole series of expert opinions and other fact-checking and content labelling and other information in order to pick trends. I accept what you're saying. In some cases, there are views, and in some cases, there are facts. I think it's a judgment call that platforms need to make based on the best information available to them, including through consulting academics and others in relation to that. But
if I could just add to that, Senator, so among the signatories to the code, TikTok is the only signatory that explicitly bans climate change misinformation and in its policies, and it refers to disinformation and misinformation that undermines well-established scientific consensus. So that's the basis on which it would make decisions about whether it breached its policies.
Yeah, that's around climate change. How to address climate change is the debate, both a policy debate and an economic debate. So I'm interested, does that fall within or potentially fall within misinformation from a platform's perspective, or how do they assess that? I mean, they can go to 5 economists. Is that how they do it? And they make an assessment? Or do they... I'm just interested in their process of consideration rather than the topic. And
Senator,
what time frame does that take?
Senator, I think that we're probably not able to answer those questions. Those are probably questions that would need to be directed to the platforms.
To the platforms themselves. Would you accept, that's my last question, would you accept though that when a platform acts and on misinformation, I know disinformation is a separate because that's purposeful, you're also risking the view that controversy or other opinions have been suppressed, and therefore it drives further disquiet and more misinformation as a general rule?
I guess it depends, Senator, on what the definition is that a particular platform is looking at in terms of particular piece of content and the level of harm around that, because I guess it's a balance to be made. And as Ms Field said, there are some There are some facts that are incontrovertible, and there are others that they would need to make a judgment call.
Do they have a consistent burden of proof across the platforms, or do they express it to you in a form of a burden of proof? Like, is it beyond reasonable doubt? Is it balance of probabilities? Have they got a structured framework in their assessments?
We don't have that information, Senator.
All right. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your time here today. I'm interested with your oversight of, when it comes to social media companies, do you have any information or overview of the algorithms that they're using?
There is a requirement, there is a basic requirement in the code that platforms will provide, just have a look at how it's expressed, some information about recommender systems in the code. But in terms of the depth of the information we have, as far as I'm aware, we don't have that information. Ms Mudford is agreeing with me, we don't have that, no.
Mm-hmm. Is that a problem in trying to work out how these algorithms are actually deciding what content or posts to promote or demote?
Senator, I guess I'd say from our perspective, the ACMA's focus again is on the processes and practices that platforms are employing and looking at information over time which looks at the effectiveness of what they've been doing rather than whether or not that's a problem, I guess.
Do you not think processes and practices goes to the core of what an algorithm that is potentially promoting dis or misinformation and the right of you and Australians to know how these social media companies are making those decisions?
I think it's something certainly worth considering, Senator, and something that we'd be very happy to raise with Digi in the context of their review of their code, which they're going to be undertaking a little bit later this year. I think I would probably say at this point that information hasn't been provided to us, but I certainly see the point that you're making around the transparency, and that is something that we've been quite clear about in our reports to government, that transparency about what platforms are doing and what they're using is important for community members and for governments to understand how they're doing things.
Has this been raised with Digi? And I'm interested in their response, because when I talk to experts and people I represent here in the ACT, their view is if you want to sell a medicine in Australia, there's very stringent processes, transparency about what's in the box, side effects, all these kinds of things. Even if you want to sell a loaf of bread, you have to list the ingredients on the package. When it comes to social media companies, black box. We know nothing about what they're actually doing, how they're deciding what to put in front of your eyeballs. Has this been raised with Digi, and is there a response from them as to why they should have this sort of black box approach?
Senator, I don't think that specific question has been raised with Digi. As I say, there are a set of outcomes that platforms commit to annually, and these are committed to voluntarily at the moment. So we, to some extent, have to rely on the information that we are provided in that process. Kelly, Ms Mudford, is there anything, we haven't specifically had a conversation about along these lines?
No, not along these lines. As you mentioned before, the outcome in the code is really about providing that information to users with the attempt to try and allow them to better understand the operation of the algorithm, but the provision of that information to us is not something that we've had a recent direct conversation with them.
And so for people who are potentially following along online, the big social media companies in Australia essentially self-regulate. Would that be a fair characterisation?
That's correct, Senator. It's a voluntary code.
A voluntary self-regulated code.
Correct.
Are there any other harmful industries in this country that also self-regulate? Who else would?
Well, Senator, I don't know that I would be able to answer that question for you. There are certainly lots of examples that the ACMA oversees in terms of co-regulation, but this is an entirely self-regulatory role.
And so say alcohol advertising on television, that's co-regulation?
Co-regulated.
And so why is social media self-regulated and alcohol co?
Senator, I think that's probably a question for government.
Okay, so government sets that's the
yes,
legislation?
We don't have a formal regulatory role in relation to digital platforms.
Okay. That's all from me. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Pocock. Just two quick questions for me. Do you have any comments? I mean, maybe this could relate to the Digi review, for example, but do you have any views on the success or barriers to other jurisdictions internationally that are looking at these issues? We've had information in a number of submissions about what the EU is doing in terms of their Digital Services Act. You've got in the UK, you've got the Comms and Online Safety Act that's currently being looked at right now. I mean, other countries are moving to look at different forms of regulation of the tech platforms. Is this something that you monitor or provide any advice to government about?
We're certainly aware of what's happening in other jurisdictions, and we have a lot of contact with regulators in the EU and UK, because misinformation is obviously a global problem. And I don't think it has a number of different potential solutions, or I hesitate to say a solution. I think disinformation and misinformation is a feature of our lives. The issue is what processes and practices are platforms taking to try and minimise that. In terms of the EU, yes, there is legislation in place, and the UK. In terms of the effectiveness of that legislation, I don't have any comment on that. Ms Mudford, have you got any views on the EU and UK situation?
I think one thing I'd probably add is we are looking in terms of our role of the voluntary code to try and there are reporting requirements in the EU around sort of mis and disinformation and get platforms to align what is provided under those EU arrangements if they can under the voluntary code, given the platforms are building systems and processes to provide that information to other authorities, and us being able to have that information will allow us to have a better oversight of what's going on here in Australia.
On the same subject, Senator Pocock, yep.
Just on what's happening in other jurisdictions, you said that they're busy negotiating coming up with a new voluntary code. So there's an existing voluntary code?
Overseas?
No, here in Australia.
Yeah, there is an existing voluntary code, yes.
And are you satisfied that they are currently adhering to the current voluntary code?
Platforms are reporting to us in terms of the outcomes that they've agreed to under the voluntary code. We've made several comments for improvements over the years. There have been iterative improvements in terms of the steps that platforms are taking and the levels of transparency, but we do look forward to having the code reviewed, and we think that Digi has indicated that it will look at better reporting and more transparency, and we support that.
Have you raised concerns with platforms about gaps you see between what they say that they are doing and what you're actually seeing or what's being reported to you as happening?
No, Senator, I don't believe we've raised that in those specific terms.
Okay. Has it been a concern of the ACMA?
I'm not sure that I can comment on that.
I think it would be difficult for us to say that. So we don't have a direct complaints function, so we don't receive the kind of complaints that we receive, for example, under broadcasting, where we might be able to see trends and patterns.
Sure.
So I think in the absence of receiving those complaints, and because we don't have a formal monitoring role in assessing what's happening on those platforms, I think it's probably difficult for us to give you a definitive answer on that.
So thank you, that's really useful. So just so I'm clear, there's a voluntary code and you actually don't have any monitoring or looking at whether or not the voluntary code is even being complied with?
We do, Senator,
Okay.
because the platforms report to us. So
No, but I understand that. But
Yeah.
I could have a voluntary code and report to you and just say everything's fine. But you're saying that you can't. You're not actually able to dig a bit deeper.
Yeah.
And say, well, you say it's fine, but we're actually seeing this pattern of behaviour.
Senator, we don't have any formal information gathering powers. So, platforms will give us information voluntarily,
Sure.
And they do. But beyond that, we don't have formal information gathering powers.
Okay. So and again, sorry, so just so I'm clear, currently in Australia, social media companies are bound by a voluntary optional code, and there is no oversight mechanism to even hold them to that code, but other than their self-reporting.
They're reporting to us and are reporting to government on the progress that they make on an annual basis. So we report to government every year, following the receipt of those reports, and that's a public report that we make.
Okay, pretty extraordinary given the power of these platforms now, and I really hope that the Parliament will get up to speed on this and potentially give you or someone some powers to actually make them come clean on what they're doing. So thank you very much. Sure.
I asked the question earlier, but it's following on Senator Pocock's question. So if someone has a complaint, for example, about trolls on their Facebook page, or a complaint specifically about climate disinformation or misinformation, is there anyone they can complain to?
To the platforms. So the platforms do have complaints policies.
So you just the report functions that you've got, but there's no authority outside the platforms who are self-regulated.
Senator, I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, you can complain to the platforms, but are they required to tell you how many complaints they get every year? You said earlier they weren't.
No.
So you'll never know how many complaints.
The issue of individual complaints is something which people take up with the platforms.
But in terms of outcomes, like you monitoring whether they're detecting, for example, bot activity early, and how do you assess whether it's actually working if they're not required to tell you how many complaints they've received and whether they've been rectified?
Well, I think we assess the effectiveness of platform measures through the information that is reported to us, Senator.
Right. And just in terms of, for example, climate disinformation or misinformation, I understand that, for example, Home Affairs and ASIO don't look at, for example, influence campaigns, like where the influence of these like the use of bots, for example, in terms of climate disinformation. So is there anyone who regulates this at all? Is it something the code could be extended to look at least, or ask for reporting on?
Climate misinformation in particular.
Yeah. Could you ask for climate misinformation or disinformation to be at least reported on in the Digi review?
Senator, we could ask. Yes, of course, we can ask for that information to be specifically reported to us.
And so, therefore, my last question would be: you talk about. I mean, I understand why having someone in a little room moderating content or making a decision about what's factual or not is a very difficult thing to do, and I think the Deputy Chair called it whack-a-mole. But what you mentioned in your submission about you want to see an uplift in media literacy, or you think that's a key area for policy development, would that include, for example, mis and diseducation so people can report this kind of thing, so we can at least get some statistics and some data on it?
When we talk about media literacy, I think we talk about the sort of educative component thereof. Of course, if those processes assist in terms of furthering that end, in terms of people being able to be more confident, then yes. I'm personally not a media literacy expert. There are a lot of experts in the Australian community that could, I guess, tell you what the key features are of those programs.
Okay. Unfortunately, that's all we've got time for today. But really appreciate you coming. It's a very important but complex area for policy. So I'll now call our next witnesses if they're. Yep. I'm just going to press stop and reset. So I now welcome via video conference Professor Daniel Angus of the ARC Centre of Excellence for Automated Decision Making and Society. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence in its committees has been provided to you, in particular that parliamentary privilege does not extend to giving evidence outside of Australia. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Sure thing. So, as you said, I'm Professor Daniel Angus from Queensland University of Technology, and I appear today in my capacity as the lead author of a submission from the ARC Centre of Excellence for Automated Decision Making and Society, of which I'm a chief investigator.
Okay, I now invite you to make a short opening statement, Daniel, and at conclusion, what senators will ask you some questions.
Thank you, Senator Bush-Wilson. So at ADMS, as we call it, our research highlights an urgent need for greater observability. I just say I've been listening online to the previous commentary, and this is exactly the concept that you've been contesting, you and Senator Pocock there. His observability differs from transparency in that it actually embeds material abilities to challenge, in this case, mis and disinformation or other kinds of functions that platforms might take. And our research in this particular instance highlights how third parties are using sponsored content, so advertising on platforms to shape public opinion. So not only during election campaigns, but continuously across policy debates and everyday civic discourse. During the last federal election, energy policy, particularly nuclear power, fossil gas, household energy costs, was a dominant focus of much of the campaign, but similar tactics operate year-round on this and many other issues. So as part of our efforts to address the blind spots in platform observability, we've developed a national program called the Australian Ad Observatory, which is a core project of our ADMS Centre and also supported by the Australian Internet Observatory, which is a core project, which is a co-investment from the Australian Research Data Commons, which is an NCRIS facility. We recruited over 100 citizen participants who, using a world-leading custom mobile application that we developed, donated the ads they encountered on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. In just 4 weeks, we collected about 22,000 ads. Hundreds of them were political, and this provided an empirical account that would have otherwise disappeared from public view. Our research revealed, though, how coordinated, well-financed actors can quietly steer public debate while evading meaningful disclosure and regulatory scrutiny. We make a series of recommendations in our report, including national truth in political advertising provisions, strengthening of real-time disclosure of third-party funding, mandated platform data access modelled after but extending the Europeans' Digital Services Act, the DSA, and sustained public investment in independent monitoring to safeguard democratic transparency.
Thank you, Daniel. I'll now go to the Deputy Chair to kick off questions.
Thank you, Professor Angus. Professor Angus, could you please explain to us what astroturfing is?
Yeah, sure. So what astroturfing is particularly in the online platforms that we study, is when a well-financed group, so this could be an industry group or some other kind of lobby group, attempt to make themselves appear as though they are a community organisation. So what they may do is utilise a made-up name that sounds like they're an ordinary community group, and then often finance things like advertising, communications, materials in an effort to sway public opinion, but do so by appearing as genuine grassroots. So the word astroturfing is an analogy to the idea of astroturf, the kind of plastic fake grass, kind of a play on the idea of grassroots political engagement.
And what evidence do you have that we have astroturfing campaigns going on in Australia? And where do you think that they are originating from based on your research?
Yeah, sure. In the submission that we made, there are 3 that we highlight in our report that occurred during just the last federal election alone. These 3 that we highlight are clearly astroturfing, in my professional opinion, because you can look at the fact that these groups didn't appear on these platforms until the federal election. So they've appeared during a period of intense political debate. I'm not always sure of the funding for these particular groups, although ABC did some digging on one of them, and that was the Australians for Natural Gas, and found that there were connections in that particular case to one of the kind of polling companies and a close associate of the Liberal National Party. of the coalition. And so you can often find that it's political parties or those by kind of at arm's length involved in some of these activities, perhaps. And the amount of financing we see here is in just the advertising spend alone in the tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars spent on these particular AstroTurf campaigns. So the report details, as I said, Australians for natural gas. Another one was Mums for nuclear. And these are, there's many other examples in that submission I could point to as well.
What do you think would be helpful to better understand where the financing has come from for these inauthentic, say, groups?
Yeah, so in the report, we make recommendations in terms of the idea of truth in political advertising provisions, but also strengthening of real-time disclosure of third-party funding. At the moment, it's quite easy for these groups to just put a simple tagline, as many of you would be aware as, yourselves having to put authorisations on political materials. The problem with those authorisations is that they don't really provide meaningful transparency about the nature of the funding behind the scenes. And so for an ordinary Australian who's, say, on a platform scrolling through and they get a tiny little piece of text to, say, an office in Sydney somewhere, this is not really meaningful transparency about who's funding that advertising. And so we do need some better ways to disclose that funding. And truth in advertising laws would also mean that those groups can't make outlandish claims or claims that are patently untrue.
And are there any patterns with respect to political affiliations with these astroturfing campaigns and the groups behind them? Have you observed any trends with your analysis?
Yeah, so astroturfing often tends to come, and this is international as well, more from right-leaning organisations. And so you do find that these activities have been used, for example, by pro-tobacco lobbies, pro-alcohol lobbies, and particularly in this case, as we saw in Australia during the election.
With respect to climate, Professor Angus.
With climate as well. As I was saying, that's with climate, we do definitely see a lot of activity from those more conservative. And I just want to make a distinction here in terms of genuine grassroots activism versus astroturfing. And so absolutely in our ad observatory work, we found that there was a significant amount also of other advertising forms. So there was a lot of groups that are very strong on action on climate change and these things that were also advertising. But the difference there is that they're very transparent and obvious about who they are. This is Greenpeace or this is the Australian Conservation Foundation. These groups, you can find their websites, you can find out where their funding goes, how they obtain their funding, whereas the groups we're talking about here don't disclose that kind of information. They appear, they don't have necessarily websites which are fully transparent about who they are. They don't have histories before that moment.
So just to be clear, the political affiliation has been mainly right-leaning and conservative voices. Is that the same domestically as well as internationally? Is there an alliance in that observation?
There tends to be. And what we find is it's a lot to do with the new kind of discourse around climate change denial, which is more now delay and obfuscation. And so a lot of these groups, what their style is to try and slow down transition. And so you're going to find a lot of groups who are trying to position in the debate confusion or try and slow any kind of meaningful change, for example, uptake of renewables or any other strategy, for example.
So Australia is on the front line of climate change. I mean, our continent's already warmed to 1.5 degrees. So you would think that Australians would be highly invested in wanting action. And yet, why is climate and energy a prime target for astroturfing, particularly in Australia?
Well, look, it's not just the issue itself. It's also one of these things that can drive polarisation within debate because people might feel ideological about climate change now. And so we see more and more, as examples from the USA and other jurisdictions, that it goes beyond climate change as a single issue rather than also the idea of using climate change as a political tool to try and make other forms of political argumentation. And so, yeah, unfortunately, climate change has become a highly politicised issue where it's one where the science is clearly settled. but it's one that you can make a lot of political bank from, pushing this and creating confusion. And so there are a lot of groups that, stand to gain from that by delaying, for example, meaningful action on this.
So there's a saying, follow the money. If you were to follow the money in Australia, where would it go back to, or to whom, how many? What are the groups, based on your research?
So, look, I have to be really clear here. In this research, we don't know. And this is part of the problem, is that these platforms, we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars they take from these groups in servicing this advertising. We have no transparency mechanisms to be able to follow where that money is originated. And that's a big blind spot for us. And that's why we've been calling for greater transparency and observability for some time. I mean, I've appeared at previous parliamentary inquiries on exactly the same issue, and it's the same thing we ask for as academics, particularly every time, is we need those greater transparency mechanisms.
One last question, Professor Angus. What can we do to, I guess, assist the public in distinguishing between these authentic voices versus the inauthentic voices? What are some practical solutions? You did outline truth in advertising, et cetera, but right now, what are some of the things that we could implement, do you think?
Yeah, look, it's difficult to put this back on the public. Much of the research emerging, particularly now on things like fake imagery, so generative AI and such, shows the public is poor at distinguishing between real and fake. And so for this issue, we need to put it back on platforms and such to fix it at the root, rather than trying to slap on things later down that stream. And so really, I will just come back to the idea of the truth in advertising laws, greater real-time disclosure, things that are going to help us be able to actually cut this off at the source, rather than have to deal with it as an issue downstream.
One last thing. What is the risk of just letting it go, leaving this unchecked? I mean, we haven't been able to curb the platform's behaviour for 20 years since Meta came about. Why don't we just leave it alone? What harm is it doing?
Australia really hasn't had a try at something equivalent like EU's Digital Services Act. We haven't forced transparency. We haven't done that. And particularly listening to the last set of witnesses, this is clear. ACMA don't have the powers to compel that transparency from platforms. And that's a real missing piece of legislation. It would go a long way to be able to see what is happening within the platforms, but that's required beyond regulators. It's required by civil society actors, journalists, academics, researchers alike, to be able to know, firstly, what is happening. Once we know what is happening, then we can devise regulations to curb that, the bad activities as we find them.
Thank you.
I'll now go to Senator Pocock, then I'll go to Senator Canavan, and then you, Andrew.
Thank you, Chair. Professor Angus, thank you for your time. You mentioned some of the difficulties trying to navigate Meta's ad library. I'm interested, when it comes to climate-related advertising, does Meta include all paid content or only political or issues ads in Australia?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Senator Pocock. So the Transparency Library, any of you could navigate to it right now. What you're going to find in Australia is you'll be presented with a search bar, and then there's two menu items, one which would isolate political and issue-based advertising, and then another one for every other form of advertising. In Australia, currently, on Meta's Transparency Library, and Google is quite similar, if you were to search for a keyword, you would find any advertising that's live on the platform currently, but for anything that's regarded by the platform as non-political or non-issues based, and that's often a self-disclosure from the page owners themselves as to whether they consider themselves political or not. That advertising will disappear pretty much as soon as it's outside its funded advertising spend window. So for other commodities, for example, alcohol, gambling, these issues, we don't have any historical record from the platforms of advertising that has been on there, only what advertising is current today. I'd say also that the tools provided by the platforms are inadequate for charting that broader landscape. They don't allow meaningful kind of dashboarding of aggregated spends. They make it very difficult, particularly in an election campaign as we did, to know exactly what pages are. So to do this at scale, it becomes quite a human-intensive endeavour to be able to curate lists of pages, to be able to track this at scale. And so, many of us have developed, techniques to try and do this and provide that greater observability. But again, it's something that the platforms themselves don't provide a huge amount of meaningful transparency through these tools at the moment.
Thank you. And so from what you're saying, if I put up an ad and put, $2,000 behind it for a couple of days, after that 2 days, I can then remove it from the library if I'm no longer putting spend behind it. Is that correct?
So you as Senator Pocock, like your advertising would appear as political. Yeah. Now that ad will be archived for a set period of time, usually about 7 years in this case, and I would be able to find it, or others would be able to find it. The mechanisms to find that, though, are very, very difficult to use at scale. And so, with colleagues in Canada at the Social Media Lab, we support a tool called Poly Dashboard, which actually attempts to do this, to try and bring that aggregation so we can see trends over time and bring some better tooling around doing this. But again, this is all done by academics off the back of small grants that we might be fortunate enough to get. And I guess what I'm arguing today is that we need proper investment in this as an absolutely necessary form of independent observability.
Mm-hmm. One of the other things that you raised was how hard it is to identify the real sponsor behind an ad. Shell organisations, industry groups, PR firms. Is anything being done in other jurisdictions to actually require stricter disclosure of beneficial ownership or financial backers of ad spends? Is there an example we can point to?
No, I could take that one on notice, though, if you like. That's not my area of specialisation, but we do have colleagues in ADMS that do look into those issues, and I can ask them and see if they've got some recommendations, for example, legislation.
Thank you. And then just finally, before you came online, I was asking the Australian Communications and Media Authority about social media algorithms, and in Australia, they self-regulate and basically just report to the ACMA, who report to the government what they are doing, what they tell us they're doing. I'm interested in your views on more transparency around what an algorithm is promoting or demoting. Clearly there's the paid ad side of things, but we're also seeing this phenomenon of clear misinformation just really being amplified by algorithms, and we currently have no real way of understanding what these algorithms are actually looking for and how they're making those decisions. Do you have a view on that?
Absolutely. No, thank you for the question. This is a great question to also ask of my Digital Media Research Centre colleagues, who I understand will also be appearing at this inquiry. We've got a lot of experience trying to use some of the tools the platforms provide. So, for example, Meta provide a tool called the Meta Content Library at present. What these tools begin to do is to start to move us towards the ability to track the consumption side of this equation. A lot of the time, researchers are only provided access on the production side, so what content is on the platform, rather than being able to see how that is consumed by individual users. And so this is a clear benefit of projects like our Ad Observatory, in that we get it in the hands of individual Australians, and we can gather the ads in the order they're seen and see that kind of thick description of the kinds of content that they are being recommended. Now, in that case, that's limited to paid advertising, but there is no reason why you can't expand the same kinds of research tooling to look at other forms of, say, organic content as well. And so this is exactly what we're asking for in terms of those regulatory powers to compel platforms to provide access to that kind of information. Now, when you're starting to talk about consumption of and use of quite personal consumption information in everyday feeds, you've got some very, very tricky ethical questions to deal with as well. But those are things that can be worked out with researchers and the platforms to provide more meaningful examples of, how those things work. Because once you get that information, you can then discern what kind of information is being promoted, the mechanisms through which it is being and appearing in people's feeds, and begin to make assessments as to whether, say, in this particular case, climate misinformation is, say, outpacing credible climate information, say, from scientists and other credible sources. And so, I would just end by saying that it is very difficult to be able to assess this at current, given that we lack any formal way to compel platforms to actually come to the party.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator McLaughlin.
I think we're going to Senator Canavan.
I'll go to Senator Canavan first. Yes, absolutely. You online, Senator Canavan?
Yes, I am.
Please go.
Thank you. Thank you for your evidence. Can I just start asking, are you saying to us there's no astroturfing on the left side of Australian politics?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying in our evidence. Right. So this was 106 Australians and 22,000 ads that we collected. We would need a far larger sample to be able to make claims as to national representativeness. But what we did find was the cases of astroturfing we found were all predominantly from right-leaning and conservative organisations.
It's just pretty remarkable to me because, I mean, I'm on the front line of politics and, you know, you get subjected to lots of stuff and there's lots of different organisations on the left side of politics which, you know, attack me and others. It's quite remarkable to me you haven't found a single example. So you haven't found a single example on what we typically decide to be, you know, supporting Labor or Greens or left of centre parties. You haven't found a single example of misinformation or astroturfing on that side of politics.
I'll just go back to the definition I provided at the start, Senator Canavan. So astroturfing is a very, very particular form of conduct where there is a deliberate attempt to make and hide a disclosure of a financial backer through a particular front organisation. And so I'm not saying that there are no groups out there that are perhaps critical of yourself or other conservative politicians. Those groups make clear who they are and provide transparency around their funding and their motives, and don't try and pass themselves off as some other kind of group. The cases I'm talking to here, for example, Mums for Nuclear, makes it sound like this is a group of just very, very ordinary mums in Australia who are, interested in the issue of, say, nuclear power. But in actual case, when you dig deeper, you find it's got connections to the nuclear lobby, here and internationally. So the same with
you didn't look at Parents for Climate or Farmers for Climate at all? None of those organisations were included in your analysis?
So those ones, we didn't actually receive any ads from those particular groups. I do happen to know of some of those groups, though. The difference, as I said, though, if you look into the Facebook pages, the other kinds of online presence of those organisations, they make it clear who they are. And in a lot of those cases, I believe there are no other undisclosed kind of funding backers or such behind them. They are who they are on the label.
You get significant funding from the Australian Research Council, is my understanding.
Sorry?
You get significant funding from the Australian Research Council?
Yes, so the Australian Research Council funds the ACMA Centre of Excellence through the Centre of Excellence scheme, yes.
Are there you have a grant guidelines associated with that grant, do you? You have a contract
absolutely.
With guidelines? Yep, okay. Is there any provision of those guidelines? Are there any provisions of those guidelines require you to be non-partisan?
Excuse me?
Sorry, I don't understand the line of questioning, Senator Canavan.
Well, does part of those guidelines require you not to...
Point of order, Senator Canavan. Chair, point of order.
Sorry, Senator Canavan. Senator Canavan, I'm
you're casting aspersions on the scientific expertise and reputation of our witness. And that is not appropriate. Not appropriate, Senator Canavan.
Sorry, Chair, just on the point of order, I think I can respond to it, be made an allegation. All I'm asking for is what is in the contract or guidelines that this organisation has with the government. So it's a question of fact.
So, Senator Canavan, you were implying that the witness was non-partisan. That's the way it came across to us. Do you want to reframe the question?
Well, I don't think I said that, but I'm asking, is there anything in that government grant guidelines and or contract you have with the Australian Government or Australian Research Council, a government agency, is there any requirement to be non-partisan?
So our research, as always, whether it's ARC funded or otherwise, has to adhere by strict ethical and other probity guidelines. And so everything we do is open for scrutiny in terms of the data we gather, where appropriate we can share it, the scientific methods we apply. And so in this case, I can speak to the fact that we used a reputable sampling strategy with a reputable recruitment company to gather 106 Australians to donate their advertising. The tool we've developed is world leading in terms of its ability to detect the advertising of the platforms that we designed it for. And so we assess the facts as they land. And the ads are what they are. We don't attempt to manipulate that. That would be deeply unethical of us to do that. And so I just point to the work that we do as being always at the highest level of probity and scrutiny.
Right. So, Chair, I just if I could bring the witness to the question. The question, as I say, statement of fact, not about what you do. I'm just asking, is there anything in those guidelines which require you to be non-partisan? And I'm happy if you take that on notice because it's a detailed question, but that's what I'm asking. Is there anything in your contract with government or guidelines you have to adhere to that require you to be non-partisan?
Perhaps another way of explaining it would be that, you mentioned there, Daniel, that you've got strict ethical guidelines. Are you required to follow? To follow the evidence?
I don't think it's your role to reinterpret my questions. I don't know if you're running interference on me. It's a very simple question. I don't understand the sensitivity of asking it. And as I said, I'm happy for the witness to take on notice.
Yeah, I'm happy to take it on notice and find the specific ASIC guidelines, Senator Canavan, if you're really interested.
Thank you. It just
last question.
Very sensitive about very simple questions.
Last question, Senator Canavan.
Yes, okay. I just looked in your annual report. You receive also significant funding from partner organisations. Are any of those partner organisations receiving funding from foreign governments or anyone in renewable energy itself?
So you're referring to the sponsorship by Susan McKinnon Foundation in this case. So they paid for the recruitment of the participants itself. That's the only involvement they had. What that allowed us to do was be able to sample those 106 Australians, of which we don't have the capacity given that Australian Research Council funding only goes so far. We don't fund research in this country nearly enough, particularly at an international level. And so the investment in research often falls short. And so to be able to actually provide that meaningful observability, we look for partner organisations that can help co-fund our research. In this case, Susan McKinnon Foundation have an interest in the political ad space. And so we partnered with them to recruit those 106 participants. They paid the recruitment agency, and that's the level of their involvement. There is no other involvement in the research from them. But I'm happy to take further questions on that if you're interested.
Yeah, maybe I noticed because that's one aspect. So you received some assistance funding or in kind. I think some of it's in kind in your annual report from McKinnon. I'm also interested. There's a number of organisations you list in your annual report that are foreign entities, foreign government or foreign universities, some foreign government agencies by the look of it. I'm just asking, have you received any funding either in kind or directly financial assistance from organisations that are funded by foreign governments? Then you can take it on notice. If so, how much in 2024?
Right. The witness can take that on notice, Senator Canavan. I'll now go to Senator McLaughlin.
Did you do any assessment of how effective these techniques are? Because you could argue that given the election outcome, they were completely ineffective and thus maybe not as a dramatic problem in this instance or within this time frame.
Yeah, no, that's a very reasonable question. Thank you. We don't tend to do that more kind of psychological research around effectiveness of advertising, although we do have many colleagues that do work in that space. I could just point to the fact that it exists and there is huge sums of money going into it. And we often will turn around and say, well, if it doesn't work, then why are organisations spending hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars on it? The other thing with it is, in terms of its effect, you have to look beyond the individual consumer, so the individual Australian. into the way that advertising and these campaigns frame national discourse. So the fact that we're having a conversation around things like, for example, nuclear power in Australia is down to the efforts of these groups, putting that out there as an option, and so moving the Overton window towards that as something that then is discussed, picked up by mainstream media and amplified. And so you often find what's called in academic circles a multi-step flow, where what happens is social media is a space where, say, an idea is floated and it can be sponsored and put out there through that form of paid and maybe astroturfing, but then it's amplified often by traditional media who unscrupulously kind of pick it up and then run it as a story, and then you find it actually receives far more attention across the Australian sector and becomes an issue that is discussed at barbecues and parties and out there in third spaces. So there are multiple strategies here at play.
But just to use that example, that's, a debate on nuclear is not a bad debate to have at the barbecue. So I'm grappling with, I understand the disclosure aspect, so I'm not challenging you on the disclosure aspect of your submission. But it doesn't, whether that's a good debate or not a good debate, lie at the feet of the traditional media amplifying it. Is that a fair proposition?
And in much of our research, we point to the fact that Australia has a problem also with its traditional media makeup, and that it lacks diversity in the media sector. And so, I won't extend far outside of the ADMS brief that I've been provided with today, but just to say that, look, these forms of advertising sponsored content are being funded because they work.
There'd be many in my party would disagree with you, but thank you for your evidence.
Thank you, Senator McLaughlin. I'll just ask a few questions before I go to Senator Darmanin, and then we'll finish for break. Firstly, thank you, Daniel, for phoning in on your holidays. I really appreciate you doing this when you should have a pina colada in your hand and not be having to do this while you're away. But I've got a question for you. I mean, you've talked about what is a astroturfing group. You've also got some interesting information in your submission about, political influence. The groups with political influence. Advance. Would you classify them as an astroturfing group, or would they be a third-party political group?
They're a funny one, actually, because they're not strictly astroturfing, because we do know a lot more about them as a group in terms of some of their funding and backing, although they do make attempts to try and hide a lot of their funding. And so, I note in their submission, for example, they make big of an idea of their actual grassroots involvement. This is something we also see in astroturfing groups, particularly, is that they can actually dupe or gather other genuine grassroots involvement unwittingly through some of their activities, and so present themselves as a genuine grassroots initiative in order to gather those who think that they are a friendly group that is there for their interests. There's a classic case of this internationally with a group that was aligned with Walmart, that was designed as a kind of like a union busting enterprise in the USA, and it was found to have links back to Walmart itself. And that was an example of a kind of astroturfing group that duped genuine employees of Walmart into thinking that was their best representative for those issues. So Advance is a bit of a hybrid. It's not strictly astroturfing, but it uses some of those tactics.
In terms of kind of the concept of dark money, where basically donations under a certain threshold aren't disclosed because of the laws, whether it applies to political or third-party affiliated groups. When Advance say that, let's say, for example, they say they raised $13 million at the last federal election to wipe the Greens off the face of the electoral map, which they clearly didn't do. How do we know what and that was funded through through small donors and average Australians? How do we know how much of their funding was from bigger donors like the McCormick Foundation versus mums and dads that might have given $50 or $100? Is it possible to determine the percentage of their funding that came from big donors, just because they have to disclose that? Do we know what their total donations were?
No, I don't. And it's very difficult to do this. And also because of the disclosure requirements, make it very, very easy to kind of hide money and wash it through multiple front organisations, trusts and other kinds of organisations. Also that when these things are created, often they're not created in a way that makes them kind of machine readable. And so there's often a lot of differences in how information is recorded. And so that makes it very difficult for us to be able to actually draw the links and connect the dots in a lot of these things. And so even something as simple as, a single character that's different in one, so someone's included limited LTD dot versus limited as a spelled out word can completely destroy any attempt to try and trace the dots here at scale. And so we really do lag behind in terms of that real-time transparency and disclosure.
So that's around transparency around funding. What about in your submission? You mentioned, I think you said, Advance states that by combining high-volume advertising with persistent anti-renewable and anti-climate organic messaging, Advance is attempting to influence the wider public sphere in ways that rival party campaigns while evading the same levels of scrutiny and accountability. Are you referring to like political advertising there, or electoral laws? Could you elaborate on that?
No, thank you, Senator. So the recent changes, for example, to spending thresholds and such for political parties in Australia, my fear now, and that's shared by many in the team, is that what we're seeing is a shift of much of that activity out into third spaces. And so where parties are limited in what they can spend and do in terms of their own advertising and own materials and communications, are we seeing now the rise of third parties doing this on their behalf? And that becomes really dangerous because obviously as political parties, you're all held to a very, very high standard. And I think you'd all agree, that's in the public interest and that's a very good thing to be held to that high standard. Those standards don't exist for those third parties. And so I am concerned when we're looking at the level of spending here that we've got third party groups now outspending some political parties. And that sends a signal of maybe what's to come down the road, where that legislation that was passed by government is maybe ineffective now because we've just seen a shift in where the money is landing.
Just as a matter of interest, in relation to, you do also talk about Australians for Prosperity in your submission as well, and how much money they spent targeting, climate and energy issues. But in relation to Advance, are we able to determine from their ad spending that is publicly available what percentage was on renewable and energy or climate issues versus other political issues?
It's really difficult to do this at a per issue level, and that's the largest part of the fact that the platforms don't provide that kind of granular assessment. Also, there is no kind of strict way in which things are bucketed, so you can't necessarily even see or click a button that says, show me all the advertising from this entity that is related to this topic or this issue. And so it's quite a labour-intensive thing to do to go through and figure out those percentage breakdowns. We can estimate it, but again, just the level of granularity is very poor. I'll give you a practical example here. So I'm here in Spain right now, and if I was to go on the Transparency Library, I would be able to find out down to the postcode level where particular ads and down to the individual. Now it's obfuscated. You only just get, say, an age range, a gender identification, things like this, but you'll see exacting details of who's seen what ads here. In Australia, for political advertising, I only can get aggregations up to the state level. So I can only see for, say, all of Queensland or all of New South Wales, how much has been spent in that whole jurisdiction. And that's not how targeted advertising works. We know that there is differences in messaging strategies where certain messages are being sent into regions versus urban areas. And so we just absolutely lack that. And it is a button for Meta to toggle to provide that level of granularity in Australia. The reason they don't do it is because we just don't have the effective legislation in place, like DSA, to force their hand.
Okay. Last question for me, and then I'll go to Senator Darman and then we'll finish up. Your submission states that an analysis of Meta's political ad library through the Poly dashboard tool reveals how third-party advocacy groups with links to fossil fuel interests were amongst the most active spenders on digital advertising in the lead up to the 2025 election. Is there any third-party groups that your research has shown may have links to fossil fuel interests apart from, well, if you could tell us, I mean, you've already mentioned a few today. Is there any others?
Australians for Natural Gas is probably the textbook that I would provide. It's the one with the clearest links to the fossil fuel lobby, and it's one that appeared kind of out of nowhere ahead of that election, clearly in an attempt to sway a conversation and to influence the election. And that should be a textbook example of the kind of thing that I would think we would look to try and stamp out, because it's not helpful. Those groups absolutely can advertise through their legitimate means. They've got many avenues to do that, and do it with that fullness and transparency. That they've chosen to kind of create these phantom entities that appear and then disappear. Speaks to, I think, their morals within the debate.
So if you were to want to go and have a chat with them as a researcher, or we were to contact them, for example, to see if they might give evidence to the committee, do they have like a physical office and people working there and fax machines and all these kind of things, or are they easy to track down?
Not at all. I tried to find a phone number for them. I couldn't find it. They have a physical address listed. Whether that address, whether you find it, it's in Sydney, has a bunch of mail under a door and is an empty office, who knows? And this is the problem, right? Those little bylines at the bottom of ads say nothing about actually this is a real person here and a real person that is in a real office. I think it's a very weak form of transparency and disclosure.
Thank you, Daniel. Senator Darmanin, would you like to ask some questions and then we'll go to the break?
Yes, thanks, Chair. I'll try and be quick. And I think you've mostly probably covered this off in answer to Senator Whish-Wilson. I was really just interested in, you did reference the kind of case study, I think as you called it, of Australian Natural Gas and their links to the Liberal National Party, and the funding specifically based on some work by the ABC, and then fossil fuels. But I just wondered if there were any other kind of standouts, other main campaigns that were run during our most recent election, the extent to which your research was able to uncover who was behind them and their objectives.
Yeah, so absolutely. There's another one that we include here, Energy for Australians. And so the one that it really stands out for this as well is the fact that even the name Energy for Australians is incredibly close to a genuine grassroots anti-nuclear campaign called Energy for Australia. And so this also is a tactic to often create deliberate confusion. Now, I can't know with certainty that they've done that on purpose, but if it quacks like a duck, it's usually a fair assumption to make. And so Energy for Australians went on the idea of affordability of power, which again is a common frame used in this to delay transition. And so this is the new tactics of climate denialism, that the idea of shifting the focus away from, say, the exacting generation to the idea if we do this, it's going to cost a lot of money. And so kind of downplaying the other more existential threats posed by a lack of transition.
And do you know who's behind this Energy for Australians campaign?
We don't. We know it was created almost solely for the election period. It's registered with the ASC Transparency Register, but we don't have much information beyond that because there's no legislation or other requirement to keep detailed records of exactly those kinds of transparencies.
Thank you. And just a couple of final questions around funding. So earlier on you mentioned, I think, hundreds of thousands of dollars was spent in the campaign, I think. I'm talking about the federal election again. So are you able to be more specific around how much you estimate these actors did spend during the campaign? I guess as a collective,
yes.
And then, and then I can follow up.
So we try and estimate this. So the platforms provide figures that we use. but they are estimates from the platform. They're unverified, so we have to kind of believe the platforms when they say that these are the figures that are being spent. We do use tools like Poly Dashboard that's been mentioned to try and ascertain how this money is being spent. And then often when we do get more robust figures from actual transparency within, say, Australian Parliament or state level registers, we then try and match that spending up across to see and make sure it's all kind of making sense. But even in those registers, you often find political parties recording spending as things like communications, which could mean 1,000 different things. It could be billboards, it could be online advertising. There's no way often of tying exacting spends and disclosures down to, say, for in this case, platform advertising.
Okay, so it's hard to aggregate. And then what about the role of groups? You know, there's think tanks, their role, and also organisations like the Centre for Independent Studies, Institute of Public Affairs. Did your research turn up anything or kind of, consider their role in this as well?
Not in this ADMS research that I'm talking to you about today, but I would say that's a fantastic question to ask of my colleagues when they appear from the Digital Media Research Centre, because they do research on that exact issue.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Senator Darman, and thank you, Daniel, for your evidence today. Really appreciate, once again, you taking time out on holiday. So we'll now suspend proceedings and we will recommence at 3 p.m. And Senators, we could just have a short meeting to go through a couple of agenda items, if that's possible. So the committee will now resume hearings with representatives of the University of Melbourne appearing via video conference. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? Might start. I think I can see John and Jen. Might start with you first, Jen, if that's okay. Can you hear us okay? John, can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now. Sorry, it was completely silent after that point.
Can you hear me okay, John?
Yes, I can hear you. now.
So could you just state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Hi, my name is John Cook, and I'm appearing on behalf of the University of Melbourne. I'm also joined by my two colleagues, Jennifer Lacey-Nichols and Rebecca Markey-Towler. Although I will stress that our views expressed today are our own and not representing the university. Okay, thank you.
Jennifer, would you like to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today, please? Just check your mute there. We can't hear you from our end. I'm not sure if it's...
Am I good now?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Jennifer Lacey-Nichols. I also work at the University of Melbourne, though I note, like John did, that our views are our own and don't represent those of our organisation.
Thank you. And I understand we also have Rebecca. Would you like to state your details, please?
I'm Rebecca Markey-Towler. I'm also joining from the University of Melbourne. And as my colleague stated, my views are my own.
Great. Thank you very much. Would one of you like to make a short opening statement and then Senators will ask questions?
Yes, thank you. So our submission featured 14 contributors from almost every faculty across our university, which I think is an indication of the interconnected problem of climate misinformation and the need for a multi-pronged response. So 3 of the key recommendations from our submission were, firstly, because misinformation spreads quickly and is hard to dislodge, we need to build public resilience against misinformation through education, teaching media literacy and critical thinking. Second, the Australian government needs to make social media platforms more accountable and transparent, giving researchers access to platform data so that they can study misinformation and requiring platforms to explain what they're doing about the problem. And third, given the lack of transparency regarding meetings between lobbyists and government officials, the Australian government should take immediate steps to publish information about their meetings. Thank you. We look forward to your questions.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, John. You are making a statement on behalf of your colleagues as well, I presume?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. I'll now go to the Deputy Chair, Senator Ananda Raja.
Thank you all for your contribution and for the excellent submission you made. Just want to drill down into some of these counter-narratives that are circulating. Can you just talk us through what they are around energy, the energy transition, as well as climate change? What are the common themes and narratives that you hear?
Yeah, so taking a step back, firstly, the overarching narratives you see in climate misinformation span from like science misinformation, arguing that it's not real or that the impacts might be that bad. And then there's solutions misinformation, which is about casting doubt or undermining public trust in mitigation solutions and attempts to reduce emissions. And then a third major category is actually attacking scientists and anyone really supporting climate action, trying to erode public trust in actual climate scientists and scientists. What we've seen over the last few decades is that climate misinformation overall has been generally trending away from science denial towards solutions misinformation. So we are seeing an increasing prevalence of attacks on climate solutions. That's not to say that science denial is dead. There is still plenty of it around, and especially attacks on scientists. that has always been very prevalent and continues to be so, and is deeply concerning because it does erode trust in science.
Can I just ask a quick question, John, in relation to that change in narrative? I understand you've been researching climate change and misinformation for nearly 2 decades. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you've won a number of academic prizes and behind a number of publications in this area?
Yeah, I've published many publications on climate misinformation.
Right, thank you.
Just on the issue of attacking scientists, can you describe to us what that looks like and what effect it has had on the scientific community? Because obviously scientists are highly respected in Australia, they're trusted voices. What are the attacks like, what do they look like, and what effect has it had on scientists?
So the attacks on scientists, and firstly I will say that yes, university scientists and climate scientists are still the most trusted source of information about climate change. So even though there has been sustained attacks and they do have an impact on public perceptions, scientists are still very highly trusted. What the attacks look like is the predominant type of ad hominem attack we see against climate scientists is accusations of political bias, accusing them of being partisan. The second most type of ad hominem attack we see in our analysis is accusations of falsifying their data for like money reasons. So they're doing it for the money, doing it to get funding, that kind of thing. And so yeah, these are the 2 main categories of attacks on scientists. And really the first one is the biggest one, that accusation of bias and partisanship. And the impact that it has on scientists, well, firstly, it does have an impact on public perceptions of scientists, but it also affects the scientists themselves. There is a phenomenon where when a group is being attacked with a stereotype, then they, almost at an unconscious level, will act in a certain way to avoid that stereotype. And so there has been documented research showing that climate scientists tend to, or err towards the side of least drama. They tend to downplay their results because they're worried about being perceived as of being alarmist.
Have there been? Yeah, sorry, Dr. Cook. Have there been any studies looking specifically at that, maybe qualitative type analyses of scientists and their experience being on the receiving end of this? In Australia, particularly.
Yeah, no, I'm not aware of any that are specifically looking at that. Yeah, it's definitely worth looking at.
With respect to the scientists downplaying their responses, I guess, what about the psychological effect on the scientists?
Yeah, I'm not really familiar with research that has directly measured that or looked at it. So I guess this is really extrapolating from that effect on groups attacked with stereotypes in other areas and applying that principle to what has happened in climate science. We see that climate scientists do downplay their research.
It sounds like these stereotypes are a well-recognised, well-worn road that these scientists walk down when they take up this kind of discipline. My question is, where does this road trace back to? Where do these sorts of counter-narratives and attacks originate from? Because my understanding, reading your submission and other submissions, is that it's not just one node, it's multiple nodes, and it seems to be an ecosystem. Could you talk us through what that looks like based on your research?
In our research, we've looked at 3 main sources because they were particularly prolific sources of climate misinformation. One was conservative think tank websites that have been generating misinformation since the early 1990s. The second were contrarian blogs, which have been a prolific source since the early 2000s. And then the third source was looking at social media. Specifically, we were looking at Twitter. And with our analysis, like we've developed AI methods of extracting the different misinformation themes with really big sets of data. So through that, we were able to detect that 20+ year trend towards solutions misinformation. We were able to see that on contrarian blogs, the most dominant form of misinformation was attacking the science.
Mm-hmm.
And we saw that on Twitter, 60% of climate misinformation in tweets, or X as it's now called, were attacks on scientists. So 40% were ad hominem attacks and 20% were conspiracy theories. So when you go to the shorter the form, the more the focus on attacking and undermining climate science.
And domestically, I mean, you've given us a generic sort of the categories, the think tanks, the blogs, social media. If we could look domestically here in Australia, what think tanks would be implicated in this? And what particular organisations would you say, based on your expertise?
Yeah, unfortunately, my research has tended to be US focused. I was based in the US when we were doing this work, and also that's where most of the misinformation has originated. When we were looking at think tanks, we didn't include any Australian think tanks in that data set.
Maybe describe for us the US type think tanks then, and some of their funding as well.
So the one that jumps out from our analysis was the Heartland Institute,
Mm-hmm.
Which is in fact even an outlier amongst the other conservative think tanks, because, as I said, the conservative think tanks were putting increasing emphasis on solutions misinformation, whereas Heartland was doubling down on the science denial. We did find that, there was a link, or other studies have also found a link between corporate funding and misinformation, as in the more corporate funding they received, the more they were prolific in generating misinformation.
Which corporates would you say, categories?
So that's the challenge, is because the way that funding is funneled increasingly over time, it's gone dark. Like it goes through these third-party organisations like Donors Trust, which make it impossible to source the original source of the funding. We see a trend, and Bob Brule has documented this, where over time it's become increasingly hard to, or they've become increasingly good at hiding the original sources of the funding.
In your submission, just on the theme of donors and funders, people backing or groups backing these sorts of astroturfing campaigns, in your submission you mentioned fossil fuel companies being one. Can you elaborate on that for us?
That's a little bit outside my lane. I don't know if either of my colleagues...
Or if others want to contribute?
It might be something that we can take on notice and follow up to give you some more details on that.
And what is the purpose behind these particularly astroturfing campaigns? What is the objective of them, do you think?
I'll speak from my discipline, and then I'll let my colleagues also, they'll be able to shed more light. But I mentioned the different types of arguments in climate misinformation, whether they're science denial, solutions misinformation, or attacks. All of them always lead to the same conclusion, which is therefore we should delay climate action. So whether it's saying climate change isn't real, therefore we should delay, solutions don't work, therefore we shouldn't implement those solutions, or you can't trust scientists, therefore we shouldn't act on what they're telling us. So delay and maintaining the status quo is always the final goal, but the misinformation or the arguments that try to get them to that point can vary.
And my last question, with regards to these institutes overseas, think tanks that are conservative aligned or conservative backed overseas, what is their connection to Australia?
Yeah, again, so this one is a bit outside my lane. Not a sociologist, so I haven't really studied the interconnection of the organisations.
So in other words, you think that there may be a connection, but it's not visible or it's not apparent or not easy to research?
Yeah, so again, like I have a layperson's view on this one, so I wouldn't really be speaking with authoritative expertise. So, I'm aware of connections, but not in a substantive way that I can expound on.
You're aware of connections?
Well, just in a anecdotal way, but yeah, not in a I've researched this kind of way.
Right. Okay. How would we, if we wanted to establish whether there were connections between these US entities and Australia, how would we go about doing that, do you think? What would be some of the effective ways of doing that?
I think there needs to be more research funding for sociology research, which does look at all the connections between these networks, and there is a potential, like with our work, where we look at the different arguments and how the arguments might flow from one source to another. There is potential in that kind of research to see how sources of misinformation then proceed to influence. How do those messages disseminate? Often conservative think tanks are the originators. They're kind of the breeding ground of a lot of misinformation arguments, and then they get spread out through either influencers, social media, or through policymakers. So this is a very academic answer, like more research funding is required, but that's my kind of generic answer.
Okay, thank you.
I can speak.
Sorry.
Would you like me to speak briefly to the question of I guess, how we would go about answering whether there's that relationship or not? My work is in more the political transparency space, so I've looked more at the lobbying side. And some of my work has looked at internationally what would be best practice in terms of transparency. So there are some jurisdictions, Ireland and Scotland as well, where one of the sort of requirements is that if you are a third-party organization, if you're an industry association or a peak body, you have to disclose who all your members and funders are as part of that. So you couldn't just be, for instance, the Institute for Public Affairs, to pick just one Australian example here, or APIA in terms of the oil and gas space. You'd have to have full transparency of where the money was coming from. Similar to some of the conversations that I think other submissions have made about beneficial ownership of companies. So I guess there are ways, I suppose, we could modify and improve political transparency that would provide greater insights into some of those flows of money, whether or not they were international or from domestic companies and fundings.
Would you be able to perhaps on notice supply us with a bit of information around the Irish and Scottish levers that they use, and whether that applies to third parties that might be pushing astroturfing campaigns, for example? Thank you.
I'm happy to take that on notice.
Thank you.
I was just going to go to Senator McLaughlin, if you were...
What about Senator Canavan first? Would that be all right?
I'm very happy to, but just before I do, in relation to that question about the Ireland and Scotland, I mean, we saw an article recently in Australia where, for example, the Institute of Public Affairs said they don't disclose their donors because they have fear that they would, be targeted for publicity campaign or be attacked. Do you know if that's happened overseas? Is there any evidence that that is the case?
I missed the very beginning of that. I'm so sorry. Can you ask what they had been concerned about?
Yeah, so they said that the IPA said they were concerned about if they disclosed their donors that they would be attacked publicly. Do you know, is there any evidence that you've seen that kind of behaviour overseas?
I mean, there's, in research I did recently, we identified 27 different countries that had public lobbyist registers and sort of better political transparency in general around that. I'm not aware across those countries that it's led to broad-scale attacks. I think the general sense is that the governments and democracies and political systems have continued to function, political influence still happens. We still get undue influence. It's just more visible. And so we can have greater scrutiny around that, or perhaps opportunities to provide counter evidence if we're aware that perhaps that misinformation narrative might be promoted.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Chair, could
sure.
you get the research? Would you mind sending us the research that you just alluded to?
Yes, happy to send that through as well.
Thank you.
And I suppose, well, actually, yeah, I'll send that through, and I'll also send through the other paper that Transparency International did comparing the Australian ones.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. Senator Canavan, are you okay to ask questions now?
Yes, I am, Chair. Thank you. Look, I just wanted to go to your submission on page 5, bottom of page 5. You say that a key example of the latter, talking about this type of misinformation, key example of the latter is the South Australian blackout in 2016, where the then leader of the National Party and other ministers followed the suggestion of a journalist by misleadingly blaming renewable energy for the statewide outage, despite the advice of the Australian energy market operator. Now, I've got a ABC report here, which is from that time, from March 2017. Its title, its headline is AEMO, that's the Australian Energy Market Operator, AEMO releases final report into SA blackout, blames wind farm settings for statewide power failure. Are you suggesting the ABC was engaged in climate misinformation then?
I would have to look at the timing of the article and whether that came out before or after the facts were available. So,
It's a report from the 28th of March 2017. It refers significantly to the report. Look, I was heavily involved, so I might be one of the ministers you're referring to, but I was in Adelaide when it all happened and followed it very closely in the aftermath and got many briefings from on it. I can quote directly from their report where they say, this is the report that was released. I'll just give you the title of that report. Black System, South Australia, 20th of September 2016, published March 2017. That's contemporaneous with that ABC report. And their quote's a bit of a lengthy quote, sorry, but it's important to get the record straight on these issues. Their report says that as a number of faults on the
Senator Canavan, just a point of order. What are you referring to? Are you referring to the AEMO report, which I would have thought is the ground truth, seeing as they're the ones who did the analysis, rather than mainstream ABC journalist or some other type of report?
Sorry, Chair,
I'm now quoting from the AEMO report.
Senator Canavan, just a reminder to senators to take points of order through the chair. Senator Nanaraja, that wasn't a point of order. So, Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I'm just to be clear, I'm quoting from the AEMO report, the actual report that was done into the South Australian blackout, as I said, published March 2017, still available. I downloaded it this morning. Remember it well. As the number of faults on the transmission network grew, 9 wind farms in the mid-north of South Australia exhibited a sustained reduction in power as a protection feature activated. For 8 of these wind farms, the protection settings of their wind turbines allowed them to withstand a preset number of voltage dips within a 2-minute period. Activation of this precaution feature resulted in a significant sustained power reduction for these wind farms. A sustained reduction of 456 megawatts occurred over a period of less than 7 seconds. The reduction in wind farm output caused a significant increase in imported power flowing through the Hayward interconnector, approximately 700 milliseconds, very, very short amount of time, after the reduction of output from the last wind farms. The flow in the Victoria SA Hayward interconnector reached such a level that activated a special protection system that tripped the interconnector offline. That caused the system black event. Now, I'm just trying to establish here...
Sorry, I was just wondering if you've got a question. Senator Canavan.
Yeah, I'm getting to it. Sorry. Right. I'm just wondering, it's very clear that final report did blame wind farms for the black event that occurred in South Australia, yet your submission to us says that any such suggestion they did was misleading. How have you come to that conclusion?
So regarding your question about the ABC article and that, I'm happy to take that on notice, and if you could send me the link to the article, which I'm not familiar with, and happy to follow up with a more detailed answer.
Well, can I ask when you put the submission together, did anyone look at the actual ACMA report you referred to here?
Point of order, Chair. The witness has said that he will take it on notice, and rather than cherry-picking and pulling out an excerpt, it might be, wise to give the witness the benefit here and actually contextualise this in the full report.
He took the ABC question on notice, Chair, and I'm asking about the ACMA report, and it's a very simple question. Did anyone, there's a number of people listed on your submission, did anyone, and I'm happy to take this on notice, but did anyone themselves read the ACMA report I just quoted from before writing this claim and accusing my colleagues, and maybe myself, I was a minister at the time, accusing my colleagues of misleading the public?
Chair, the Senator Canavan is using language which, to my mind, is attacking our scientists. The very thing that they just called out a few moments ago, Senator Canavan, there's no accusation here. It is a statement written in a report.
Sorry. Can I just respond to this, Chair? It's not me who started this, Senator, with all respect. They have accused my colleagues.
It's not an accusation.
Hang on. You've made your point of order. I can respond to it. They have accused me in the submission of misleading the public, or at least my colleagues of misleading the public. I think I'm fair to ask them about how they came to that conclusion. And I'm asking a very simple question. Did anyone read or look at that report that I just quoted from that you used as a basis to attack my political party, my colleagues, of engaging in misleading conduct?
You've made your point, and let's let the witnesses...
Can I get an answer?
let the witnesses respond, please. Who would like to respond to that?
I'm waiting for that.
Well, I'll just repeat. Given that our report was written by 14 contributors, I would like to take that on notice and follow up with my contributors who...
I'm more than happy to take it on notice, but you've made a serious allegation about my colleague and my political party. I would hope that as university researchers you've got some evidence for it. As I say, I think it doesn't...
You've made your point.
Facts here. Now, well, as I say, Chair, I think I have a right to respond when my political party is attacking this way.
You're supposed to be asking questions.
Interference on the issue, which shows...
Taking it on notice, Chair. There's no need to use this as a platform for a tirade.
It is very, very one-sided.
You've got 4 minutes for questions left, Matt. You've got 4 minutes for questions left.
I'd appreciate no more frivolous points of order. So my point here is, if you can't yourselves not engage in misinformation in your own submission, how can anyone judge it? Now, I'm not trying to silence you. You can make whatever claim you like about me. The problem I have with the underlying philosophy of this inquiry in your submission is that who is going to police misinformation? When clearly you've made a misleading statement in your submission, as I've just outlined. We all make mistakes, that happens. But how can we rely on anybody to assess what is misinformation when you yourselves can't seem to adhere to the basic rules yourselves? Who's going to police this information?
Yeah, this is just platforming.
Is that a question to the...
Come on.
Sorry, is that a question to the witnesses, Senator Canavan?
Yes. Who's going to be involved with it?
Just platforming.
Who's going to do it when you yourselves have made mistakes?
Right. So are you claiming that was a misinformation or a disinformation?
Yes,
Senator?
I am.
So it was an inadvertent mistake.
I read directly from the report they quoted, or
the Uni of Melbourne report,
and it is clearly misinformation. I mean, I hate that term. It's just wrong. It's just wrong. They've made an incorrect statement. But
so Senator Canavan, could I just ask the witnesses to respond to that? So
I would love that, but I keep getting interrupted by yourselves and Senator Ananaja.
No, I'm just trying to get some order to this. And you've got 2 minutes left of questioning.
It's just confected.
Most of that time's been taken by others, but go for it. Okay.
So would you like to respond to that, John, or Jennifer, or Rebecca? You quoted from a report. Would you like to respond to that?
I've done a lot of talking, Jen. Did you, or Rebecca, did you want to have an answer first?
I guess
sorry, okay, sorry.
No, you're fine. John can probably speak to this better, or perhaps it's a point to take on notice. I do think the question of, I guess, policing and managing mis and disinformation is a very important one. Not my particular area of expertise, so very happy to take that on notice as a group. But I do think, I guess, in the preamble to our submission, there's the distinction between mis and disinformation, where mis is perhaps sometimes more benign accident. Certainly as scientists, we absolutely do make errors. We have to publish corrigendums and erratums and corrections in our own academic papers. But I think with the disinformation in particular, where there's that sort of malicious intent behind it, that I think is probably the one where I'd suggest it requires a bit more scrutiny and oversight, and perhaps maybe I can handball to John to speak a bit more eloquently on those two topics. Thanks.
I mean, I think that's actually a very good question about, like, how do you assess misinformation and disinformation? And so, like, one sort of working definition for misinformation is any arguments or information that conflicts with the best available evidence and experts. So, from that perspective, I think that content experts are a good person to or body to be assessing whether information is misinformation. But also we've done work on assessing the presence of misleading, like, rhetorical techniques and fallacies in misinformation. And so that's really a critical thinking approach. And that also can complement, I think, the fact-checking approach. That's a bit of a hand-wavy answer to the question, because I think it is a non-trivial issue.
Yes, well, I appreciate that. And look, as I said, Chair, I'm not asking a question, just would appreciate it. I just want to say thank you for looking into it. I'd love if you could look into that. I'm very well used to being attacked. I don't mind it. But yes, you're right. If we make a mistake, it'd be great if you could look at that and correct it.
Senator Canavan,
the relevant detail. Thank you.
There was also an assumption there in that statement that the scientists were attacking you, and I think they've made it clear it may have been an inadvertent mistake, and they'll get back to you on notice about that. So,
or maybe not.
Now, I might ask a few questions. Just to be, while we're kind of being philosophical here. I mean, how important is the scientific method to you as scientists, where your information is peer reviewed? When you put out publications, I'm about to ask you about your Disinformation in the City playbook very shortly, but how important is it that you have articles that are peer reviewed in terms of the trust that we put in you, the information that you produce?
Well, peer review is, as a part of the scientific method, it's necessary but insufficient. So it's certainly a crucial part of ensuring the quality of research, while not guaranteeing that all scientific research is perfect, of course. So I would characterise it as like a spam filter on steroids. It's just having experts review other experts' work is just a way to raise the quality of the work. However, that's just really one step, and we really become confident that scientific research is robust when it then goes on to become replicated by other scientists independently looking at it using independent methods. And when you start to get replication of a scientific result in combined with peer review, that's when you become confident that our scientific understanding is robust.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to ask you, I suppose, a personal question, John. And I don't know how long Jennifer's been researching this, but we established it's been a couple of decades for you. You've been quoted in a lot of submissions that the committee's received. How did you feel last week when you saw the US President stand up in front of the world at the United Nations and talk about climate change being the biggest con in human history? Was that difficult for you personally?
It wasn't a good moment, to be honest. What I think stresses me the most about that whole situation is not so much that statement. It's more the systematic structural things that are happening in the US, where, as I've said, and this is stuff that my own research has been looking at, we're seeing these persistent attacks on the integrity of climate science, trying to undermine public trust in science. But now it's what we've seen in the last, how many months has it been now? It feels like many years, but like 9 months or whatever. We've seen a systematic erasure of climate science. It's removing data sets, trying to even stop measuring of scientific data. And so that's just taken that attack on climate science to a whole other level. So the con speech at the UN was, it was, and also it was included attacks on solutions and a lot of misinformation talking points. But we've been seeing those for decades, but the systematic attack on climate science itself at a structural level, that's kind of unprecedented at the moment.
So here's a question for you then. Given your decades of research, did you think you'd ever see that happen, or did you think it was inevitable that the president might get elected on the basis of broader mis and disinformation and the networks that sow seeds of doubt on this as a policy area and as a challenge for the leader of a big nation like the US?
Maybe it's to my shame, but I didn't see it happening like this. I'm surprised as anyone, I think, to see just how emboldened the administration has been in declaring open war on climate science as well as other fields of science. They've certainly gone at a breakneck speed, and I worry about what the next 3 years will show.
So was it the Heartland Foundation, were they behind the 2025 agenda?
No, that wasn't Heartland. That was the American Enterprise Institute? I think they were the organisation that were behind Project 2025.
Now, back to your research. The University of Melbourne's Disinformation in the City response. It's a recent piece of work that once again has been referenced a lot in the inquiry, including by the Energy Infrastructure Commissioner who appeared earlier today, in regards to the relevance of misinformation around climate change and energy debate. Can you talk more about what inspired the University of Melbourne to undertake this research and the process you went through to create the report and deliver the playbook's key findings?
Yeah, I wish I could answer that in greater detail. Ika Trisberg was the really driving force behind that report. Jen and Rebecca, were you involved in the playbook? No, yeah. Sorry, I might have to take that on notice, and we can, if you have specific questions about it, I can pass that on to Ika, and she can follow up.
Okay. Well, would one of you be able to speak more broadly to your research on local government impacts of climate misinformation and disinformation, and whether you have any specific examples of kind of community impacts?
The one thing I can report, this is just secondhand from hearing Ika talk about her work, was just finding that misinformation, and in particular disruption at local government events like council meetings or whatever, disruptions which were fueled by misinformation were playing an increasing part in just making local city governments, just making it difficult for them to do their job to make progress. So I think that was one manifestation of misinformation. It was causing or motivating people to go to local council events and disrupt them.
Okay. Can I go back to you said you've done a lot of work on the US ecosystem, I suppose, of information integrity. Do you have any insights into the connections between the US think tank network like the Atlas Network and Australian organisations? Have you done any research in terms of the connections? I mean, the groups that we know have connections like the IPA say they're not funded by these international networks like the Atlas, and Atlas have also said they don't fund Australian groups. What are the connections between these organisations from your research?
My research hasn't looked into that, I'm afraid. I'm sorry, I can't give you an answer on that.
Senator Pocock, do you have any questions?
Not for this panel.
Right. Okay. I might go to Senator McLaughlin and then Senator Darwin. I'll come back to you, Chair.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm interested if anyone has done any research on the effectiveness of these measures. Let's just start with disinformation rather than misinformation. Is anyone able to assist on the panel? I mean, you could argue the disinformation campaign in Australia was not a success because of the election result, which is the ultimate result. You could argue that maybe at another level it might be successful with disquiet around, let's say, wind farm placements, but they're opposed by left and right groups, depending on your perspective. So, or is there any way you can direct me to looking at who's measuring the effectiveness?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a question that the research community, the people, the people I work with, we discuss this a lot ourselves, get into big academic fights about. So, firstly, I'll start narrow and then broaden. So my research discipline is psychology. So I tend to look at this at an individual level, and using psychology experiments, measuring the impact of misinformation, trying to measure what effects does it have on people as individuals. We see a whole range of negative impacts of climate misinformation. Not only the obvious stuff like reducing people's perceptions, reducing their acceptance of climate change, reducing their support for climate action, but it also, to me, the two most concerning impacts of climate misinformation is, firstly, it can cancel out the attempts to communicate factual information. So when people are presented with misinformation and factual information, and if they don't have the ability to discern which is which, then they just tend to disengage and believe neither. So facts can be cancelled out by misinformation. The other thing, which I think is even potentially more concerning, is that when people are exposed to conspiracy theories about climate change, that has a range of effects on reducing trust in institutions and even reducing civic intent, people's intent to get civically engaged, which I think means that climate misinformation can have this flow-on effect more broadly and politically. So that's, or civically. So I think those are some of the individual impacts of misinformation. But when you want to go from those measures to, is this actually making a difference in society now? Will it affect the election? Will it affect whether this policy gets through or not? That's incredibly difficult for scientists to rigorously work out. So it's rare that scientists can make those kinds of results just because of all the noise and confounds and difficulty in making those kind of conclusions.
Can I just move us, thank you for that. If there's any academic papers that would assist on that question, can I ask that you send them through to the committee?
Yeah, sure, yep, I'll follow up.
Can I just take us to misinformation, which is more problematic about the assessment of whether it's misinformation or part of the natural debate? Is anyone able to assist me? Because I asked this question before, whether the social media platforms are applying a particular test or burden of proof. I'm from a legal background. Are they applying on a balance of probability, or is it maybe not even that structured?
Well, I can only give you my anecdotal experience when I was working with Facebook. So I collaborated with them a while back on tackling climate misinformation. This was the utopian past when Facebook were doing anything about misinformation, which doesn't seem to be the case anymore. And the impression I got then was it was nowhere near as sophisticated as you would think that a big global corporation would be. Often it was just people in a room, like they would just hire people to scroll through posts and identify posts. They were very conservative about what they labelled as misinformation, and across the spectrum of climate misinformation, they were only labelling the really most obvious small subset. So even back then, it was very timid. I'm not sure what the word is, but they were very cagey in labelling anything misinformation, and I don't know if they're doing anything of that sort anymore.
Just to build on that. You know, the scientific consensus can change over time because science is constant evolution and challenge and change. Right? I'm not applying this to any specific issue within the climate debate. And how does the scientific community institutions, if you could reflect on this, put forward views which may adjust over time and then also retain the confidence of the public? Because, you know, obviously there's various views in science. You know, I'm thinking more of an ecosystem because the community is not always adept at understanding that within the science community there's a contest of ideas and then there is a consensus, and that's not always reflected in the public, the online public forum, if I could put it that way. Is it communicating better the way science works? Is it education, as you've suggested, to the consumer?
Yeah, I think that scientists could always do a better job in explaining how science works. I don't think there is a very strong understanding of it amongst the general public. Not that it's their fault necessarily. It's, you know, it's challenging, and there's a lot of information that people need to absorb. I mean, and it's true. Like the first thing that comes to mind when you talk about scientific consensus changing over my career, the scientific consensus on climate change has evolved. At the very beginning of my career, we published a study finding that there was 97% agreement amongst climate scientists that humans were causing global warming. A decade and a bit later, we repeated the study and found that it was 98.4% consensus. So it's been strengthening over time. But I think one part of, like, to follow up on your question, one part of explaining how science works is to explain that there are areas where there is strong understanding, such as whether humans are the main driver of climate change. And then there are the areas around the edges of our scientific knowledge where we're still trying to build understanding. And so explaining that science isn't a monolith, it's not just everything's understood at the same level, but some parts are strong, some parts are still being worked out. And in the case of climate change, the important thing for the public to realise is the parts of the science that are robust and strong are such as human activity driving global warming, are also what lead to us needing to act in order to, you know, reduce our CO2 emissions.
Given your, this is my last question, Chair. Given your particular area of study, which is on the individual and their reactions to information, is it a fair worry to say that the repression of controversy or dissenting opinions can also have an adverse effect because we have conspiracy theories coming from that? I mean, because if we act on misinformation by way of removing it, leave aside education and the other things that you've suggested, don't we then in the individual create concerns that their censorship has led to derived from conspiracy? I'm not coming from a particular perspective. It's just in some of my reading, one of the worries is, or concerns expressed by academics is, how do we moderate those two competing, removing misinformation, but at the same time not looking like the heavy hand of the state, and thus drives the individual's reaction of cynicism?
Yeah,
big question, so I apologise for my last question on that one.
It is a big question. It's something that, in fact, I'm going to probably defer to Jen, but let me quickly say that, yeah, I don't think blanket censorship is the answer either. And in fact, like we talk about education being part of the solution to this issue, and I don't even know if we included it in the submission, but one of the most powerful ways of teaching science is an approach called misconception-based learning, which is teach science by examining the misconceptions about science. So rather than trying to censor, you can actually tackle misinformation and the arguments that are try to cast doubt on the facts as a way to teach the facts. That's actually one of the most powerful ways of teaching science. So I think that misinformation, if you want to take a glass half full approach, can be an educational opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McLaughlin. I'll now go to Senator Darmanin.
Thank you. I'm not sure who this question is directed at. Hopefully one of you is able to provide some information. In your submission, you talked about the evidence that you found of fossil fuel funding behind astroturfing campaigns. So I just wanted to ask whoever was responsible for that part of the research to explain just a bit more, what you found and who some of the key players were in that, whether that's Australian or US or elsewhere.
I'm not sure that we do talk about it in the report, fossil fuel funding of astroturfing. Jen or Rebecca?
My expertise is more on the legal and regulatory side of things.
Okay, maybe if, my understanding is that the submission did. Perhaps you could take that on notice. Thank you. That was the only question I had.
Great. Thank you, Senator Darmanin. I might ask you then, Rebecca, while we've got you up on the big screen, you want to tell us a little bit, there's a good section in your submission on regulatory approaches to misinformation. What would you suggest the committee looks at? You want to give us a couple of your key insights?
Yeah, it's a really good question because at the moment in Australia, we sort of have a bit of a gap in our regulatory landscape. So we have these voluntary codes, which are non-climate specific, but they are trying to ensure that we've got social media platforms who've signed on to these voluntary codes to say that we're going to manage misinformation and disinformation a bit better. Problems with voluntary codes have been well known over time. We're unsure on their effectiveness long term. So that's the first point to make. We've got voluntary codes, unsure whether they're going to be effective in dealing with this problem. Second point to make on this in this space is we do have a really strong misleading and deceptive conduct regime in Australia. We've got the Competition and Consumer Act, we've got the ASIC Act. The problem with those protections that we have, which are really very strong, is they really only protect people who are actively involved in producing the misinformation themselves. So you have to be the person who has engaged in misleading and deceptive conduct in order to be successful in using those provisions. That's useful to address things like greenwashing, which we've seen quite a bit of litigation coming out in recent times around that, brought by our regulator, but also by civil society groups. But in terms of if you're a social media platform and you're putting misinformation and you're allowing misinformation to go onto your social media platform, those misleading and deceptive conduct provisions aren't necessarily going to address that because you as the platform are not necessarily engaging in creating the misinformation. You are merely perpetuating it. So there's a bit of a gap in our regulatory landscape. The question then becomes, well, do we actually then go down the route of introducing more stringent regulatory measures? And so because this is quite a new area, there's always questions around what is going to be the most effective regulatory approach. And I think you can look to other areas of law where we sort of move beyond just an information-based approach. So consumer law in Australia for the longest time was just about we need to provide consumers with more information and then that will be able to empower them to make better decisions. There are all sorts of limitations with those approaches. So now we see in our consumer protection regimes these more affirmative requirements on things like banks or other financial institutions to really take a more... So when, for example, you're applying for a loan, you have to make sure that the bank itself assesses whether or not the loan is unsuitable or suitable for your purposes. So that's a more reversing the onus approach to a regulatory issue. And you could apply that with a social media platform as well, around saying you have there's a reversing the onus of proof rather than putting all on the consumer to assess the quality of the information that is put to them. instead reversing it and putting the onus back onto the social media platform to actually provide more protection to these consumers.
So just, can you point out to any jurisdictions internationally where their regulatory approaches have evolved beyond voluntary agreements and have got the balance right between freedom of speech and expression and transparency?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I can take that on notice as well. My initial instinct is I think the EU has a really interesting new green claims directive, which I think is more protective. But I can take that on notice and provide more information on that.
This is a bit of a cheeky question, but it must be difficult for tech companies to not spread disinformation or misinformation if people are putting up articles from News Limited and your submission deals with the Murdoch, talks about the Murdoch press in some detail about the amount of disinformation on climate and energy that they have perpetuated over many decades. Do you think the media's also got a voluntary code for conduct? Do you have any analysis or insights into the use of media spreading disinformation?
So there are voluntary codes. I think I refer to in the submission to that I think is very specific to advertising, but I think there is a voluntary code that media outlets follow as well in terms of ensuring that they are evidence-based, fact-based, and they're required to abide by that. Again, these are voluntary codes, and there are the questions around whether or not that is sufficient and effective in terms of providing sufficient protection to consumers.
Okay. So, Senator, the Deputy Chair's got a follow-up question.
Yeah, hi. Just on the issue of social media and the platforms, it's evident that it's pretty hard for us to follow a money trail because it goes dark, right? We can't trace it back. But it is possible to follow the social media telemetry, to trace that back. And in your submission, you advocated for greater platform transparency and accountability, and you suggested that we should have broad access to platform data. Can you elaborate and tell us what that would look like?
So that was one of my other colleagues who contributed quite on that point. So I'm not sure if John or Jen, you had any involvement in that.
Because ultimately we're trying to trace this back to the source, right? And we can't follow the money, so the social media may be helpful, but right now we don't have any access to that data. And so I'm just interested that you've got this in your submission, which I think has merit. I just want to hear a little bit more about the idea.
Yeah, unfortunately I didn't write that part of the submission, but I can go back to my colleagues and look. John, do you know who it was who wrote that? Yeah, we can go back and...
One general level comment around that is that the EU has developed legislation around large data aggregators, so that would include some of these social media ones, and the premise there, and I can take the exact language on notice, but that's that they should make that data available to researchers for research in the national interest. And I could imagine things like democracy, transparency, government accountability, climate change would all be conceptualized as the national interest. So there's EU precedent to require them to make that available if you go through the particular hoops.
So that's interesting. I didn't know that. So the EU allow large data aggregators. Is that in real time or is that a periodic thing?
I would have to go through and reread the particular legislation. I was looking at this for an ethics project previously. My understanding is that it would be a probably retrospective access, and so it would be trying to get access to that data, so wanting to analyze Facebook or Twitter or LinkedIn or other large data collections for research purposes. It might be for other than research purposes, but that was my lens looking at it as an academic.
Could you perhaps take this on notice and perhaps ask the researcher who wrote this section to make a more fulsome, give us a more fulsome response, because I think it has some merit for us to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Canavan, did you have a question I understand you want to ask another question?
Yes, if I can, that'd be great. Just try to be quick. I just was going to refer to an earlier part of your submission that I was quoting from before. Let me just bring that up. Sorry, Chair, you caught me on the hop. But it was about whether or not the various solutions are an example of misinformation. So yes, in the first couple of paragraphs, in fact, in your submission, you state that the most credible form of climate misinformation targets climate solutions, for example, renewables mitigation policies, and this category of climate misinformation is especially persuasive to political conservatives. I mean, I want to be brief because I know we're pressed for time, but the problem I have is I've got this issue that look, science can tell you about the physical world, but you're almost suggesting here that the policies we adopt have to be consistent with science. But a policy choice is often a trade-off. In the real world, you've got to trade off things, whether it's access to energy, manufacturing jobs, environmental goals, of course. You've got to trade all these different things off. And therefore, it comes down to a values judgment about what you value more. We determine those values usually in a parliamentary democracy and representative democracy. I don't know. I mean, am I missing something? Are you saying that somehow scientists should be in charge of determining the trade-offs in different policy outcomes, different policy solutions, like how fast we go, the discount rates for future generations, I mean, how much should we prioritise the welfare of future generations compared to our own generation? All these things are very complex philosophical questions that I don't know. I don't, from my experience and I'm an economist by background, but from my experience, science can't actually tell you those things. They come down to much deeper philosophical questions that legitimate differences of opinions can occur.
Senator Canavan, I think Dr. Jennifer would like to respond. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
I'll do my best to respond to the really good philosophical question that I think about, I guess. Wearing my lens of trying to think, like, my research is about trying to ensure that government decisions are informed and fair, and it's about fair access to government. So I guess the open government partnership is, I guess, a good principle around this idea that I guess the concern for me in the climate change space as well as others is that often the people who have access to government, does not necessarily represent all of society. We often see, and the research will bear this out, that it's often large, wealthy business interests that have the best access to government. And when we're thinking in the climate change space, a lot of those businesses are going to have a vested interest in maintaining the status quo, which is, shall we, perhaps not the best for addressing climate change. That's a very glib, sort of high-level response, but I guess in principle, I think a good pathway forward would be to try to rebalance who has access to government, to ensure that we're hearing from the community voices and from the scientific voices so that, as you say, Senator Canavan, it's not just that we're hearing the voices of the science, but we're also perhaps right now mostly hearing the voices of the more powerful, vested, wealthy interests, okay. And communities deserve a voice too.
Okay, thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Chair.
On that note, that's exactly what this committee is trying to do, is to give everybody a say in this. So thank you. Thank you. Appreciate your very detailed submission and all the work you did across all your colleagues for this. We'll now go to the next witness. And I think I'll just let you get your... So I now welcome Mr. Jack Herring of Influence Map. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to setting committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yep, Jack Herring, and appearing as the Australia Program Manager at Influence Map.
Fantastic. Would you like to make an opening statement and then we'll ask you some questions?
Yeah, I would. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Influence Map's submission addresses the contribution of corporate climate policy engagement or lobbying to weak information integrity and the subsequent detrimental impact on science-based climate and energy policy making. InfluenceMap maintains the world's leading database for measuring corporate climate policy engagement, and our research has consistently shown how the integrity of public and political discourse on climate action has been undermined by organised lobbying efforts from vested interests, including via the dissemination of disinformation and misleading climate claims. This dynamic is amplified by Australia's weak lobbying transparency rules, which create an enabling environment for companies seeking to oppose science-based climate policy by helping them avoid accountability for lobbying for policy outcomes inconsistent with climate science or for contradicting the high-level climate commitments that they've communicated to their investors. InfluenceMap recommends that the committee look to address the issue of climate disinformation by considering several reforms aimed at enhancing transparency and accountability in the climate policy-making process, and very happy to elaborate on those in due course.
Great, fantastic. Look, I might kick off. One of the first things you've recommended in the introduction is that we adopt a unified definition of climate mis and dis. What is your view on that?
We would draw on the climate action and disinformation's definition of disinformation. So in line with their recommendation, we consider that misinformation be understood as misleading content that A, undermines the existence or impacts of climate change and the need for corresponding urgent action, B, misrepresents scientific data, including by omission or cherry picking, in order to erode trust in climate science or climate solutions, and then C, falsely publicises efforts as supportive of climate goals that in fact contribute to climate warming or contravene the scientific consensus on mitigation. In regards to some sort of follow-up recommendations, there's also opportunities to implement the recommendations put forward in the United Nations Global Principles for Information Integrity. And then secondly, also consider joining the Global Initiative for Information Integrity, which is established by...
My next question. Okay. So why are the UN Global Principles for Information Integrity important?
They outline some clear actions that non-government organisations and also government organisations can take to combat climate disinformation. So the 5 recommendations from the Global Principles relate to trust and resilience, independent, free and pluralistic media, healthy incentives, transparency and research, and then fifthly, public empowerment. And then in regards to the Global Initiative for Information Integrity, which was established by the Brazilian government, UNESCO and the UN, it's around establishing a dedicated collaboration among states, again, international organisations, to fund research and action that's going to be promoting information integrity on climate issues.
So that's the Global Initiative for Information Integrity on Climate Change. I understand Australia hasn't signed up to that yet. Why do you think that's important that Australia adopts it? And I also understand that'll be a topic of conversation at COP.
Yeah, you're right.
The next COP in Brazil.
Yeah, exactly. I think moving forward, if Australia is interested in establishing ourselves as a legitimate voice on climate action, with the recent publication of our 2035 target, it's a really important step that we start taking some of these initiatives to sign commitments, to sign principles that other leading agencies in other states around the world are already committing to.
I understand you mentioned it just a second ago that one of the key things underlying that is more research and funding around misinformation and disinformation and the impact it's having on climate policy and energy policy around the world. Do you know if anyone signed up to it already? I'm not actually sure who's actually... So we can ask the UN tonight.
Happy to take that one on notice. In regards to the Global Initiative for Information Integrity, I do know that the Brazilian government are sort of the founders there and have signed up. I'm not sure on other countries.
So you're the world's leading data provider on corporate climate policy engagement. How's this been useful in demonstrating how misinformation and disinformation shapes policy?
Yeah, thank you for your question. So maybe just a little bit of context on InfluenceMap's methodology. Yeah. So we maintain the world's leading database, as you mentioned, and this includes over 1,000 companies and 330 industry associations. Our methodology is based on a process of intensively tracking and scrutinising publicly available evidence of corporate climate policy engagement to then produce independent and objective scores and rankings for companies and associations. We utilise 7 publicly accessible data sources to gather evidence of an organisation's climate policy engagement, all of which are drawn from the UN Guide for Responsible Corporate Engagement in Climate Policy. Every item of evidence that we come across is then benchmarked against independent benchmarks from science-based benchmarks, which are drawn from the findings of the IPCC, as well as government policy benchmarks, which are drawn from policy proposals of governments mandated to implement the Paris Agreement. These benchmarks, importantly, are policy neutral in that we are not ourselves judging the quality of the climate policy, but instead simply assessing corporate positions against the stated ambitions of governments and guidance from the IPCC. This positions Influence Map in a really unique way to provide insights into the strategies and the tactics that companies and industry associations are using to produce and disseminate climate disinformation. Our research has consistently shown that the fossil fuel sector has employed a strategy of misleading climate claims and narratives to misinform the public and also shape policy outcomes in ways that are inconsistent with climate science. Some key examples of this in action. In 2022, Influence Map analysed the communication strategies of the International Gas Union, which revealed the industry's deliberate strategy to green gas through the use of misleading and regionally specific messaging strategies. And importantly, the documents that we analysed demonstrated the deliberate coordination across the sector on messaging and on narratives, noting that the strategy was developed in response, and this is a quote, to potential regulatory changes to tackle climate change that could impact the industry. And some of the key ambitions of the messaging strategies that the documents revealed were, firstly, promoting positive sentiment of gas amongst media and influencers, and then secondly, increasing the social acceptance of gas as a key part of the transition. And if I can just quickly speak to one other bit of research that we produced in July 2024, which identified 3 distinct narratives that the fossil fuel sector has leveraged at least as far back as we could ascertain to 1967 to undermine the transition away from fossil fuels. And the research found that all 3 narratives were misaligned with science-aligned policy pathways set out by the IPCC, and 2 narratives in particular, solution scepticism and affordability and energy security, were specifically grounded in misleading claims that misrepresent the climate impact of fossil fuels and also the viability of low-carbon alternatives.
Thank you. So just to note that you're a global think tank as well. How long have you been around for?
We were founded on the eve of the Paris Agreement, so back in 2015, so about 10 years.
Okay. Could you give us a little bit more detail about the origin of your founding? It seems to me that in a way, we're talking about influence networks across the US, for example, like the Atlas Network and other affiliated organisations. Is it your kind of role to look at how these other think tanks and corporations coordinate disinformation processes?
Yeah, so Influence Map is specifically related to companies and industry associations, so we're not looking at the analysis of think tanks and those sorts of things. Right. The organisation, I suppose, was born out of the understanding that lobbying and corporate climate policy engagement, as identified by the IPCC, is a key obstacle in the progress of climate policy and climate actions. And there was a key transparency gap in regards to what these companies were saying. Investors needed accurate information in regards to structuring investments in large companies. And I think in the Australian context, Australia's sort of loose lobbying laws and loose transparency rules provide an enabling environment for companies to avoid accountability for what they're really saying.
Okay.
I have some questions.
Yes, please. Yep. Thank you, Senator McLaughlin.
I'm just grappling with parts of your evidence because I noticed you put 2 case studies in there. I mean, are you suggesting that advocacy was the sole reason the decision was made in Victoria in relation to gas space heaters? No. So can you help me, or are you saying it influenced?
Yeah, just that there was influence there. I suppose our analysis allows us to reveal the sort of strategies, the narratives that companies are employing when they engage in policy. When we compare that and benchmark that against findings from the IPCC and other independent bodies, we can see that that's misaligned with what the climate science is saying. And we can then make suggestions as to how that's impacted final policy outcomes.
Now, the Victorian government is obviously no friend of mine, being a Liberal, but they would have sat there and in their decision matrix would have had a whole series of trade-offs. I think my friend Senator Canavan raised trade-offs. So and it's no surprise to me or anyone that the people that bring forward to market gas are going to advocate for that to be the best fuel or the best transition fuel. So I'm not making a judgment on the decision, I'm just the process. But I don't know if that takes me much further, because they may have decided that gas heaters had to stay or be delayed for a variety of issues rather than, and that may have been a very difficult decision for them, having been committed to climate change action. So where does your research take me in that context? Because for me, it doesn't take me much further. I appreciate that they may have made a decision which is not necessarily consistent with a view that fossil fuels should stay in the ground. But I'm not seeing that they may have been influenced in a negative way, given the trade-offs that they had to deal with, potentially.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question.
Yeah.
I suppose, from our perspective, what we're trying to say is that there's currently a transparency gap in regards to lobbying laws. Key there being ministers not disclosing diaries, lobbyists not being required to disclose activity reports, and then thirdly also only third-party lobbyists being required to register as lobbyists. What we try and provide with our data is a bit of a sort of step in regards to filling that transparency gap in the absence of further regulation. And from that analysis, from the examples of the narratives that these companies are using in their engagements, again, we can provide inferences and suggestions as to what the influence has been on the policy outcomes. Without further disclosures, we're sort of not in a position to, provide a definitive comment on how one company may have impacted a policy outcome through the use of one narrative.
Yeah, but from the perspective, I'm thinking from a regulatory perspective, I'm not pushing back on more disclosure. Is their decision of that government may be they may have de-weighted everything that came from that particular lobby group, right? And may have had to make that decision to keep people warm in winter. So I'm just grappling with the use I can take from your research, other than they may have lobbied heavily, they may be putting a particular view that some would consider misinformation. But at the end of the day, I'm grappling with how much I have no evidence that influenced in any substantial way the decision of a Victorian government, which is centre left or very left. What do I take from the research that's significant to drive regulatory reform?
Yeah, again, I think the key point to make is that.
Sorry, no, keep going.
The key point again to make is that our research suggests that these companies, these industry associations, are lobbying in ways that are misaligned with climate science. We're trying to encourage further transparency around that so that they're not able to avoid accountability for those actions or for sort of drawing back on their high-level climate commitments that they have made to investors. And in that absence of transparency, we're not sort of able to ascertain what those companies are doing and what they are saying.
But I could equally say, well, then we need to review our regulatory approach over their annual reports or their market disclosures.
Yeah,
as opposed to what happens in the cabinet room.
That is some of the recommendations that we do make there around sort of the mandating of climate transition plans in Australia's climate-related financial disclosures and things of that nature.
But but it's no surprise to anyone in this room that a fossil fuel company is going to recommend that they're the best option. So I don't have whilst I might disagree, it's in the public forum.
We're going to have to go to Senator Pocock.
But thank you for your...
Sorry, we only got 10 minutes left. Yep, Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I'm keen to pick up on this point from Senator McLaughlin around the, I guess, looking at the federal jurisdiction when it comes to lobbying rules, if you can call them that, and just how the current arrangements, how hard is it to actually map influence when we have the vast majority of lobbyists aren't actually considered lobbyists, they're in-house lobbyists, and they just kind of cruise in and out? What does that do for our democracy?
Yeah, no, it's an extremely difficult issue. In addition to the recent Transparency International Australia report that found that Australia's federal lobbying rules are the worst in the country, lagging all states on key measures of transparency. And again, those 3 key points being around ministers not publishing diaries, lobbyists not being required to publish and file disclosure reports, and then again, lobbyists, the sort of lobbyist register, only applying to around 20% of lobbyists, with 80% not being subject to the lobbying code of conduct. That is then amplified, this transparency gap, by the poor overall quality of voluntary corporate disclosures. Influence Map research does find that around 15% of the world's largest companies provide complete and accurate disclosures of their direct climate policy engagement. And when it comes to indirect advocacy, the standard is even worse, with around 90% not providing any meaningful disclosure of what their industry associations are engaging on, what they're saying. This transparency gap obviously then does enable companies that have a vested interest in obstructing climate policy, avoid accountability and avoid scrutiny for engaging in misleading oppositional lobbying. And again, it also allows them to avoid scrutiny from their investors for contradicting the climate commitments that they have communicated to their investors. And just a really quick example of this dynamic in play is Rio Tinto's engagement on Australia's nature positive reforms from last year. So just a quick timeline. In March 2024, Rio Tinto and a group of other companies privately wrote to the Prime Minister advocating for the government to rule out certain elements of the reforms, including climate considerations from the Act. This lobbying was not revealed until it surfaced through a Freedom of Information request in July 2024, from which point Rio Tinto's advocacy then faced intense scrutiny from institutional investors in the media. Then in October 2024, following this investor pressure, Rio Tinto formally updated its advocacy position on the EPBC reforms. And I think we can sort of presume that that is happening a lot more than this one isolated instance. And if there was, I think, greater transparency, greater scrutiny on what these companies are saying behind closed doors, then there'd be a lot of lobbying that wouldn't be taking place because they'd be exposed to investors, to the media, to more public scrutiny.
Mm-hmm. And are there countries that are doing this better than Australia? Like you mentioned, federally, we've had both sides of politics sort of making all sorts of arguments as to why they shouldn't release ministerial diaries and have more transparency around lobbying. Are we seeing other countries where this is actually better regulated and we do know, who's getting meetings, who they're meeting with in sort of timely fashion?
Yeah, we do. So just in the Australian context, obviously Queensland do a better job of requiring minister diaries being disclosed and lobbying reports being filed of activities. In the international context, the UK are currently consulting on the climate transition plans and sort of considering the mandating of sort of advocacy as a part of those. And I'll take it on notice in regard to specific countries from the EU, but the EU more broadly does have clear lobbying registers and lobbying databases that can be searched in regards to who's met with who, what positions have been discussed, etc.
You said that 15% of multinationals disclose their lobbying activities. Is that in Australia or globally?
That's globally. So Influence Map conducts assessments of the disclosures, comparing the database that we have on a company's climate and advocacy positions versus what they're saying they've engaged with. And our research does find that, only 15% of the world's largest companies, so all companies across our database, provide complete disclosures of direct climate policy engagement. And again, only 10 are providing accurate disclosures of their indirect policy engagement via industry associations. And these are indicators that feed into the Climate Action 100 Plus benchmark, which gets released every year.
And given we're seeing with the fossil fuel industry, them essentially implementing the tobacco playbook of, lobbying, sports sponsorship to try and buy social licence that is clearly dwindling, is there anything we can learn from past campaigns around tobacco that are applicable and would actually help us out here in having more transparency to see what's going on?
I think, again, it just comes back to those sort of 4 recommendations around sort of lobbying reform. The key principle, I think, being in Australia at the moment, jumping on the opportunity of, the committee may be aware that Treasury is currently consulting on best practice voluntary guidance for corporate climate transition plans. This does include a requirement or a suggestion, a recommendation that this includes a company's advocacy, lobbying positions, engagements with governments. This is still planned to be voluntary. There's a clear opportunity for Australia to sort of seize the opportunity and mandate these under Australia's climate-related financial disclosure regimes. Doing so would position Australia as a global leader in climate information disclosure, restoring trust, transparency and effectiveness in the net zero policy-making process, and whilst also then simultaneously providing investors with reliable information, enabling effective stewardship and helping align capital with a sustainable future. And I think in the absence of these sorts of regulations, these types of plans will continue to be selective and will continue to be patchy.
Mm-hmm. And just finally, I know we're running up on time. In your work, where do you see the, I guess, state-linked actors, Russia, potentially other petrostates, in driving and seeding mis and disinformation online? Have you looked at how that's playing out?
Influence map is not sort of, due to the lack of information, we're not really able to cover the climate policy engagement issues in Russia. And so our analysis is more specific to Australia, the US, the EU. I guess
my question is how they potentially are influencing or seeding mis and disinformation here to try and slow the transition.
Again, I sort of appreciate the point. Influence Map is probably not well positioned to comment on that due to our focus just being on companies and industry associations. I would sort of more personally agree that this is happening, but from a sort of more professional perspective, not really in a position to comment on that.
Thank you, that's good to know. Thank you, Chair.
Great. Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Canavan?
Yes, thanks, Chair. I'll just go to part of your submission. I'll just get the page number for you. I've got page 7, I think it is, on your submission. At the top of it, you say that Influence Map's follow-up May 2024 analysis revealed that the government's finalised future gas strategy recycled several inaccurate industry narratives that were employed by industry to promote a prolonged role for fossil gas through to 2050 and beyond, contradicting science-based policy guidance from the IPCC for achieving climate goals. Are you saying there that the current government has engaged in climate misinformation then, given that's their gas strategy?
No, we're not. We're just saying that our analysis identified these narratives being employed by companies in their engagements with governments. And then again, that the finalised strategy did remove mention of the need to reduce fossil gas demand and avoid excess supply, both of which were flagged in the government's initial consultation. And our analysis did show that both proposals received significant pushback during the consultation process.
Yes, but the government, my reading of the government's gas strategy is that it sees a continuing role for gas to 2050 and beyond. I mean, if I take your submission in a whole, and you do have other quotes here suggesting that's inconsistent with IPCC, that policy decision of the government, is that misinformation, if you like, that we don't, in your submission sort of indicates we don't need gas to 2050 and below, and any suggestion otherwise is misinformation. Is that right? Is that am I reading the submission right?
Sorry, would you be able to repeat the question?
You say in your submission, I've got other like on page 5, you've got some tables there about solution scepticism, and you've got a quote from the IPCC saying that meeting the ambitions of the Paris Agreement requires phasing out fossil fuels from energy systems. Obviously, the government's decided not to do that, and in the future gas strategy, you've suggested here in your submission that such a view is inconsistent with the IPCC and therefore misinformation. Is that correct? Is that what you're suggesting?
Sorry, you just cut out for that very last element of the question.
Right, okay. So are you suggesting that the government's view that gas should still be in the system beyond 2050 is misinformation?
We're not suggesting that the government's view is misinformation. I would suggest that the future gas strategy is misaligned with what the IPCC say in regards to a future role for gas in 1.5 and 2 degree decarbonisation pathways. Our analysis is suggesting that by employing those narratives that we outline in the submission, the companies and industry associations are engaging in disinformation.
Okay. Okay, it seems like the government's accepted those views. Just moving on. Just above that table, on that page 5, you talk about solution scepticism and affordability energy security narratives promote misleading climate claims. If someone was to suggest that phasing out fossil fuels is unachievable, is that then solution scepticism? Is that misinformation?
No, it sort of, I suppose, depends on the data, the specificity, the exact nature of the claim. Our analysis focused specifically on the claims that were leveraged by these companies in their engagement on this particular issue. Again, Influence Map orient our analysis in findings and the guidance from the IPCC. We then benchmark what companies are saying as a direct comparison against that guidance. And so it's not ourselves making personal assessments of what might be classified as non-science aligned engagement. It's a direct comparison from what the IPCC is saying versus what these companies are saying on those policy issues.
So I've got a quote here from Tony Blair. Tony Blair was quoted a couple of months ago saying that these are the inconvenient facts, which mean that any strategy based on either phasing out fossil fuels in the short term or limiting consumption is a strategy doomed to fail. Is that misinformation?
No, well, again, yeah, I would say that Influence Map looked to orient our analysis in the climate science, and as we compare company positions and industry association positions against what the climate science is saying, that then allows us to make suggestions as to what might be classified as disinformation and not disinformation. And I think there's also been a lot of, I don't have the statistics here, but a lot of useful analysis done from groups like the International Energy Agency, CSIRO, which Gen Cost reports have consistently found renewables to be the cheapest form of renewable new energy build-out. So it's not just the IPCC. There are a lot of other independent bodies that are putting out research that would sort of conflict with a lot of these claims that industry are making.
Senator Canavan, we've got to go.
Very confused. I've just got one more question.
Yeah, one more.
One more question. So you do get very confused about that then. But where do you get your funding from?
Sorry, where do we get our funding from?
Yeah, how are you funded?
Yeah, again, we're philanthropically funded. I don't have a list of funders, but we do disclose this on our website, and I'd happy to take that on notice and provide that information.
Do you get any funding from the Sunrise Project?
As far as I'm aware, no, we don't get funding from the Sunrise Project. But again, we provide a list of funders on our webpage, and I'll be happy to provide this to the committee.
All right, if you could take that on notice, that'd be great. Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Is there any, does Senator Darwin have any questions, or we're good to go? Okay, well, thank you for your submission and your evidence. It was most appreciated. So the committee will now suspend till 5 o'clock, and then we'll come back for our next witness, which is the Climate Social Science Network. direct Professor Christian Downey of the Climate Social Science Network. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Christian Downey. I'm a professor in the School of Regulation and Global Governance at the Australian National University and a member of the Climate Social Science Network.
Would you like to make a short opening statement, Christian, and then we'll ask you some questions?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to present in front of the committee today. Our submission by the Climate Social Science Network, I think, provides detailed information on climate misinformation and obstruction, and perhaps I'll just highlight briefly 3 points. The first is, as we show in our submission, there's accumulating evidence around the world that efforts to address climate change have been blocked, prevented, delayed, in part because of the work to obstruct them and in part because of our failure to understand that obstruction and overcome it. And the second point is that there is a network of organisations that exist to influence the public, influence the media, influence political arenas like our parliament to stop or reverse effective climate action. And in our submission, this is not just oil, gas and coal companies, it's also trade associations, think tanks, PR firms and others. And a key practice of these organisations is climate misinformation. And the final point I'd make is that in our context, there's considerable evidence of these practices going on in Australia since at least the 1990s. Many of these types of organisations, like well-known trade associations, have been involved in these types of practices, and in our submission we provide kind of historical but also contemporary examples. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Senator Pocock.
Professor Downey, thank you for appearing at 5 p.m. on a Monday, and thank you for your work. Just broadly, could you sort of summarise what climate misinformation looks like in Australia in 2025?
Yeah, of course, Senator. Well, let me start a little bit by the history and then jump to what it looks like today, because I think the history of climate policy failure to some extent in this country is a function of efforts to obstruct, to block climate policy. I think a lot of those efforts have come unstuck because of coordinated campaigns by organisations like the Minerals Council of Australia or the Australian Industry Greenhouse Network, the firms that these trade associations represent, and I should say their self-proclaimed title as a greenhouse mafia, which we know that was the words they used back in the 1990s. And numerous studies have detailed their influence back from then to today. So we know that they've done a good job, I guess, of influencing decades of government decision-making policy, whether it was to try and block a carbon tax in the 1990s under Paul Keating's government, refusal to ratify the Kyoto Protocol, the abolition of the carbon price. Each of these instances, we've seen many of these organisations play a very influential role. And these practices continue today. So many of those same organisations are still out and about, lobbying in the halls of Parliament, funding social media campaigns, television campaigns. The strategies have been refined, but many of these same organisations continue today, and I think we've seen it in the debates about greenhouse gas targets just the last week.
And over that timeline, have you seen a clear pivot from denial to delay, or is there still a little bit of denial in there?
I think the short answer is there's still a little bit of denial in there, but there has been a change in how these kind of discourses have been framed. So in the past, we've seen most of the efforts being on denying the scientific basis of climate change, denying that it's induced by human activities like burning oil, gas and coal. Today, particularly since, say, 2015, since the Paris Agreement, a lot of the focus has been on, and I know you heard from colleagues at Melbourne University earlier today, and we cite some of their research in our work, about how the discourses have changed. There's a lot of focus of undermining the solutions and claiming that renewable energy doesn't work or that wind turbines kill whales, these types of things. So we're seeing a shift in the strategies and the discourses, but the underlying intention remains the same, which is to delay action on climate change.
And how effective is that sort of questioning of technology, or sort of, I guess, just throwing out different, trying to throw spanners in the works?
Yeah, I think, look, as a social scientist, it's notoriously difficult to try and, reach very robust conclusions on the effectiveness of one particular strategy. But I think we can safely assume that one of the main reasons that we're failing to implement perhaps climate policies that are consistent with what climate scientists have been calling for is because of the activities of some of these organisations. It's not the only reason, but I think it's a key part of the explanation.
Mm-hmm. And what role in all of this do PR firms, ad agencies play?
Yeah, I think that's a really important question. So we tend to focus on corporations like oil, gas or coal, to some extent trade associations, but there are all these other types of organisations that sometimes are referred to as enablers. And the PR public relations industry and some of those firms are key examples. To give you just to give you one illustration of how important this is globally now, we saw, I think 2 years ago, the United Nations Secretary General call out PR firms and in his words, called on them to stop acting as enablers to planetary destruction. So we're seeing a lot of movement here in the United Nations. But what we did with a colleague, Robert Bull at Brown University in the US, is we looked at how much trade associations were spending on public relations. You can get tax information on these entities in the United States. And we saw hundreds of millions of dollars going to firms like Edelman, one of the largest public relations firms in the world, being funded by Exxon, Chevron and others to run these types of campaigns. And so just to give you a very brief bit of information there, we looked at, and I can talk more about this, but we looked at about 90 trade associations in the United States that worked on climate change issues over a decade. Now, the numbers here are kind of staggering, but they had revenues of $25.6 billion. They spent about 13% of that on politics. So US $3.4 billion being spent on political activities over the course of a decade, 2008 to 2018. Of that $3.4 billion that was being spent on politics, more than 2/3 was going into public relations. So more than lobbying, more than political contributions, 2/3, $2.1 billion, I think, was going into public relations. And we've got footnotes there in our submission. So I can give examples of where that money went, because in the tax returns for trade associations in the United States, they have to provide like line-by-line contractual level data, so you can actually see how much money was going to Edelman or how much money was going to a particular public relations firm. It's a long way of saying that these firms are very important in this story.
And is a lot of that spend around social licence?
I think for trade associations that's correct. They have a particular role to protect the social licence of their industry, to protect the reputation. I did interviews with many folk in Washington DC that work as lobbyists, and I think one of the things they note is that trade associations, unlike firms, I remember one interview referred to them as the tip of the spear. So a firm like BP, I'm just talking hypothetically here, they might not want to be seen running a campaign against renewable energy, but they might be happy to pay another organisation to do that on their behalf so that they're one step removed. So trade associations can do a couple of things. They can help do positive image stuff for an industry, but they can also run negative campaigns and allow firms to say, look, that wasn't us.
Have you looked at, in your work around social licence, this sort of bizarre situation we have now, where you have fossil fuel companies who are not marketing direct to consumers sponsoring sports teams?
Yeah, I think so. This is one of the things that we talk about in our submission. We talk about the different tactics and strategies and tactics that organisations use. And I think we kind of, there's different ways you could separate them out, but one of the long-term strategies that these organisations use is to try and create the kind of, I guess, social legitimacy for their industry to operate long-term. Obviously, if your industry is thought more positively in the community, it's going to be easier for you to manage a crisis or to lobby and so forth. One way to do that is to fund a whole range of cultural and other organisations, museums, charities, sporting teams. We know, thanks to, I think it was a report by the Climate Council, that firms like Woodside, Santos, Origin have funded or sponsored the NRL, rugby, AFL, the Fremantle Dockers in Western Australia. Is often controversy around Woodside sponsorship. This is done deliberately as one part of laying the groundwork of socialising the reputation of these industries, of these companies in our society, which makes it easier for them to go out and do other things.
And just finally, I think I'm coming up on time. Earlier you mentioned enablers of, I guess, policy that is not aligned with the science of 1.5 to 2 degrees. And I'm interested in your view on something like the Coalition's gas-led recovery, Labor's, the current government's future gas strategy, they call, which clearly isn't aligned with the science. But how does that enable, and where does it fit in this? Has that been influenced by these actors to not be aligned with the science, and is that now being used, I guess, by those? How do you see that fitting into all of this?
Yeah, I try and see it through the lens of what drives these players. So firms and trade associations, they're driven by their commercial interests. Their commercial interests are to sell as much of their product as possible and to stop a phase out or anything. So they're constantly advocating for policies that ensure that their products can be sold for as long as possible, because that's how they make their profits. And they continue to lobby for, policies that ensure that they're able to do that. To what extent they have influence over any particular policy, I can't say. That's not something that I've studied, but we do know that they have a deliberate strategy to shape policies, to shape public opinion, to shape the media in ways that allow them to maintain their commercial interests. I should say, of course, lots of actors in society do that. I think what's different here is that we know that some of the products that they're selling are warming our planet and are having devastating consequences around the globe, and including here in Australia.
Well, thank you, Chair.
And they knew about it too, according to the US bicameral inquiry over in their parliament. Senator, Deputy Chair. I should say.
Thank you, Chair. Professor Downey, I just draw your attention to this nice graphic in your submission, Figure 1, which is very interconnected, a lot of nodes, a lot of players, looks like a web. I noticed that it's also from the United States. Have you got comparable data from Australia, or are you working on something similar here? Are you mapping this out in Australia?
Yes, a good question. So, that document or that figure was put together by a colleague, Robert Brawl, at Brown University, who's also a member of the Climate Social Science Network. And I think, as you rightly point out, it's a representation of what this network of actors looks like in the United States. I think there would be some variations here if we were to do it the same type of figure for Australia, but many of the same actors are in play. So many of the same corporations, of course, these are multinational corporations like Exxon or something, same corporations, similar trade associations, think tanks and others. I think the flows of money would look a little bit different. The role of media might look slightly different, but we'd be talking about largely the same organisations engaged in the same activities. And we know this because we know that the political playbooks of these organisations are often copied around the world. We know, for example, that think tanks are members of global networks like the Atlas Network, where they share ideas. Multinational companies obviously share government relations advisors around their operations. So I would assume there'd be a lot of similarity to what's represented in that figure to what we would see in Australia.
Are you actively working on mapping the Australian landscape?
Me personally, not in its entirety like that at the moment, although I do continue to work on climate, political and energy issues, including in Australia.
And just with regards to astroturfing, because, this is relatively new and we're trying to shine a light on this so that we can better understand where this all traces back to. What can you tell me about some of the astroturfing campaigns in Australia? Who are the actors behind them?
Well, look, I think we know from some of the international evidence that a lot of astroturfing is done by public relations firms. They're one of the key enablers of this. So PR firm...
I didn't know that.
Okay.
Please elaborate.
And I should say, when I say we know, I mean not that it's in the literature, I guess. So in the scholarly literature, there's considerable evidence that firms employ trade associations, or trade associations then go and employ public relations firms to do a whole range of activities, polling, focus groups, these types of activities. But one thing that they also do, not all of them, but we do have examples of them running what's known as astroturfing campaigns. So this is essentially creating fake community groups to show support or opposition for a particular policy or issue. Perhaps I'll give you one classic case from the US, and then I might reflect a little bit on Australia. I mentioned Edelman, this large public relations firm, one of the largest in the world, which has done a lot of work for fossil fuel clients. this is perhaps one of the more egregious cases. In 2012, ahead of the US presidential elections, when Obama was running for a second term, we saw this alliance of organisations and individuals come out known as Energy Citizens. And they ran a campaign titled I'm an Energy Voter. The campaign involved newspaper ads, television ads, radio ads. And in the television ads, you would see average Americans on TV saying, I'm an energy voter, I support, energy security, more oil and gas. You could go to a website called voteforenergy.org. There you would see information about different candidates' positions. So on the one hand, you would look at this and go, okay, this is interested Americans in this issue campaigning around energy. But actually what it turns out was that this particular campaign was organised by Edelman. It was funded by the American Petroleum Institute, who is funded in turn by Exxon, Chevron, Shell, BP and other organisations. They paid for actors to appear in those ads. They weren't ordinary Americans, so to speak. The website, of course, everything was set up by Edelman. When we went and looked at that tax data from the American Petroleum Institute to Edelman during the years of this campaign, which was 2011, 2012, we saw the American Petroleum Institute alone had paid Edelman $120 million US on contracts for public relations. Now, I'm not saying all of that money went to this campaign, but clearly this was one of the things that money went toward. Now, we don't have as good financial evidence of how this plays out in Australia, and it's not an area of my personal expertise, the astroturfing here, but I know in some of the other submissions there is increasing evidence, and I've a colleague, Professor Timmins Roberts, who I gather you're hearing from tomorrow from Brown University, will be able to speak to some of the campaigns against offshore wind, for example, where I think the practices aren't identical, but we're seeing these types of astroturfing campaigns. They vary, but that's one example of how they play out, and we've seen some things like that in the lead up to the most recent election here.
So it's a tried and true playbook, which has been tested overseas, particularly in the US. And is there any reason to believe that this isn't now being tested here in Australia, or do you think that the learnings have already come across?
No, I believe those types of campaigns are being run here currently.
Okay. Do you have any evidence?
Point to some of the other submissions that I was reading. It's not something that I've researched personally, but I know that in some of the other submissions, and I won't speak on behalf of them, but there are examples detailed there of campaigns, including around offshore wind.
So just again, where is the money coming from and where is it going? If you could just walk us through that.
So in Australia, unfortunately, we don't have the same disclosure and transparency practices that we have in the United States. So, for example, as a researcher, if I wanted to know where the Minerals Council of Australia, where the Business Council or others were, what their revenues were, what their political expenditure was, I can't access that information. It's not available. I think that's one thing that we recommend in our submission is it would be great to improve our disclosure practices in this country so that they mirror some of our allies in other Western liberal democracies. That would help us to be able to answer some of your questions. My assumption or my hypothesis, again it's a hypothesis, would be that some of that money is being funded from organisations and corporate interests that seek to benefit from the delay of climate policies or the delay of other technologies like wind, which might threaten their commercial interests if they're interested in coal or gas.
What are the risks to democracy here? How does this distort democracy more broadly?
Yeah, I'm glad you raised that question because although we're focused on climate misinformation here, this is so important right now in the context of what's taking place around the globe. So obviously misinformation really can, I guess, undermine the links that underpin our democracy. And what do I mean by that? Well, political leaders are only going to understand the intention of voters, their electoral behaviour, if there's a clear, robust public debate based on facts. When we have misinformation, it erodes that link between voters and their elected representatives. And that threatens not just our potential to solve problems like climate change, but you name it, healthcare policy, defence policy, whatever it is. To the extent that misinformation undermines our public debates, undermines our capacity for elected leaders to know actually what voters want, then that's a real risk to our democracy, to the resilience of our democratic institutions.
And what are the political affiliations of these groups, either in the US or here? What's your research and observation been?
just if I may clarify, and when you say like political affiliations, you mean?
It's up to you to answer.
Okay. Well, I don't think there's any research looking at, are the heads of these organisations members of different political parties, for example. I'm not across that type of research. I think you could broadly say that many of these organisations are perhaps on the conservative side of the political spectrum, but I think for the kind of corporate organisations that I'm talking about, they provide political donations to all sides of politics. Governments from different persuasions come and go, as everybody knows. So their aim really, although their commercial interests might be more closely aligned with the policies of a particular party, their political playbook is to make sure that they have networks with everyone that could potentially be in government or be, in the US context, a particular senator that might have a say or might run a particular finance committee and so forth. So if you look at political donations data, you'll see that these organisations donate to both the Democrats and Republicans, and I'm sure that is the same here. But as to their individual political affiliations, if I'm interpreting your question correctly, I can't say.
But then there's also a stream of money which is flowing to these enabling organisations, which is pushing an agenda which may be more aligned with a conservative side of politics,
I would
particularly in
agree
the
with
US.
you, Senator.
Is that right?
Yeah, I think that's a fair assumption.
Okay. I did have one other question, and I might have to come back to it.
Yep, certainly, Michelle. I'll just ask you a few, Professor. You've talked about the Atlas Network and you make a reference to this in the submission. Can you tell us a bit more about that? I mean, how many members do they have? I've seen some different numbers. Do we have a rough idea? Like, do they publish that kind of information? Is it easy to determine how many entities are part of the network?
Thank you, Senator. I'm just pulling up our submission here. I don't think in our submission we have a complete number, although I do think that information is available. So I could take that question on notice. I know there's other researchers that have done work on that space and have detailed the Atlas network in more detail. But we do, I think, and I think I'd take this question on notice, that there's certainly in the hundreds of think tanks spread around the world. Most of them have a kind of, I guess, neoliberal free market agenda. They touch on a whole range of issues, climate change being one. And as you'll see in our submission, these are institutions like the Heartland Institute in the United States, the Free Market Foundation in South Africa, Global Warming Policy Foundation in the United Kingdom. We have many here, of course. The Institute for Public Affairs is a member in Australia. But as to their total number, I can take that on notice.
So I presume there who you refer to in your submission as the integrated network you call the denial machine, they're part of that?
Think tanks are one group.
One group, and you outline the other ones such as PR firms and others. You mentioned Atlas, they're a key driver behind internationally coordinated efforts associated with climate misinformation and obstruction. How do they coordinate? Do we know enough about them to know how they coordinate? I mean, I know Atlas responded to the last Senate inquiry that looked at offshore wind, saying they don't fund any groups in Australia, but how do they coordinate with Australian groups, for example?
So these organisations, and I'm talking broadly here, these organisations can provide funding, but there's other types of support, and I think the evidence from some of the anti-offshore wind campaigns are indicative of this too. There's financial support, but you can also provide communications support, you can provide legal advice, you can provide administrative support. There's a range of support that you can provide, and I think these many of these networks, they share money, but they also share information, they share political strategies, they'll host workshops, they'll provide a platform for different speakers to come and question the science of climate change. I think in our submission we note, groups like the Institute for Public Affairs here in Australia have for many years provided a platform for speakers to come and question the integrity of climate scientists, the integrity of climate science, despite the overwhelming evidence to the contrary. So that's one way that they do these types of things.
No, you go.
Professor Downey, there's a mention in your submission around the communities that were targeted in the US. Or can you give us some insight into which communities, what is the profile of these communities, for example, in the US that would have been targeted by these campaigns, either through third parties like PR firms or astroturfing campaigns, and what can we draw from those learnings to here?
Mm-hmm. Well, the way these political kind of playbooks are used is these organisations think very carefully and they think long term, and they would map out the various arenas and levels that they might operate in. So what do I mean by that? Well, they will have particular strategies to target parliaments. They'll have particular strategies to target local community groups, to target the subnational level like California and so forth. So if you're talking about a local community, perhaps you run a coal mine or you run a particular plant in a community, and so you might do some of the things that Senator Pocock was asking about. You will fund local sporting groups there, you'll fund local community groups, you'll try and make sure that you have a social licence to operate in that community. And what that allows you to do is that when something goes wrong or there's a scandal or an oil spill or something, that kind of provides you a baseline reputation to go then and engage on that. So you would expect to see communities where, say, fossil fuel industries operate to be providing significant grants to local groups, to be very visible there. And then you expect very different strategies if they were targeting political leaders and so forth, where it'd be much more direct lobbying and contributions. So the strategies, there is a kind of typical playbook, and they vary depend on which community, to use that word more generally, or which constituency they're targeting.
We'll have to go because we've only got 20 minutes. Your submission makes reference to your forthcoming book, Climate Obstruction, A Global Assessment. Can you give us a short overview of the key findings or the arguments you're making, or is it any different to what's in your submission? Can you tell us a bit about the process for writing that book?
Yeah, thank you. So the book, which will be out in a couple of weeks, published by Oxford University Press, is really a synthesis of all the existing knowledge we have about climate obstruction around the world. So we bring together, I think it's about 110 authors across 25 countries to synthesise the latest peer-reviewed evidence of what we know about who is spreading misinformation, who's engaging in climate obstruction, and we look at it in North America, Europe, Australia. Some of the key findings we've outlined in our submission, but just to highlight a few. One is that it's not just about climate denial anymore. It is about these other kind of forms of misinformation, like questioning solutions like renewable energy, like inflating the potential costs of taking action on climate change. That's one finding. Another one that I would highlight is historically we've known that oil and gas and coal companies have been central to some of these misinformation and obstruction campaigns. But what we highlight in the book is actually it's not just those industries and it's not just those organisations. We see utilities, we see the transport sector. So, for example, in this country, we know that trade associations here and car makers like Toyota ran a big campaign. This was leaked in the Sydney Morning Herald a couple of years ago. A big campaign to try and delay the fuel efficiency standards that were being proposed by the Labor government. So it's not kind of just the usual suspects. There's a whole range of organisations across the economy, and then there's other groups that help them, like trade associations, public relations firms, think tanks and others. They're probably two of the key findings, but there are more in there.
Last question for me before I go to other senators. You're a social scientist and you're a network of social scientists. How well understood do you think it is in a country like Australia or even the US that this denial machine exists and is a coordinated, integrated movement, to use words from your submission? Personally, I've been in politics for up to 14 years now, and when I first looked at this myself, I thought it was a conspiracy theory. But it's the more I look at it, the more it seems to be based on a lot of evidence, including research such as your own and your group. But do you think the general public understands just how coordinated the climate obstruction process is, even to the point where we've got a president now who's openly talking climate obstruction at the UN?
I think the scale of the problem, or the scale of the effort, surprises all of us, even those like myself that are researching it. I mean, just to think that trade associations alone in the US are spending $3.4 billion US, and we know from political science research that firms spend more on politics than trade associations. So if trade associations are spending $3.4 billion, we can be assured that firms are spending a lot more. So I think we're only scratching the surface. We know a lot more about some of these activities in Europe and North America. We know a lot less about how these activities play out in Australia. So, yeah, short answer is I think we're scratching the surface. There's much more to research, but there's an overwhelming body of empirical evidence now about these actors, about the financial flows. And, of course, we have testimony, on the record. We cite in there some of the earlier books written on this topic in the 1990s of Australia, in the 1990s in Australia, where organisations speak openly about the role they've played. Their self-proclaimed title is a greenhouse mafia, which is their words. This is executives in cement, coal and other industries. So we know that it's taking place here. We don't know the entirety of the scale of the problem, but I welcome inquiries like this to shine a spotlight on some of this dark money and these concerning political activities.
Ironically, from the Coal Rove handbook, projection personified, blame, accuse other people or other organisations of what you're guilty of, and then retreat behind that position. The conspiracy theories out there about the WEF and the United Nations and climate control scams, it all sounds kind of like it's someone's seeded these conspiracy theories as good cover for what we're actually seeing in the climate, the denial machine, as you call it. And I'll go to Senator Canavan. Have you got some questions?
Yes, I do. Look, just first though, Chair, wanted to raise a point of order. The previous witness said that he wasn't aware of any funding from the Sunrise Project. I've just checked his website. The Sunrise Project is listed. It's only one of 18 funders listed on the Influence Map website. So could I suggest the committee contact that witness just so he could correct the record? Wouldn't want to leave a misleading sentiment on the Hansard.
I'll check Hansard, Senator Canavan, but just I think he said he'd take it on notice, so I don't.
Well, I think a statement like that seems so clearly misleading should be corrected as soon as possible.
Actually, no, that's not. You're accusing a witness of misleading the Senate, which is a serious accusation.
As I said, Chair, only if it's not corrected as soon as it's finished. I think we should correct the. I think we should. I thought you would be as Chair.
You got your moment,
and making sure the record is correct. I've sent the details. It's very clear that
I think you should. I think you should withdraw
I'm not doing that.
Senator Canavan, I think you should withdraw that statement that you made that the witness was misleading the Senate.
I said, no, I didn't say that, Chair. Now you're misquoting me. I said it would be misleading if it wasn't corrected as soon as possible. That's what I said.
He said he would take it on notice. Okay. Do you have a question?
That's all I said.
Do you have a question?
Yes, I do have questions. I wanted to start with this idea that the trade associations and what have you are influencing politics. No doubt they're involved in politics. And you mentioned a lot of other industries, but one you haven't mentioned, what about renewable energy companies? Have you had a look at their funding of political campaigns?
Thank you, Senator.
Particularly through trade associations.
Yes, thank you, Senator. So in some of the peer-reviewed research we did on trade associations, we looked at, I think you might recall earlier in my testimony, we looked at about 89 trade associations that engaged on climate change issues. And so included in that, we looked at trade associations from the renewable energy industry as well. So these are organisations that represent solar, wind, geothermal and otherwise. So they were included in the sample of US trade associations.
Right. But we haven't done that work here in Australia. Is that the same as for the other trade associations?
Yeah, so the disclosure and transparency practices here don't allow us to replicate that US study in Australia.
Right. I mean, they're clearly very large players here. During the campaign, the Smart Energy Council did a very, I think, discredited figure of $600 billion cost for nuclear. And that got more prominence than the other examples that have been put forward to us today. Are you suggesting, you have suggested more transparency, are you suggesting the same transparency rules should be applied to the likes of the Smart Energy Council as per the Minerals Council, etc.?
Yeah, look, I think an appropriate way to go about reforming this would be to ensure that particular types of organisations would have the same disclosure practices. So whether that's all trade associations or think tanks or others, irrespective of what their position is on any one issue, that those organisations should be, if we're requiring one to disclose that information, I think I would agree with you, Senator. We would require all of them to disclose that information, and that's precisely how some of these regulations work under the tax code or the IRS code in the United States.
Sure, okay, that's good. Just moving on though, you have mentioned in your evidence, and I think I read in your submission as well, that you're concerned that the climate misinformation has undermined support. I'm just wanting to know, have you looked, I mean, in my experience though, that support for climate action is much, much more undermined when promises don't come true. So you know, there has been promises that we would get cheaper energy investing in the like of things of wind and solar. Now, that hasn't happened in our country. I'm not aware of it happening in any country in the world. So doesn't reality ultimately bite rather than just marketing? I mean, isn't that also an issue here? That we're seeing this seemingly international globalist people have suggested a shift away from radical climate action, but the problem has been too much promises made and not enough delivery.
Senator, I think as you'll see in our submission, our research, and I'll hear, and while I'm here, I'll just talk about our research. Our research
Sure.
is focused very much on the actors that are seeking to obstruct climate action, that are seeking to misinform public debate. So I wouldn't be in a position to explain particular policy outcomes in Australia, other than to note that there are particular organisations that have undertaken political activities to try and slow down and block climate policies around the world, and that includes here.
Yeah, look, obviously there's multiple factors, but then your research can only bear on part of it then. I mean, the other point I want to make here too is I'm a bit concerned that any sort of regulation of misinformation itself undermines trust, and we've heard here today there's a lack of trust, and I live in a regional area which is being pocketed by wind projects in particular. There's a lot of lack of trust, and I personally felt we saw during COVID when there was attempts to suppress views, to censor the wrong views, we actually end up with less trust. We now have much lower vaccination rates, for example. So have you had a look at that around the world, that if you try and suppress alternative views, ironically, you can actually increase their salience?
Yeah, I think just refer, I guess, to earlier in my testimony, I think one of the things that we were supportive of was greater transparency. I think if you improve the transparency and the disclosure, that improves trust in democratic institutions. I think if you go the other way, that creates problems. But look, the most concerning thing, and this is why I very much welcomed this Senate committee, is that we do know that misinformation campaigns are detrimental not just to our capacity to tackle climate policies, but other policies as well. And as other senators on the committee have pointed out, they pose a risk to the resilience of our democracy. I think that's particularly concerning, and that's why I very much welcome this committee.
Sure, that's fair enough. I mean, look, in my experience, I mean, you if you go around accusing people of being conspiracy theorists, of dabbling in misinformation, they're not going to come onto your side. They're going to entrench their opposition, right? And I also just wanted to, you mentioned that, and I just want to clear this up, because I think you mentioned that fossil fuel companies sponsor a local football team, get involved with the local community, and there was a suggestion there that's somehow nefarious. Now, maybe you could put that spin on it, but if I could humbly make a suggestion to renewable energy companies wanting to do things in my community, it is a community I live in, they could probably take a leaf out of that book. That does actually, there's something good about that too. But if you're going to invest, if you're going to destroy lots of bushland, which you do when you build a major wind factory, they're massively destructive. If you're going to do that and change people's landscapes, change people's lifestyles, there is a quid pro quo there that's needed for any major development, that you invest back in that community. Is that a fair point? Like, I'm just trying to clear up, are you saying that any attempt to do that is nefarious in and of itself, or part of that should just be good corporate behaviour in any town?
This is the last question, Senator Campbell, and then sure, Senator McLaughlin will finish us off with the next 5 minutes.
I think a key distinction here is that some industries, particularly fossil fuel industries, sadly produce products that are heating our planet, that are creating serious economic, environmental effects on our society. And we know from climate scientists that we need to phase out fossil fuels as quickly as possible, and we need to transition where we can to technologies that will enable us to decarbonise our society. And renewable energies allow us to do that. They're safe, they're secure, and we know, thanks to government modelling, including by our foremost scientific body, the CSIRO, that they're a very cheap form of energy. So I think that's an important distinction here, Senator.
Okay, Senator McLaughlin.
Thank you. I just want to come to that concept of resilience of democracy and effectiveness. Now, if I understood the response to a question from Senator Pocock, you're unable to assess, or there hasn't been sufficient research to assess its effectiveness of all this activity. Is that correct?
I think, as I said to Senator Pocock, it is difficult in a quantitative fashion to assess the effectiveness of different strategies on particular outcomes.
Just to build on from Senator Canavan, if I take into account all that activity, or even the IPA, as a Member of Parliament, I know all that potentially occurs. And I'm sure the ministers do too when they're making the decisions. So I'm just trying to grapple with what the response should be, leave aside other than increased disclosure, because that has other positive benefits for democracy. So I'm not pushing back on the disclosure submission. But this, you could argue, and I'm grappling with it, that this is part of the natural life of the body politic. It always has been in a democracy, and it's for all voices to fight for the attention of the Parliament, and it's our job to shift the wheat from the chaff. So I'm just putting that proposition, not in a critical way, but try to tease out the trade-offs in this debate. And I'll give you an example. The IPA, yes, they're very against climate change, but I know they exist. I know they have that opinion. I just don't agree with it. Help me as a senator.
Well, thank you, Senator. I think that the issue here is that a robust political debate, particularly in a democratic society where that's very important, should be based on facts. And so when you have organisations in society that are putting forward claims that are clearly contrary to the scientific evidence, to the facts as we know them, then that is concerning, and that can undermine public debate and make it harder, particularly for the public and others, to make the types of adjudications that I think, as you're suggesting, are very important. So if we can ensure that our public debate is based on facts rather than misleading claims, I think we're going to have better policy outcomes and a more robust democracy.
If you look at the body politic, we've created a climate change authority to effect be an arbiter, for example, of fact. But also, in an economic debate, they're not necessarily facts, there are views, depending on how you calculate outcomes, take into account future events, even a standard net present value calculation can have multiple variables. So in an economic debate, it's hard to get fact. Have you factored that in? It may be a fact that there's less whales in the ocean. It may be a fact that we're overfishing. But when you're dealing with advanced and sophisticated energy policy, even amongst those that support climate change action are in disagreement. So I'm just trying to, where do we draw the line between what is misinformation and active contested debate?
Well, I think when there's claims being made that are clearly misleading and contrary to the facts, you mentioned wind a moment ago, we know that wind farms do not kill whales. And so when we see claims that there's all these stranded whales on the beach because of wind farms, we know that's not true. We know that's misleading. And so we should be concerned about those types of campaigns. You mentioned economic modelling. It's also a key strategy of those organisations that have sought to obstruct action on climate change is to commission modelling that uses assumptions that are very tenuous at best to inflate the costs of solutions. So they will commission reports that suggest that renewable energy technology is 5 times the price of what it is. This isn't new. They've been doing it for decades. It's part of their political playbook. But it does, kind of dilute the quality of public debate around these topics. I think we need to rely on independent expertise like the Climate Change Authority that you mentioned earlier, because we know that these are trusted sources of organisation. A key distinction here is some of this modelling is done by independent authorities. Others is done by consultants and others that have a commercial interest and have had a terms of reference and assumptions set to produce a particular outcome. They're quite different products, and I probably wouldn't see them as like for likes.
Yeah, but there's a lot of different products out there, even those that come in good faith. Anyway, I'm going to finish there to allow...
Thanks, Chair. I would like to make a comment, though, just that we've had 20 years of virtually no climate action anywhere around the world. It's being reversed in the US. I've been around the country and seen our reefs, which are bleaching off the west coast, off the east coast. I've seen the algal bloom, the Dead Sea off South Australia. I think we are way past urgency on climate action, and that's why we need a much more robust view of exactly what's holding it up. So just my personal statement. Thank you for indulging that little rant. Thank you for your evidence, Mr Downey. Or Professor Downey, I should say. If we have any questions on notice, we'll put them to you. And I now call, it being 5:45, I now call Dr Elisa Morguera, United Nations Special Rapporteur on Climate. I think we have online. And she's also the Rapporteur on, I must say, human rights as well. She's on? Okay. Welcome, Dr Morguera. Thank you for being here with us this evening. If you just give me 1 second, I'll get my... I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. In particular, that parliamentary privilege does not extend to giving evidence outside of Australia. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yes, good evening, colleagues. My name is Elisa Morguera. I'm the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the promotion and protection of human rights in the context of climate change.
Thank you. Would you like to make a short opening statement to the committee, Dr Morguera, yes, and then we can ask you some questions?
Yes, thank you so much for this opportunity. I've spent 2 of my thematic reports focusing on the paradigmatic importance of public access to information on climate change and human rights. This is essential for the protection of all human rights in the context of climate change. And unfortunately, we have a now significant body of independent research, both from across different sciences, that have documented decades of deliberate and long-standing and varied efforts by the fossil fuel industry to exercise undue commercial influence on the production of science, on democratic debates, even on international decision-making processes that misinforms and disinforms the public and decision makers on the causes of climate change, the necessary priority solutions to climate change, I think also offers alternative solutions that deprioritize and confound the public debate about where necessary funding and public decision-making should be directed at. And as a result, my assessment is that those activities in and of themselves worsen climate change and worsen the multiple impacts of climate change on human rights. They violate our right to information, to science, to education, and to participate in public processes. And in and of themselves, particularly over that long term and to the point of complexity they have arrived at, they prevent effective protection of all human rights that are negatively impacted by climate change.
Thank you, Dr Morguera. I might just start by asking you: were you in New York last week for the UN meeting?
Yes, I was participating in New York Climate Week events, not at the UN, but around the UN.
Thank you. It was obviously widely reported here that President Trump made a statement that climate change was the biggest con in human history. My two questions on that are, look, given your role and what you've been working towards, how did you personally feel when you heard that? And secondly, was there other positive things that came out of the UN meeting around other countries' commitments to climate change?
So climate science, which has been independently assessed through the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change over decades, is unequivocal that climate change is happening, that is humanly provoked, and that the main cause of climate change are fossil fuels. But this is only one area of science that provides this clarification. We also know from biodiversity science that climate change is happening. It is undermining the life-supporting systems on our planet. And health science from across all the discipline of medicine is indicating how climate change, and particularly fossil fuel-related activities from cradle to grave, as a very recent report has confirmed, is negatively impacting every aspect of human well-being, in fact, every single organ in our body. And it is not only contributing to climate change, but also making the impacts of climate change worse by damaging nature and the contributions of nature to the regulation of the climate, damaging our food systems. And all of this has an additional impact on human capacities for resilience in the context of climate change. So the fact that climate change is happening and it's humanly induced, it's provoked by our human activities and in particular fossil fuels, is an undisputable scientific fact, and unfortunately is becoming a reality for so many people in their lived experiences across the world, increasingly also in developed states. But in many regions of the world, we have recorded catastrophic climate impacts for over a decade. So, of course, there are so many governments who are truly and deeply committed to climate action, to meaningful climate action, particularly those that have been most affected, including in your own region. And they are very committed to advancing the phase out of fossil fuels. Many states here in Geneva, when I presented my report on the human rights imperative of defossilizing our economies, have supported the report, including some of the historic producers of fossil fuels. So I think there is a significant majority of states who have also declared before the International Court of Justice in the advisory proceedings that on states' obligations on climate change. They clearly recognize the science and recognize the urgency and the legal obligations that are existing across several areas of international law to mitigate climate change and in particular to prioritize the phase out of fossil fuels.
Thank you. Could you tell us, was the UN's Global Initiative for Information Integrity on Climate Change on the agenda last week? And can you tell us more about that and why it's important?
So I wasn't involved personally in the activities of the initiative, but I've been following it at a distance. I've learned about it. And I think it is really important to call attention to the fact that information, as I said, accurate, trustworthy, science-based, and accessible information is a precondition for states, for any public authority and at any level, from central to local level, to be able to fulfill their duties to protect human rights from foreseeable negative impacts from climate change. And I really underscore that foreseeable because now for several years, multiple international human rights experts have documented how climate change is impacting our lives, our health, food, water, cultures, and is even causing increased exposure to human trafficking, to slavery and child labor. So the impacts of climate change have been extensively documented and for the most part are very much foreseeable. And that information and also what we're doing right and what we're not maybe doing so well in our responses to climate change needs to be made available to the public, needs to be brought together by governments across sectors and levels and needs to be the central basis for decision making. And any attempts to undermine the content and the accessibility of the information, as I said, are in and of themselves very serious violations of human rights in the context of the planetary crisis in which we are.
Thank you. And I understand the upcoming COP in Brazil for the first time will discuss climate misinformation, disinformation, climate integrity. Is that the case? And what does that look like in terms of the agenda?
So the Brazilian presidency of the COP has appointed a special envoy on climate information integrity. And again, this is an effort similar to that of the UN Secretary General to prioritize and emphasize the importance of that action. I don't think the agenda of the COP as such is changed because, of course, that is not just in a decision of the presidency, but it's a decision that states make together. But there are all and every decision to be adopted by the COP needs to be, I think, cognizant of the fact that we have significant work to do, both to prevent further climate disinformation and obstruction. And unfortunately, even the very participation within the COP has been documented over time as allowing for an outnumbering of lobbyists from the fossil fuel industry compared to, for instance, representatives of the governments of the states that are most affected by climate change. And this is now a well-set trend. But in addition, I think there are what states need to do and the UN needs to support them in to do is to undo the harm that has already been done by decades of climate disinformation. So really proactively address and prevent the conditions that have allowed for climate disinformation to become such a worrying issue that such high-level initiatives are being undertaken, including by the Brazilian presidency of the COP.
So the high-level initiative at the COP, including a session on climate disinformation or obstruction, reflects how serious this issue has become in the UN's view. And
how cuts across, all attempts to progress on action on climate change and effectively protect human rights.
Do you believe it's one of the biggest obstructions to global climate action?
It is definitely one of the biggest. And just because it has made public debate so complicated, even for experts who work day in, day out into this area, even for well-informed members of the public, it is an extra effort to navigate through climate disinformation and misinformation. It is an effort to even get to discuss, be that in the climate negotiations at the national level, even in other international processes here at the Human Rights Council, or in the plastics treaty negotiations, it's an effort to even put fossil fuels on the table. And so that just shows how much of an impact that climate disinformation and undue commercial influence has, that we're not able to talk, even put on the table for having an open conversation, the main cause of the planetary crisis we're facing.
Thank you. I'll go to the Deputy Chair, Senator Nana Roger.
Thank you, Ms Margera. Could you, just following on from that line of questioning, perhaps elaborate on what was the motivation for the UN elevating the issue of climate counter-narratives to the COP? Were you lobbied by, for example, the Global South or developing nations or those nations that really have the most to lose from a changing climate? Or what was the general motivation?
I mean, the general motivation is a response to the independent scientific assessments. So academic research, which is now a well-established body of academic research, as well as of course, decades of independent investigative journalism and other research initiatives, including by parliamentary bodies that have provided a full understanding of the length, so the decades-long efforts, and also the multi-pronged efforts by the fossil fuel industry to misinform and exert undue commercial influence on public debate. So it's a response to evidence, and I should really underline how every single state stands to lose, and in fact is undermined despite their own resources and advancements in technology and other resources, to be effectively taken into account and complying with their international obligations relating to climate change, relating to human rights, as the International Court of Justice has amply clarified in their advisory opinion, in the context of climate change, because of the level, degree, persistence, and viciousness of some of the playbook of the fossil fuel industry in disinforming and obstructing climate action. So it's in every single state's interest, and for every single public authority out there, this is an incredible challenge. And the means used by, most recently, including reliance on social media and the long-standing collaboration with PR and advertising companies, of course, make that additional areas where we need specific action by public bodies to prevent those foreseeable and fully researched patterns of disinformation.
You've alluded to some of the tactics, I guess, used by certain industry players, fossil fuel companies. Can you perhaps elaborate on how, what they do? What's their strategy at a global level? Who are they targeting? And what do they have to gain from this?
Yeah, well, so there have been multiple strategies that have evolved over time. Climate scientists have been a target. They've been attacked, smeared, discredited. In some cases, whole careers have been severely undermined by intimidation by fossil fuel companies. But also there's a whole series of actions relating to funding, academic research that would be biased in the interest of fossil fuels. That is also been very well documented to the point of being discussed in an editorial, I think, in the Science Journal. On top of that, there are attacks, including lethal attacks against environmental and climate human rights defenders. These are members of society who are concerned about climate change, who are seeking and sharing truth based on the science that is available, and the number and severity of attacks against them, including lethal attacks, is growing. We're also seeing an increase in misuse of judicial systems to again silence and oppose environmental human rights defenders. And once again, all states have obligations to effectively protect environmental human rights defenders, which includes journalists and climate scientists, and contribute to a public narrative where they are recognized as effectively defenders of all of our human rights, of everyone's human right to a healthy environment, to life and health in the context of climate change. And there's still more. So there's that collaboration with the big tech industry to use very obscure value chains in the context of social media, advertising, and AI-generated messaging that expands climate disinformation. And what I understand from most recent research is that as opposed to being a loss of profit, I guess, or an investment of profit for fossil fuels to invest in all these activities on climate disinformation, there is now ways to make it a profit-making and profit-sharing agreement with social platforms, managers, and AI-related content developers.
Do you think that this is a coordinated campaign? Do you think it's reached that level of maturity designed to manipulate public perception globally and then in locations specifically?
Yeah, I mean, I think the pattern of behavior is so codified in a way. We've mentioned the playbook, and I think, it has been compared to the tobacco companies' playbook, so very similar tactics. And again, for some of the carbon major, I think there's, again, a track record of decades of actions that have led to climate misinformation and disinformation. And I think ultimately what we're seeing is this conduct proves an irreconcilable conflict of interest with public decision makers who need to protect people from climate change.
And given the sophistication of this network and the coordination on multiple different actors and how they all I guess, rub each other's backs and profit from it, particularly social media companies and those platforms. How do we actually go about combating these campaigns?
Yeah, so there's several measures that have been identified. For one, for instance, prohibiting advertising and sponsorship related to fossil fuels would be a really important step. We have some evidence from the City of The Hague where the ban on advertising has been in place for a little while, and the Secretary General has also supported that initiative. Requiring transparency of funding for research in universities. It's also essential disclosing funding and any other professional ties in participation in any public debates, including all the way to climate COPs and other relevant UN fora for any participant. So disclosing any ties to the fossil fuel industry and not allowing that participation or over-participation. These are also very, in a way, very direct, immediate steps. The other would be working with and supporting with funding, with public support, the research centers and the environmental human rights defenders who are focusing their own activities on climate disinformation in very creative ways. Just this week in New York, Replay book has been launched with a set of best practices about how to use AI on land activities, as well as other engagements to effectively counteract climate disinformation. And so I think it's really important for public authorities to support, to fund, to also share publicly how crucial this work is for all of us and for the protection of everyone's human rights in the context of climate change.
And given your vantage point, do you have any insights into the Australian context?
No, I haven't had an opportunity. Of course, I'm very happy to remain in touch and provide advice if that is welcome.
Is it conceivable that those international coordinated campaigns have reached our shores? Or learnings from that?
I think they've reached, I think they are worldwide.
Yeah.
As far as the...
Yeah, okay. Well, what? And my final question is, we haven't really talked about in this hearing of the strategy of pre-bunking. I wondered if you could maybe, this is where we sort of, before myths or counter-narratives are propagated, people are, given some information that might help inoculate them in a way from some of this stuff, or at least help them understand that they may be manipulated by actors who are not who they think they are, not authentic voices. Have you given some thought to what that could look like at scale?
Yeah, I mean, I have made specific recommendations about this in my report on defossilizing. There's a whole section called defossilizing knowledge. And so because we have that extensive research on climate disinformation, I think there is a duty for public authorities to educate the public and inform them about that decade-long efforts of climate disinformation, on what it has meant for people's human rights, that they have been effectively, their rights have been abused by this conduct, and crucially also to provide at the same time as complete an understanding of the benefits of a fossil fuel-free life and health. And so really there's a dual aspect to that, I think, priority action the states need to take to inform the public and education across all ages as well around both these ongoing efforts and more severe efforts to disinform, and also what is the science-based information about the role of fossil fuels in climate change, in protecting our health, and the priority climate action that we need to take.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Morgera. I'll now go to Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to start with, I think you're also the International Rapporteur on Human Rights. In that respect, I just wanted to get your views on the issues of slave labour in the manufacture of solar panels. There's been a number of concerns that particularly companies in China producing solar panels have been using slave labour in the Xinjiang province. I believe the United Nations have reported on this themselves. I didn't find in your submission, has the UN done some work on that, about removing slave labour from renewable energy supply chains?
Yeah, so my mandate is about all issues related to climate change and human rights. I've just published a new report, which is called a human rights-based approach to the energy transition. This will be discussed at the UN General Assembly in a couple of weeks, and it includes a synthesis of all the documented human rights issues in the context of renewables and critical minerals. And unfortunately, it's true that we have documentation of slave labor use in renewables production, as well as other human rights issues related to safety of workers, negative impacts on the environment, or the human rights of nearby communities. This is not unique to the renewable sector. Unfortunately, it's an approach to extraction of natural resources and production that we find replicated across all productive systems. And of course, it's not necessarily something that should prevent our progress in working towards a renewable-based economy, in fact, 100% renewable-based economy. But what is important is that we are aware of those human rights violations. Again, they are predictable. The applicable norms are very clear, and they've been clarified over decades in the context of, say, the logging, agriculture, any other extractive activity, mining. They're the very same pattern of human rights violations. And I think what's really important here is that many countries are excluding renewables projects from environmental impact assessment and public consultations. And while this is motivated by a desire to accelerate our transition to a renewable-based economy, I have advised governments against and rather apply our regular environmental and human rights standards, because this is where, through those processes of prior assessments and public participation and deliberation, that we are able to rely on all the available science to ensure environmentally sustainable renewables and equally to address any human rights violations that may exist along the value chain.
Well, thank you for that. I might come back to that. I fully support what you've just said. But just to further the initial line I had, is there some kind of database of, I suppose, particularly solar panel manufacturing companies where the concerns seem elevated? Is there some authoritative list of companies that we should avoid as Australians? I know the Biden administration did list a number of Chinese solar manufacturers. I'm not sure. I'm not aware of the Australian government doing the same. Is there such a list?
To my knowledge, I don't think so. I know that for instance, the Danish Institute for Human Rights has recently produced a guidance with more specific indication of where the risks are in the value chains relating to slavery and also other human rights issues. But I don't think, I haven't at least come across other initiatives. And I think that is a matter maybe for states to work together and develop that, or request, say, the Office of the High Commissioner to develop that work. That could be a good initiative.
Well, I might just segue to your point about the environmental planning laws. There has been a suggestion by an organisation called the Productivity Commission here in Australia that we should do that we should relax environmental regulations for renewable energy projects. You've obviously said that's of some concern to you. We have a number of projects in my area, near where I live, that are destroying koala habitat and endangered species. Is that something we should be very careful about, relaxing restrictions that do actually do damage to the environment in the pursuit of protecting it?
I think the point is that we have enough science, including, at the nexus of climate, nature, food, water, and health, to guide public authorities in developing renewables projects in ways that would avoid or minimize damage to biodiversity and to related human rights. We have the evidence, and so doing away with the legal and democratic processes we have to ensure that all the evidence is brought together and assessed in licensing renewables projects like any other project is essential. So, and again, what I've been arguing with, I guess, throughout my mandate is that while we need to prioritize that transition to renewables, we have to do it well. We have, again, enough evidence about where some of the proposed climate solutions have not been effective because they have sorry, I'm looking for the word. They have not fully taken into account existing science beyond climate science, so biodiversity, health, science on water cycles, for instance, that would allow to adjust measures and make sure they can achieve multiple purposes. So contribute to renewables production, but also protect nature, food, water, and human health.
Senator Canavan, I've got to go to Senator Darmanin now for her questions.
Okay. All right. So if there is time, I've just got one more question. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Darmanin.
Thanks, Chair. Really just one for me. Earlier you, in your evidence, you referenced, I guess this is the flip side, you specifically referenced our Pacific neighbours, but also some other states in Europe that are very supportive of, the need to address climate change. And I mean, obviously in the Pacific, outside of the existential threats that they face as a result of climate change, I wondered if you had any additional observations around the activities and responses in those places to climate conspiracy theories that have resulted in different attitudes or the impact of what we've been hearing are, a multinational approach to the influence of climate denial and delay, if that question makes sense.
I hope so. I hope my answer will satisfy your question. I think one thing I would point to, what I found personally most effective in this, and I think it is so important for countries who have not yet been bearing the brunt of climate change, but where we are still having significant impacts, particularly for parts of the population that find themselves in most vulnerable situations, either geographically or because of health conditions, age, or other reasons, including marginalization, to really rely on health science. Human health science is so powerful, I think, to fully understand both the negative impacts of fossil fuels on, all our lives. As I was saying, all our organs in our bodies are affected by fossil fuels, from extraction all the way to waste management. And these impacts are intergenerational. They even affect babies before they're born and their mothers. They affect future generations because of the environmental harm to our soils, our water resources, like toxic pollution that would last and is not being cleaned up. And so I think, to me, one of the most effective approaches, and it has been supported also by this kind of movement of experts across civil society, is really framing the climate action and also the importance of of action against climate disinformation as a matter essential for everyone's health, and understanding how human health is very much linked to effective efforts against climate change.
Thank you. That's very interesting. And are there any particular countries that you would point to in terms of a good approach to, the general public's understanding about impacts on health and the like that we could look to?
I can't think of one off the top of my head, but I think there are very good resources that can be used. As I was saying, a really important report has been published. It's called From Cradle to Grave, and it brings together health experts from across the world and from different disciplines, from respiratory diseases, cardiovascular diseases, of course, child health, women's health, and all their findings point to the very same direction. And I think every person around the world would be well served by being informed about this and really understanding how their well-being right here, right now, is so negatively impacted by climate change, in particular by fossil fuels, and how they then, would be interested and would also be demanding from their governments even more to have meaningful action against climate disinformation and in terms of climate mitigation and adaptation that is built on that health evidence.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator. Dr. Morgira, I understand some member states have put up funding for research around climate integrity of information. Could you tell us a little bit more about that? Do you expect other countries to join the global initiative and contribute funding towards more research?
I think that would be a good idea. So my understanding is that the Secretary General Initiative has just launched or recently launched a call for research contributions. And that is because some of the evidence we have is mainly been developed by researchers in the global north, and we have certain gaps about research in the global south. There's also other, I think, specific gaps that they have identified. And I think that, having full understanding of the problem and the impacts in different countries is, again, of everyone's interest. Because, of course, climate change is a problem also of international cooperation. We're all dependent on what happens in other countries. For important also bilateral partners such as Australia, it's really crucial to understand how climate information is shared with other countries and making sure we have a meaningful, trustworthy evidence base to decide where development cooperation and other forms of cooperation, including climate finance, can be directed to, and not waste any of that public money into directions that are not helpful but are being pushed by climate disinformation and misinformation efforts.
Okay. How influential are state actors in the field of climate disinformation and misinformation? And will that be part of a global cooperation that will be discussed? Doesn't seem to, or influence campaigns around climate change, for example, don't seem to fall into any framework here in Australia that I've found anyway. Hopefully the committee will look more at that. But is this something that's being taken seriously by governments around the world?
I think that the significance of the problem and that importance of giving it priority and take multiple steps, proactive steps, both to prevent further disinformation, but also to dismantle the legacy of climate disinformation over a decade, is not yet, I think, so central in climate action by states individually and collectively. And this is why we have those initiatives, including by the COP presidency. So it will be important for it to become, for more states to take action, be leaders, ideally in this area domestically, but crucially also be leaders in developing forms of international cooperation or contributing to that international cooperation and share learning. I think that's also so important. At the moment, I've seen more leadership at the city level or subnational level, although there are a few states who are considering, for instance, the ban on fossil fuel advertising. But all this, the bans, the regulation of social platforms, social media platforms, all of that requires transnational cooperation and international cooperation.
And how difficult is it going to be to get the balance right? So I understand the UN has a rapporteur on freedom of speech or free speech. How difficult is it going to be to get the balance right between protecting freedoms of speech but also potentially criminalising disinformation?
I think that it is important to take that scientific evidence of the track record of certain distinctive actors in the fossil fuel industry who have been over time the main architects of that playbook of climate disinformation. And so I think this is the distinguishing factor, a track record of deliberate action on climate disinformation that should distinguish, I think, actors that can no longer be considered trustworthy or legitimate partners in public debate. And of course, for everyone else who is not taking that proactive action to exercise undue commercial influence, all those actors should have an opportunity to express their ideas freely. And in fact, having that meaningful dialogue where everyone can share their doubts about climate science, their doubts about climate action, which are not motivated by a long-standing, well-proven, deliberate effort to misinform and exercise undue commercial influence. All other actors should have those spaces, but also for those spaces to be protected from undue commercial influence, so that any doubts and different worldviews can be explored and solutions can be co-developed. Because every one of us has insights into what may work best in particular context about climate change. So we need very open, inclusive dialogues, but we need to protect the expression of freedom of expression from undue commercial influence that has been very much verified and proven over decades.
Do you think it will be enough to target disclosure of funding behind these organised disinformation campaigns where there's commercial agendas, or do you think it needs to go further than that to track disinformation and stop it at its source?
Yeah, I think you would need both and more. There's a whole set of actions that need to be taken at this point to really both effectively prevent further disinformation, but also, as we were saying earlier, fully inform the public and everyone who's participating in those exchanges about, having a full understanding of how our public debate and understanding has been unduly influenced over such a long period of time and with such wide-ranging impacts on our current understandings.
Thank you. Deputy Chair, did you have one question?
Just one last question / observation, Ms Morgera. I think we've heard for a long time, for decades now, from the climate scientists, and the message is overwhelmingly clear from them. But I think what's been missing has been the social scientists, because we have looked at this issue of climate change and climate action through the lens of science purely, when really this is as much a social problem as it is a political problem. And I think that expertise has been missing. Are there any moves within the UN to draw in voices, additional expertise beyond solely the pure scientists to help tackle this problem?
Yes, and in fact, my report based itself on two critical international reports that were released last year by the Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. So this is a panel that comprises both natural scientists and social scientists, maybe in a more balanced way than the IPCC, although the IPCC is already including more and more social scientists. And I would particularly call your attention to the Global Assessment on Transformative Change. This is an assessment about understanding all sciences about the kind of deep transformations we need to address the planetary crisis. And it's looking at climate change, biodiversity, and toxic pollution, all interconnected. And there again, we have a very clear understanding of how addressing our dependency on fossil fuels is essential for transformative change, but also how we go about it. And this, to me, is very aligned to the human rights-based approach. It needs to be a very inclusive conversation where we understand insights from lived experiences of those most affected, crucially, where we address power imbalances and extractivism. And this is where we open up the space for meaningful conversations around what solutions may really work, may support also economic equality, gender equality, because all these aspects of injustices are interlinked with our current fossil fuel dependent economies.
Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate you appearing tonight, Dr. Morgera, and the work you do. And we'll now go to our next witness. And will we see you in Adelaide next year? Are you allowed to tell us?
Yes, for sure. And I remain available to collaborate if any advice is needed. I might even visit the country on an academic visit as well. So my door is open for any collaboration that can be helpful.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So I'll now call our next witness, the International Panel on the Information Environment, Dr. Klaus Bro Jensen. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. In particular, that parliamentary privilege does not extend to giving evidence outside of Australia. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Klaus Blum Jensen. I'm a professor at the University of Copenhagen in Denmark, Europe. And I'm appearing here as the representative of the International Panel on the Information Environment.
Thank you. Would you like to make a short opening statement? And
yes,
then the committee will ask some questions.
Thank you. So maybe just a few words about the International Panel on the Information Environment, or the IPIE for short, which is a global science body dedicated to strengthening the information environment through applied research, scientific consensus, but also real-world impact. We're based in Switzerland, bring together experts from around the world to assess the health of the global information ecosystem and provide clear, actionable insights for policymakers, industry, and civil society. And our work focuses on urgent threats like AI bias, algorithmic manipulation, and mis and disinformation. But rather than take political decisions, we offer independent, peer-reviewed assessments to support informed democratic decision-making. And the IPIE is the only scientific body dedicated to evaluating and organizing research at this scale, and hundreds of researchers worldwide contribute to our reports. So our goal is to be a trusted, nonpartisan resource at a time when information itself is a defining issue for institutions and societies alike. And one of the most recent reports that I had the pleasure of co-authoring synthesizes 10 years of research on climate mis and disinformation. And we're very pleased to share our findings with the Senate Select Committee today, and looking forward to offering responses to your questions. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I might start by asking, you've obviously, your information integrity about climate science review was groundbreaking in many ways, your systemic review. Could you tell us a little bit about the evolution of this study and why it was needed and what the key insights were that it delivered?
Sure. I'm happy to do that. The initiative was taken centrally by the IPIE leadership in view both of the accelerating climate crisis, but also recognized problems in a great deal of social scientific research and interdisciplinary studies of the wealth of mis and disinformation being circulated around the world. So basically, we established what's known internally as a panel, but it's basically a working group of people who have different kinds of competences and come from around the world, with most continents around the world represented: Africa, Asia, South America, North America, Europe, Australia. Building on the review, where we had a consulting scientist do some of the basic work, we put together a report through about a year's work of ongoing meetings. We also produced what's known as an IPIE summary for policymakers. And we've been appearing in various media contexts, interviews for The Guardian, a piece in a journal called The Conversation, which tries to disseminate scientific findings more widely. So that's been the trajectory.
And were there any kind of, in particular, any new insights from your systemic review that were uncovered?
I would highlight two insights in particular. One is that we have been seeing a shift from blank denial of the reality of climate change toward more, you could say, sophisticated but also strategic forms of opposition to documenting and acting on climate change. So that would be one thing. Another thing would be that we also identified the importance of policymakers, civil servants, and other key figures in government and policy as main targets of analysis. And this is compared to much other research that's emphasized the role of misinformation affecting the general public. So this idea of a stepwise dissemination with policymakers and civil servants in a key or pivotal position would be another thing I would want to highlight.
Thank you. How important is it in tackling corporate greenwashing in the broader kind of ecosystem of climate integrity and climate obstruction?
I would say, based on the findings of these 10 years of research, that it's one of the key issues, because greenwashing serves both to confuse the issues when it comes to concrete initiatives toward regulation, but it also affects the general public, who are, of course, enter into a cycle of communication with their political representatives. So greenwashing is a key point noted in research.
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned that fossil fuel companies have been especially adept at employing a strategy of dual deception, denying climate change while simultaneously presenting themselves as environmentally responsible. Of course, that's not unique to the fossil fuel sector. Are you, what kind of frameworks are we seeing internationally around greenwashing that we could look at here in Australia? I know, but by the way, the Senate has just finished up quite a long inquiry into corporate greenwashing in Australia with a series of recommendations. But is there any international frameworks that particularly stand out?
I would say the upcoming COP has given rise to a few initiatives acting against the undermining of climate information integrity. So there's a recent initiative toward covering more regions of the world, because so much research has been addressing the US and Europe, so basically the global north. So we need to know more about the extent and the forms in which climate mis and disinformation is being circulated in the global south and in comparative perspective around the world. I'm not familiar with specific issues or specific institutions focusing on greenwashing at the international level. But I'm sure we could seek that out if that information is of interest. And I'll look forward to reading your account of the greenwashing initiatives.
Thank you. Yeah, well, we can send you. I'll make sure we forward you the link. It was a very long inquiry across a couple of parliaments. One thing Australia has done recently is it will kick in any month now, is corporate climate reporting. Are you aware of the framework in Australia around kind of mandatory phase sustainability reporting? It's aligned obviously with the International Sustainability Standards Board that started on the 1st of January this year. And are other countries falling into line with similar mandatory corporate reporting?
I'm not familiar with that reporting in Australia, but it sounds like an initiative that's also supported by research. So that, for example, some comparative studies have looked at the impact of greenwashing.
Okay. Yeah, well, the world turns slowly. I actually initiated the Senate inquiry in 2015, so 10 years ago, into carbon accounting. But it looks like this is an international development. Do you think kind of mandated corporate reporting is going to make a difference to sustainability and climate action and combating disinformation if companies are required to report a whole series of metrics around their footprint?
That would be my my judgment based on the research. Yes, that this is sort of a baseline for other kinds of information circulating. So the ability of, say, investigative journalists to refer to these figures and to compare them with other kinds of coverage of climate change, I think would be a real strength for the for legacy media.
Thank you. You mentioned in your submission your evidence demonstrates there is an urgent need to tackle the systemic financing and dissemination of climate misinformation. Could you please elaborate on the financing aspect of that? It seems like all countries, looking at the US structures around dark money, and Australia's different laws across electoral reporting and other revenue reportings are pretty slim pickings.
Right.
Could you tell us a little bit more about other nations as well?
Right. Certainly. I think one recurring finding we have is that across North America and Europe, we find various alliances of corporate interests, conservative think tanks, and parts of the political spectrum coming together and, in a sense, producing a very strong information base that they can then push partly to policymakers, but partly also to the general public. So these alliances that are sometimes very difficult to follow, as you mentioned, dark money, is one of the challenges faced by a critical press or investigative journalism, and something that's very difficult for both journalism, the media, and civil society to match.
Okay. So could you just where are you coming from today, Professor?
I'm coming from Copenhagen, Denmark.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Could I just ask as a matter of interest, like how well understood is the impact of climate disinformation, for example, in a country like yours or even across the EU? Is there just an increasing recognition that this is something that needs to be tackled?
It is an increasing recognition, yes. If you look at surveys around Europe regarding perceived grand challenges in the coming years, climate change typically comes out among the top issues. So it is recognized, and it's also being debated as an educational issue, something that we need to take care of also for children, people growing up, and coming generations.
Mm. Now, on that point, I know you did talk in your submission about education being one of the greatest enablers of information integrity on climate change, and I think Norway, I've read in another submission, does have quite an advanced program around literacy, climate literacy in its schools. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Norway has been one of the countries at the forefront. There were similar initiatives ongoing in the rest of Scandinavia, and I know that also Canada has traditionally been at the forefront of media education. So I don't know specific initiatives there, but I'm assuming that they will be lifting the same kind of challenge. Yes.
Mm. Okay. Does it surprise you that a country like Australia has fossil fuels providing funding to schools, like donations and sponsor science programs at for example, a tertiary education or secondary education?
I did not know that. No, I did not know that. No.
It's not the case in your country?
It is not the case in my country. In Denmark and other Scandinavian countries, all education is publicly financed. So there's actually no tuition at universities that has to be paid by students. So it's fully publicly funded. Some research is funded through private foundations. And of course, here there may be an overlap with industry interests, but the educational system as such is an entirely public enterprise.
I've got more questions, but I might go to you, Senator. Sorry, I've taken a lot of time up.
Thank you, Professor. I was just reflecting that you don't need fossil fuel money. You've got Novo Nordisk in Denmark.
It's true. It's true. Although they are in crisis at the moment, as you may have
Yeah, I gather
read.
that. I gather that. I just wanted to ask you about your systematic analysis. Was there any information or insights into the Australian context in that piece of research?
There were some findings on individual countries, specifically on Australia. I recall a couple of studies that looked at inoculation. So, in other words, exposing people to misinformation with the hope and the motivation to then make people more critical. So, and my colleague John Cook, who I think is also has been submitting a contribution to the committee, has been one of the key people in that regard, or in studies of that kind.
Do you have any insight as to how that was traced back to the sources of that sort of campaign, and how it was actually implemented? Whether it was through, say, authentic voices or inauthentic voices like astroturfing campaigns and so on.
Right. I don't have the details on that, but we could probably dig out the specific references out of the 120-page long report, if that would be helpful following our conversation today.
That would be wonderful. Thank you. If you could just take that on notice and pull out the Australian context, because the data is pretty limited here in Australia. The second question I have is related to common misinformation tactics that you reference in your report and the strategies used to counteract them. And you talk about fact-based inoculation and technique-based inoculation. Can you please explain to us what that means and what that looks like?
Right. It's a slightly technical set of terms. I do understand that. So the basic idea of fact-based inoculation is to contrast misleading information with correct or evidence-based information, simply putting them side by side and saying this is what the IPCC, for example, has been finding for decades. The technique-based inoculation would more focus on the ways in which a combination of words or text and images together may lead people to accept certain misleading information. And then if you are aware of that, you will become, in the best of cases, more critical and more perceptive, more able to discern the misinformation.
And have these techniques around pre-bunking, I guess, or inoculation, have they been tested or tried in Denmark, for example? And I speak in reference to your large offshore wind industry, which has been going for 30 years and is now looking to expand. You're a global leader in that respect.
Right. To my knowledge, it has not been tested in Denmark. I think most of the studies have come out of other countries. I believe both the US and Australia have been among the main leaders in that area. Also, there are people in the United Kingdom who have been doing work in this area. But not to my knowledge in Denmark, no.
With respect to Denmark, what has worked in Denmark? For example, in the context of your offshore wind industry, it's been going since the early 1990s. It's looking to expand. It would have met resistance back in the day. What has Denmark learned from that? What is it doing now to help deal with this sort of thing? the counter-narratives.
Right. I do recognize the challenge that you mentioned. There is right now, also in the Danish context, an ongoing NIMBY debate, so not in my backyard. The concern with the solar cell fields and the coming of windmills as well. Mostly, this is still being negotiated both in policy contexts and in research. We recently actually established what is referred to locally as a three-way negotiation party, so that both industry, government, and nature preservation organizations will come together. So they have done that at the national level. And in fact, about a year ago, an entire ministry was dedicated to this purpose, and a minister was appointed for the purpose. And now, in the local level, there are ongoing negotiations at basically the county level. Of course, we should maybe add here that Denmark is a very small country. So when we say parts of the country, we're talking about small communities. But it is drawing on a dialogue-based notion that perhaps, if not consensus, then at least compromises can be arrived at.
Sure. And with respect to the ecosystem that we're trying to better understand globally and then map out here as to what's going on in Australia, there are a lot of actors involved in this space, and you talked a little bit about them. You mentioned conservative think tanks, certain members of a political spectrum, but there are others, social media profits from this as well. Could you just perhaps lay out your thinking around this ecosystem, the business coalitions, et cetera, et cetera?
Certainly, happy to do that. I think coming into the in the working group of the IPIE, I think a common expectation was that social media would come out on top, and we do identify a number of studies noting the extent to which social media will pass along misinformation. But I think it's important to recognize that there were two other players on the media or the channel side. So classic mass media have also been carriers of misinformation. And third, and perhaps most important or most surprising compared to common public debate, but also research conversations, is this what we refer to as source media, the kinds of media that are controlled by or initiated by those with an interest that is a material, typically an economic or political interest in a particular way of representing climate change. So it is important, as you say, to see this as an ecosystem and not to be sort of blinded by the common debate about how social media are destroying public conversation. Well, they may be challenging that in certain respects, but at least in the climate misinformation area, we do need to look at some of the other sources of misinformation.
And you're an expert we brought forward because of your track record, but there are quasi-experts out there who get cited a lot by this, coordinated campaign, and they tend to cherry-pick data and present that as truth. Can you perhaps talk us through a little bit of that? I see this a lot, particularly on social media, where certain actors will cherry-pick data and cite the academic or so-called quasi-expert.
Yes, I think that's a fine term, the quasi-expert. In one of our reports, we also refer to scientific hired hands. So in some cases, it is cherry picking. that is ongoing, but in some cases it's actually commissioned studies where a particular scholar or research group may be singled out in order to produce, shall we say, convenient findings in a particular selected domain. So in order for this then to be disseminated more widely, either through social media or mass media, we first have to produce the findings. And here there is this quite unfortunate coalition among relatively few, but still they are there, relatively few scientists who do not live up to the standards that would be normally expected of scientists.
Why go through all the trouble of commissioning a scientist to do the work, go through ethics, fund it? What do they have to gain from this? Is it legitimacy, or what do you think?
Yes, I think it's basically legitimacy, so that you're able to support the statements made about either carbon reduction or carbon capture or whatever, with reference to some numbers or graphs and commonly in news coverage. That's a strong point, because you can present yourself as not just cherry picking or doing headlines, but you have some findings that you can refer to. So I think, yes, the legitimacy would be the key word.
And my last question just relates to transparency of social media data. I gather, based on testimony we'd heard earlier from one of our academics, that the EU has a data aggregator type function. I don't know if you know much about it, whether you could tell us a little bit about this, because it's very challenging for us to trace back to the source when the money trail runs dry here in Australia. But in theory, it should be much easier to use social media to trace back to the source or sources of that, and then by definition find out where the funding is coming from. Can you tell us a little bit about what the EU has done in this space?
Certainly, and I think you're absolutely right that this is a key point, that transparency, access to data, and the possibility of doing more detailed studies and tracking back information and funding to its sources will be absolutely crucial. In the European space, we have what's known as the Digital Services Act, which is it's a legislative framework that's being implemented in member states at the moment, and the motivation behind the DSA, the Digital Services Act, is to make platforms accountable and to at least limit the sorts of adverse impact that platforms may have on particular parts of the population. I mean, children and youth are typically singled out. And one provision in the Digital Services Act is to allow for more independent researchers to gain access to the data. So far, it's proven relatively difficult to get that kind of access, and it's partly also a question of enforcing the rules. So we have the rules, but maybe we don't have the resources to actually be able to get that transparency in practice.
That's very interesting. Thank you for that. And will that data be released on a periodic basis or in real time? Like, are they tipping all this data into a clearinghouse in real time, or will it be happening on a periodic kind of basis?
The way in which it's been handled so far is on a periodic or even case by case basis. I think it would be clearly in the public interest and certainly in the interest of scholars and policymakers to have a continuous release of these data, because it would allow everybody to see what's going on the platforms. Unfortunately, I think it's fair to say that the platforms are resisting this, the administrative system that's needed in order to take care of this.
Professor, why are they resisting this? We're not asking for their algorithms. We're not asking to see how they're tuning their systems. We're simply asking to look at the data and and how where the data is being sprayed, where it's being concentrated on, which groups are being targeted. Yeah. That's simply all we're asking. Why are they resisting this?
The way in which it's phrased by platform representatives is that this is a commercial interest. It's a business issue that they do not want to release data to their competitors in this way indirectly.
Okay, thank you very much.
So just to follow up from the Deputy Chair's question. So the Digital Services Act, so it's not mandatory then for them to release that data? Is that still a voluntary part of the Act?
It's part of the Act. It requires requests that will then be fielded through the EU institutions. And at least to the best of my knowledge, it's sort of stranded so far in the interchange then between the governing institutions and the platforms. Yes, unfortunately.
So Australia was obviously looking at similar laws in the last Parliament and must have no doubt looked at the EU. Do you have the same challenge that we do, that there tends to be, I suppose, an overlap with issues around climate integrity, information integrity and other information integrity, like an anti-science movement, conspiracy theory movement, whatever you want to call it, and they see any kind of regulation of disinformation and misinformation as being an affront to freedom of speech. Has Europe gone through that with your Digital Services Act, and how did you navigate that? Or did you just push on?
Right. It's true that part of the motivation behind the Digital Services Act has been to protect vulnerable groups, but also more generally to push back against anti-science movements, various forms of conspiracy theories, and in our reports we also document the extent to which if you start out with one conspiracy, well, maybe you'll go on to another conspiracy and be reaffirmed in that. So that's been part of the motivation. And again, the pushback from some parts of the political spectrum and from the platforms has been, well, this is violating, or at least questioning freedom of expression. So we're against that.
So I'm sorry, I haven't read the legislation and the Digital Services Act, but is it kind of targeted at content moderation and things like fact checking, or is it more about other kind of codes of conduct that the
Right. It's more general codes of conduct, I would say would be the correct way of characterizing it. Yes. There are attempts also in the EU context at achieving greater content moderation, and if not fact-checking, then at least flagging or indicating questionable or problematic information, so that you might be able to, as a user or as a specialist in a particular area, to sort of flag information, and that has been shown in research to be one of the more potent ways of counteracting misinformation. So the ambition is there, but the practice is limited.
And do you have? I understand both. I've read some case studies in the US and in Europe, and certainly in Australia, of state actors, malicious state actors, and disinformation campaigns around extreme weather events. Does your country, for example, or other European countries, look at foreign interference on social media platforms as part of this regulation, or is that done separately?
It is done, to my knowledge, primarily at the national level. So various forms of so-called hybrid warfare or various forms of interference by other states are tackled at the national level. Yes.
Okay. Look, last question for me, then I'll go to Senator Canavan's got one question.
Okay.
But I was interested in the comments in your submission around the emotional dimensions of climate education also require attention. In particular, the kind of, I suppose, the spectre of doomism and the impact that's having on climate action. Could you elaborate a little bit more on why that's important?
Certainly, I think one challenge that educators and others seeking to inform the public face is that cognition is not the only way in which we are humans. It's an important aspect of our consciousness, but we also respond in emotional or affective terms, and one of the one finding that's not part of our review, but has come out in other research, is that the possibility of comparing your own actions or your own position on climate change together with that of others, so some kind of social comparison, is essential for moving people's attitude. So it's not just knowing the science about the behind climate change, but also to know what others are doing and how one might become part of the community of people actually acting on the climate crisis.
Actually, I was reading a report recently that doomism and kind of talking up it's too late for action, and I've had enough, and these kind of things is actually one of the new kind of climate delay tactics, which is interesting. Senator Canavan, do you have a question?
Yeah, just a quick one. There's a bit of talk about offshore wind in Denmark. Can I just ask, where are electricity prices in Denmark? Are they above average, below average? What's happened?
I didn't quite catch the question. Could you maybe repeat the last part?
Sure. I was just asking a bit of talk about offshore wind. And I was wanting to know what's happened in Denmark. What's happened to electricity prices in Denmark? Are they above average, below average? Where are they?
I'm sorry, but
I'll relay that. Senator Canavan's question was, are electricity prices in Denmark above or below average? And he was particularly interested in your offshore wind industry, what impact that's had on electricity prices.
I think it's fair to say, although I'm not a specialist on the engineering side, that this has been an important part of the move toward a green transition in Denmark and the rest of Europe. So it's still being perceived as one of the main contributors to getting rid of fossil fuels and moving to renewable energies.
Okay, I believe Denmark has some of the highest electricity prices in the world, but thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, well, that's actually an interesting point. Do you have any expertise in that area, Professor, as to why Denmark's got some of the highest electricity prices in the world? Or if that's true?
Maybe I don't have specific knowledge in that area. I'm sorry, no.
That's right. We can fact check that ourselves.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your excellent submission and your groundbreaking work that you and your group IPIE have done. We appreciate you dialing in all the way from the other side of the world. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're a little bit early, but we do have our next witnesses ready to go. So if senators are okay, we'll just get straight into it. So I now welcome via video conference a representative of Climate Action Against Disinformation, Mr Alan Murray. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. In particular, that parliamentary privilege does not extend to giving evidence outside of Australia. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you, Senator. So I'm Alex Murray. I am representing the Climate Action Against Disinformation because the organisation I work for, the Conscious Advertising Network, is a member of that coalition.
Fantastic. Would you like to make a short opening statement, Alan, and then we can ask you some questions?
Yes, thank you. So the Climate Action Against Disinformation is a global coalition of over 90 organisations dedicated to combating climate disinformation. We collaborate within this network, protecting critical spaces for climate progress, operating by strengthening member capabilities and providing a platform for instinctive cooperation across various areas, including research, collective campaigns, and a collective rapid response. As I am only a constituent part of the coalition, I might not have answers to all of your questions today, but I will take any on note that I'm unable to respond to so that partners within the network can. And I appreciate that you've all had a long day and it's already late into your evening, so I'll try and keep my introductory remarks short and focused on three areas: the threat to Australia's information ecosystem and climate action, the business model at play and the need for transparency and accountability, and the opportunity for Australia to play a leading role in information integrity.
Great, thank you, Alan.
No, sorry, if I could continue. Thank you. The evidence in the report underscores a critical vulnerability in Australia's information ecosystem. Beyond the tangible impacts of rising temperatures, we face an insidious threat: the deliberate erosion of trust in climate science and the manipulation of public discourse. This report, which lays out some of the narratives that are being employed, from inflated figures about costs to conspiracy theories about controlling the population, confronts the stark reality that our information ecosystem is failing to adequately address the climate emergency, leaving us vulnerable to disinformation campaigns that undermine evidence-based action. Critical to this is the business model behind the social media platforms, a well-documented financial ecosystem that rewards extreme content because it sustains user attention. Advertising is the funding model behind that attention economy, and in simple terms, if you spend 2 hours on the internet, it's less valuable than 4 hours or 8 hours. And because outrageous and misleading and otherwise harmful content creates engagement, algorithms prioritize that content that garners higher engagement. And unlike other corporate supply chains, the global advertising market, which is worth over $1 trillion, unlike other corporate supply chains or highly regulated financial markets, advertisers have no idea where their digital advertising is going and what it is funding, whether that's fraud, scams, climate denial, content encouraging self-harm to children, or foreign interference campaigns. Therefore, in line with the UN Global Principles for Information Integrity's call for healthy incentives, we need to drive transparency through digital supply chains at scale. Which leads me to my final point, that the Australian government should actively participate in and contribute to global efforts to support information integrity. The UN Global Principles for Information Integrity sets out a framework for what governments, the private sector, and others can be doing to protect our information ecosystems at a time where they are being carved up by tech giants. I would encourage Australia to join the 8 countries and UN agencies that are already coming together under the Global Initiative for Information Integrity on Climate Change. And finally, as a country with ambitions to host COP31, I would encourage the government to play a leading role in discussions at COP30 centering around information integrity. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Alex. I'm sorry for calling you Alan. That's my eyesight.
That's great.
I'm very long-sighted. As you said, it's been a long day, especially when you started at 4 a.m, which I did. So just interestingly, who commissioned your new analysis to identify main climate disinformation narratives in Australia? Are you able to tell us?
Yeah, so the coalition itself is, as I said, made up of 90 different organisations, and initially came together in advance of COP26 when a handful of different groups basically saw that there were being efforts made to undermine the climate negotiations that were happening. And so through that collaboration, a network formed, a coalition was established and operates together collaboratively. And at times, individuals will kind of commit to research, and at times that's done across the network. So this was a piece that the network engaged in, and so different members of the coalition contributed to that. So it was an internal piece that was done, or not internal, because it was released publicly, but it was a piece done by the network and made up of different members of that coalition.
Okay, and your research states that in comparison to other nations, Australia exhibits a high degree of vulnerability to climate disinformation and misinformation. Are you able to tell the committee your insights as to why you believe that is the case? Were any of the drivers or underlying factors analysed in the research?
I'm not sure I could pick out why in particular Australia stands aside from others. I think that the narratives that are being employed, we're seeing all around the globe. So I think just at a base level, I think there's a lot of similarities in terms of the narratives that are coming across. And often we will see actors engaging in different information environments. You know, that's the nature of the internet, I suppose. I think that the kind of the principles that we're looking to recommend in terms of information integrity are lacking across a number of different nations around the world, and so I think that's a big part of why there's an issue here. But yeah, I would have to speak to colleagues who know more about the Australian environment to specify why Australia kind of stands alone on that side.
Okay. I mean, one thing that was mentioned in your submission was media concentration. You talked about fail rates where survey respondents were asked to answer certain questions, and the fail rates tended to be higher amongst readers of the Murdoch Press or the News Corp publications. But in particular, I was interested, you mentioned the bushfire disinformation around the tragic bushfires we had here in 2019. Your submission said the initial disinformation was potent. Can you explain more about the dynamics there as to what the submission meant by potent?
Yeah, and we've done other bits of research around the world on in the kind of aftermath of extreme weather events, and what we're seeing is groups and actors trying to move in swiftly to try and move the narrative around any kind of questions of climate change to being around whether it could be kind of actors setting off fires or alleging that it's state actors. We've seen that particularly in the California wildfires and in the case of Canada as well. So I think it's about the fact that these groups and individuals are mobilizing swiftly, and any kind of actions being taken by tech platforms to remove that content. The issue is that the majority of engagement around any content happens in the first few hours after it's posted. So any kind of enforcement that happens is going to be negligible in terms of the impact of actually those being posted in the first place. And so, yeah, I think one of the interesting areas to look at in terms of some of the solutions at play is in the case of Japan, they're currently looking at monetization of content in the immediate aftermath of extreme weather events. And so rather than trying to take down content, which can be very difficult to do, actually looking to the monetization, the advertising featuring next to content and whether or not that is an alternative solution at play.
So the suggestion there is that whether it's through the algorithm bias or some other incentive that that kind of disinformation can generate like eyeballs on content and therefore higher rates of advertising. Is that correct? Like whipping up hysteria and...
Yeah, and I think we'll see two kinds of two potential sets of actors there. One is people who are trying to mislead and potentially muddy the waters around any sorts of attribution of the fact that climate change is responsible for some of these extreme weather events. And then the other side is often just opportunist actors, knowing that there will be lots of eyeballs on content in the immediate aftermath of an extreme weather event, whether that's people looking for information about the dangers that are coming, or just wanting to understand just how impactful the situation is. Therefore, as engagement is at its highest, there's the opportunity, if you're someone who is engaging in the revenue sharing deals with platforms, you can make a lot of money off posting misinformation, which, as research has shown, tends to travel faster than fact in online environments. And so some of the people who are engaging in that are just opportunistic and just trying to seize upon the fact that there's an engaged audience which can lead to higher engagement and therefore a profit incentive in terms of the revenue sharing from advertising.
So in your submission, you say these bushfire narratives, like we saw in Australia, use your word, are sticky, and they're used all around the world or used overseas. So you're not suggesting then that there's a level of kind of global coordination around this kind of deliberate disinformation to cause chaos on the back of an emergency. It could be opportunistic actors as well. And how would we ever distinguish?
And that's really the problem of the lack of transparency, I think, in terms of the online tech platforms. In terms of trying to distinguish between it, I think you've got... Ultimately, the impact is the same in that it is getting in the way of critical information at a time of an extreme weather event. You're seeing information often targeting or sometimes targeted at relief workers and things like that. In the case of the Brazilian floods that happened last year, there was targeted information about relief workers and pointing attention to government, saying that the government was kind of responsible. So all of that is working to kind of erode trust. In terms of splitting between when is this kind of coordinated activity and whether that's international, there is evidence of cases where that's at play. But I think mostly it's more around kind of trying to muddy the waters around attributing blame to climate change that we're seeing.
Yeah, and in Australia in the bushfires in 2019, I'm not sure if you're familiar, but a hashtag emerged very quickly called Arson Emergency. My understanding is, and I'm happy to stand corrected on this, is that the original arson or the blaming of arsonists came from the Murdoch press. Does that surprise you that a mainstream media outlet might start a disinformation campaign around what caused arguably one of the biggest natural disasters in Australia's history, where literally billions of living creatures were killed?
I think misinformation and disinformation narratives in traditional press is not something unique to Australia, but something that, as the report highlights, and many other researchers have, has been a common trend. I think that, I'm living in the UK at the moment, and we see similar sorts of disinformation narratives in both the traditional press but also online. I think it's I'm not too surprised to hear that. It's not a case that I'm so familiar with in terms of that. I think one of the areas that we... Sorry, I'll finish my statement.
In terms of kind of, I suppose, policy, us looking at policy, I mean, how much do you think, for example, security agencies in a country should be looking at these kind of things as foreign influence campaigns that, presumably we can identify the metadata of these things, and there must be ways of tracking, even whether it's through the tech agencies themselves or through the intelligence agencies. Do you think climate disinformation or misinformation is important enough in terms of its threat and the potential to do harm that we should have much more robust measures in place to counteract these kind of disinformation campaigns when they start?
I think it's a really important area for governments to be looking into. I think there's enough localized disinformation networks in Australia and other countries that to be causing concern. But we are increasingly seeing how foreign information and manipulation is being undertaken. In the case of the UK, which I can maybe speak with a bit more authority around, in the case of the Southport riots that happened last year in the aftermath of an atrocity that happened, one of the main sources of misinformation that happened there, it wasn't kind of government acting on foreign interference, but it was the original source was a Texas-based kind of online publication, which was simply seeking to make money off sometimes news stories, sometimes misinformation, kind of dabbling in both. So I think there's two things to be looking at. One is, again, one might be the foreign interference side and who is looking to undermine efforts on climate change or other different areas and kind of dividing society through that. But there's also the opportunist side of the opportunity to make money through advertising. And so that was something that we saw in the UK there. And I'm sure that there's plenty of other different examples, whether that's around extreme weather events or just more broadly in any sorts of debates that at the moment are being seen as divisive or creating a lot of engagement online.
So your Japanese example you mentioned earlier, is that a recent development? I mean, the committee can do some research and see if we can find out about that. Do you know when they passed laws in relation to this or regulations?
I believe they're still scoping that as part of a working group. We can connect you with the group that's working on that and can provide some follow-up information around what's going on there. But yeah, essentially what they're looking at is, because it can be very difficult to act swiftly in the case of extreme weather events, what are some alternatives that can be done? And because there are such great profit incentives, whether that's for individual actors or for the tech platforms themselves in terms of the engagement and therefore more eyeballs and therefore more advertising revenue, one thing that could be done is to kind of turn off monetization of that content in those instances. So yes, we can follow up with that.
Right, that'd be awesome. And you mentioned, last question for me, Deputy Chair, the United Nations Global Initiative on Information Integrity on Climate Change certainly is going to be shopped around at the COP in Brazil this year, and they're trying to get governments of the world to sign on to it. Can you tell us about why you think that's important, and in particular what actions you think that will lead to, and maybe Japan can talk about what they're doing to other countries and that kind of information could be shared?
Yeah, I think, like I've said, we talk about borders in a very different world when we're talking about the online information ecosystem. And the kind of narratives, like I said, that you're seeing as part of this report, that you're seeing around disinformation in Australia are very similar to the ones that you're seeing abroad as well. And the solutions to these different problems are likely to be quite similar around the world as well. So I think it's really important that governments are acting multilaterally around this, and information sharing about what kind of tools are being used effectively are really quite critical, so that governments aren't kind of reinventing the wheel each time when it comes to working on this, but also can have greater information sharing around how this operates. And like I've said, I think the business model is a really important part of this. That transparency and accountability side is a really important part. The healthy incentives pillar of the global principles on information integrity. And it's going to be very difficult to address lots of these different areas when we're dealing with international problems without looking at them collaboratively. So I think that's why it's so important that governments do look to collaborate around this. And I think that the global initiative on information integrity on climate change is a really obvious example and space to be engaging with that. So I'd really encourage the Australian government to, get involved.
Would you like to ask some questions?
Sure. Thank you, Alex. You've got one of the few submissions that has actually done a bit of a deep dive into the Australian context, and in the I think in the appendix, there's a whole section here on the narratives circulating in Australia. Can you just talk us through some of the key narratives that are prevalent in Australia with respect to climate misinformation?
Yes, thank you. So the research which has been undertaken, there's several different bits that are referenced here, but some of the themes that are showing up around renewable energy and kind of inflated figures around the costings, saying it's too expensive, and of course, it is important that we have the ability to debate and to talk about financing and sort of timelines. But what we're seeing is the kind of forecasts are not taking into account kind of inflation, and so you're having misleading data being presented, or examples of kind of correlation but not causation in terms of failing to take into account broader context. Themes around renewable energy and unreliability, in some cases misrepresenting data, in other cases, I think someone before was speaking about, one of the people who was speaking earlier was speaking about wind turbines and narratives that we're hearing around whales washing up and things like that. So in some cases, just kind of theories which are just pretty tough to believe. The kind of Australia first narrative of saying that either Australia can't afford to act, or saying that other countries aren't acting, and that kind of whataboutism that really is quite a misleading approach to trying to create an either-or paradigm to justify local inaction. Global kind of conspiracy theories around net zero as a scam to control the population. Again, a theme that we see around the world, but that's trying to kind of tap into that post-COVID conspiracy theories around controlling populations. And then others around kind of hypocrisy and elitism that we've seen particularly take rise since COP26, which are around how, because senior leaders are, trying to point out the senior leaders are spending more and therefore shouldn't be kind of so considered as part of this. So yeah, there's a number of different narratives. These are just a small selection that have been highlighted here. But yeah.
Would these be the main ones circulating, you think? Or because I've also heard of the 15-minute cities being dragged into this narrative. Do you know much about that narrative?
Yeah, 15-minute cities. I'd put that under the kind of net zero as a scam to control. That is one that has taken a real hold in the UK as a theory. We've seen local governments really struggling to enact policies because of kind of misleading claims about what is attempted to be done, when often the ambitions are to focus on things like children's asthma and pollution levels and things like that, and trying to kind of tackle that. And so, yeah, we're seeing how there's a real, as I said, in the aftermath of, I think, COVID and a lot of what was tapped into in terms of people being afraid of government overreach, that's now being kind of manipulated there and seized upon to get people to jump around net zero.
You've also actually named and shamed quite a few entities and some politicians in this dossier, which is quite extensive. I just wanted to ask you, what are some of these organisations? I've never heard of things like Net Zero Watch, Epoch Times I have heard of. How would you characterise Spectator TV? What are these kind of entities?
Yeah, I think a couple of the ones you just mentioned there are actually based in the UK, or at least originally from the UK, if these are kind of spin-offs more locally now. So in some cases, some of the individuals that are mentioned are politicians. In some cases, they are traditional press outlets, and sometimes they are either individual accounts, and we don't know who's behind that, and whether or not their incentives are monetary or other forms of kind of divisiveness. And some are newer publications that are popping up that we've seen in kind of recent years. So there's a whole range of different actors that are across there, really.
Do you know how they're funded? Where the money's coming from?
No, I don't think I'd be able to speak on authority on that. I think one thing to say is that when we're talking about transparency and accountability online, is that there is a real opaque nature to understanding from the sides of advertisers where their money is going, but also in terms of revenue sharing, how much is being amassed through that as well. We've just started to get some data through in the UK because of politicians having to announce their any revenue generated through social media accounts. So we're starting to get some sort of understanding of from individuals how much money they can make online from posting and things like that. But there's real gaps in understanding whether it's YouTubers or people with Twitter accounts and otherwise, just how much money they might be making from some of this. So that would be one side. Obviously, there's other different areas where they might be gaining funding from as well.
And what is the role of bots, for example, on in amplifying these messages on some of these platforms?
It's very difficult to say. I think there'd be others who'd be much better to answer that with a more authoritative response. But it is clear that the amplification of a lot of this content, whether that is through bot traffic or just algorithms that we have very little understanding of how they or very little transparency around how they're operating. So I think it's that combination of sometimes inauthentic traffic, but also that we can see that often the discourses online don't reflect kind of public perceptions and polling. So I think that it would be incredibly useful for all of us to have much greater transparency and access to the data from tech platforms to at least understand how the algorithms are working, how they're amplifying some of these accounts, and what's behind that.
But there is a connection between social media and mainstream media. Can you just explain what that connection is? Because you're right, a lot of people may not be on social media. They may not necessarily influence their perception, but they are going to still be exposed in some way to legacy media, to mainstream media. And mainstream media, I believe, there is absolutely an interaction between social media and mainstream media. And you've mapped it out here with some of the mainstream actors here in the media and the social media ecosystem that is just pounding out this messaging.
Yeah, I'll do my best. But I think a really important thing to say is that what social media and the moves of tech platforms has done is it's changed the way, and programmatic advertising, so kind of advertising that's targeted towards individuals when you go on mainstream newspaper websites has done is it's massively changed the incentives at play, not just in terms of social media users and accounts, but also in terms of how traditional media is operating as well. Because of the fact that there is now this competition between the two, but also that clicks is how you generate so much of advertising revenue online, is that we're seeing with traditional press, a lot of the headlines and stories are being much more geared towards sometimes sensationalism, but drawing people's attention to the online space. I saw some really interesting research last week as part of a forum I was in the Asia Pacific region that was looking at the impacts on traditional media and the funding that's available through advertising. And we're seeing massive decreases in terms of the funding that's coming through from advertising as it's being much more moved over to tech platforms as well. So I think there's a part of this conversation which is also about how the funding model has shifted so much as the digital advertising revolution has kind of taken over, and that's had a big impact in terms of moving money away from journalism, from traditional media, but also created different incentives in terms of how they operate as well.
You also mentioned Gina Reinhardt in this document, and it's no secret that she's not a fan of net zero and certainly doesn't believe in the science. She's also Australia's wealthiest woman. Is she behind some of these campaigns? Is she funding them, as far as you know?
I really wouldn't be able to speak with any kind of any sort of authoritative on that. I think the report highlights actors who are having a disproportionate impact on the debate and some of the narratives that they're using. But yeah, from a funding perspective, I don't think I'd be able to kind of comment on that specifically.
I think she funds One Nation, doesn't she?
Oh, probably.
Okay, thank you.
On the question the Deputy Chair asked, we obviously have think tanks here that different submissions like the IPA or Centre for Independent Studies and some others that have been linked to the Atlas Network. But in Australia, they're not required to disclose their funding sources. What's the situation in the UK with those kind of third-party organisations or think tanks? Do they have to disclose funding?
Yeah, we're in a very similar situation. There's a lot of opaqueness when it comes to understanding where a lot of think tanks are getting their funding from. And so, yeah, a very similar situation in terms of struggling to understand where think tank groups that are closely linked to a number of different politicians, actually where is that funding coming from and where therefore, trying to understand what are the potential incentives and biases behind that as well.
Okay. You make a point on page 6 of your submission, this is me summarising it, it's kind of pre-bunking, I suppose, disinformation and misinformation versus kind of fact-checking not being sufficient. Do you know of any examples the committee could look at where there is an active, I suppose, process or framework in place to pre-bunk disinformation? And I was thinking around, for example, natural disasters, extreme weather events that we've been talking about, where that could work really effectively in as a concept. But is it actually happening? Is it being explored?
There's really good examples of where that is being employed. One of the coalition members called Act for Climate Change, they do really good work of actually testing different messaging in communities. They did a great report looking at communities around the UK a year or I think 2 years ago that was testing different messages and seeing how that could kind of work there. So I could share with you after this some of the examples from their work. But I know amongst other coalition partners, but others, that there's really good examples of how that is happening. And I think that's where we're encouraging and pushing groups towards, or countries towards the Global Initiative for Information Integrity on Climate Change, because in their recent call to action that they initiated, there was hundreds of responses from organizations around the world relating to either research or initiatives that are taking place to combat or pre-bunk or kind of policy initiatives around climate mis and disinformation and information integrity. So I think there's that ability there to get a greater sense of global initiatives that are taking place on this, pre-bunking being one of those examples.
Yeah, thank you, Alex. I'm going to go to Senator Canavan. I understand has got some questions. Sorry, I didn't.
Thank you, Chair. And sorry, you got me?
No, I was just apologising. I didn't realise you had questions. Otherwise, I would have gone to you earlier.
Okay, no problems, no worries. Thank you, Chair. And look, thanks for your submission and the promotion of my social media account. I stand by everything. But in that submission, you quote me as saying, it is now going to cost Australian electricity consumers $41 billion to build just 6 transmission lines. They're being built not to deliver cheaper power, but to meet arbitrary renewable energy targets. In the last few years, these projects are blown out and cost by $28 billion. That's quoted under a heading Disinformation Narratives. Where's the lie in what I said?
And look, discussions on financing around climate and transition are incredibly important. So it's not saying at all that we shouldn't be having that and making sure that kind of free and fair debate can be taking place. I think what the report highlights are narratives that are being employed to mislead. And, speaking to some of my colleagues, because I'm not the most familiar with the Australian context, but things like that were highlighted were failing to adjust for inflation and kind of the broader mapping by experts in terms of both Griffith University or CSIRO in terms of how actually in recent years either energy prices being more how energy prices would have gone up higher if not for the investments in renewables, or looking at how renewables continue to be one of the kind of cheapest sources of energy. So I think those are some of the areas there. In terms of the specifics on a particular example, I can take that on note and come back to you.
Maybe take that on notice. You seem to be accusing me of disinformation but can't back it up today, so maybe take it on notice. You also quote Ben Fordham is I think maybe the most popular, anyway, one of the most popular radio presenters in Australia, in Sydney, our biggest city. You quote him as saying, again under this disinformation heading, saying he just simply tweeted, the cost of a renewable energy zone has blown out by billions. How is that disinformation? That did happen. You might not be familiar, but there was the one he was referring to was in New South Wales. It was originally set at $650 million and it's now over $6 billion. I mean, how is that wrong?
Cherry picking.
It's just a statement.
Yeah, I think
Cherry picking, Senator Canavan. It's a, this is a strategy.
Hang on. Sorry, Chair. I don't ask questions of other senators, and I haven't interrupted. The question is to the witness. Sorry, that's the way this works. Sorry, Senator. But yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So I think, as I've said, if you want to pick on specific examples, I might not be able to come back to you on each of those, and I can definitely we can submit if you have specific examples amongst the report that you want to go through, and exactly why those ones were kind of highlighted. I can go through that, but I think
if you can come back to us, because that seems very strange. And
but I think
I mean, they're very strident claims you've made about me, and the fact that you can't back them up speaks volumes about the rigour with your submission and a lot of the evidence we've heard today.
Senator Canavan.
Well, I think like I've highlighted,
Senator Canavan, point of order, you've got to treat witnesses with respect. Okay? We have invited this international witness to provide information here, and you need to treat them with respect.
All right. Well, let's just make sure that's the rule for other witnesses. If that's going to be the rule, because it's certainly. I know I'm not. No disrespect, Senator. You're a relatively new senator.
Okay.
What I just said is very not unusual from other senators to be made to witnesses. So as long as that's the rule, Chair, that's applied everywhere, I'll withdraw that statement, and we can make sure that's the rule for this whole inquiry.
It is the rule of the Parliament.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Well, I'll probably be raising plenty of points of order in next hearings, subsequent hearings. Now, we had a bit of a chat earlier about some people, and I certainly think net zero is a massive socialist plan. I mean, governments have to be involved and intervene in a way we've never seen in our economies, and so I stand by all of that. Your submission says that certain politicians should be targeted, or their accounts should be targeted. Others to this inquiry have effectively said that we need to censor speech. How is that not socialism? I mean, that's what socialist countries do. They have to censor speech because otherwise the whole edifice would fall down. I mean, why do you want to target politicians? And what do you mean by target? I'm just quoting from page 11 here. You say the report demonstrates a small group of super spreaders, including Australian political figures Malcolm Robertson, Paul and Hanson, have a disproportionate effect on the disinformation ecosystem. Targeting these accounts would have an outsized impact on the problem. What do you mean by targeting these accounts? What does that mean?
Yeah, so what the report highlights are actors who do have disproportionate impact on these debates, but what the report calls for is enforcement. So it asks the tech platforms to enforce their policies. And I think a much more important discussion to be had is about the fact that tech companies currently are the arbitrators here. And they often are arbitrarily applying their policies. So I think in terms of questions about censorship, the report is simply asking for tech platforms to enforce their policies. If there's a different question about whether tech platforms should not enforce their policies in the case of high-profile individuals, I think that's a very different kind of debate if you want to have that. But I think we would much rather be moving on just from conversations about enforcement to be talking much more about the kind of business models and incentive and financial incentives at play within tech platforms and the need for transparency and accountability. Because at the moment, it is simply down to the tech platforms to be working out when to enforce, when to not enforce. And I think that's actually a much more dangerous kind of situation to be in. And so I think there's a much more important conversation to be had about transparency and how tech platforms are acting there, and accountability through that too.
Okay. So, yeah, I'm just trying to establish here how targeting or calling for the targeting of opposition, these politicians are in opposition in Australia, they're opposing the government, that targeting them, how is that consistent with a democratic country? I mean, if democracy means anything, it must mean that opposition elected officials, these are elected senators that represent a certain part of our society. Surely they should be free to speak their mind.
No, I appreciate that. I think you might be misinterpreting what it says here, because what it's saying, and yes, it does mention some individuals, but it's talking about what it specifically says is mandating that social media platforms enforce their policies against repeat offenders, and targeting repeat offenders would have an outsized impact on the public. Sorry?
What's their offence? What's the offence that you mentioned, Malcolm Robertson, Pauline Hanson? What have they done wrong?
Well, I mean, the report I think goes into that.
I'm very happy to answer that question.
Well, like I said, we can go into.
Sorry, again, I don't know why I'm getting interference, but I'm not just asking this. What have they done wrong? You've identified them. I mean, there is this unusual dichotomy here, Chair. Sorry, Chair, just because I'm getting interruption, but the submitter, the person here representing the submission, has made very significant claims about me, about others, and then I'm getting pushback saying I'm being mean and nasty for wanting to understand why they've made such bold claims. It seems very strange. I mean, it's very one-sided. I mean, you can get away with saying what you like, but there's no when someone pushes back and asks for evidence for these claims.
Senator Canavan, you've made a fair point. You've made a fair point, and Alex has said that they will get back with specific information as to why those particular things that you've raised were put up as examples, and let's ask CAAD to do that.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So it's last question. Last question, Matt.
Could I just quickly come in? Just quickly come in to say as well. I think if we were to spend the time going through this report and each individual example, as with every other submission that's been made to this inquiry, I think we would. It would be a strange use of time to just go through one by one. So yes, absolutely, we can come back to you on any of the different examples that are used. But I think in terms of the use of the time, I think it'd be, I think the point I'm trying to make is that we could be, talking about kind of the broader themes and narratives around the report.
And the point I'm making is if I were going to accuse someone, I'm not accusing you of this. I generally don't mind people criticising. I've got no problems with that. I'm used to that. The point I'm making is if I was going to claim someone was engaging in disinformation, the ones I quoted to you before were under a heading disinformation, and that, to my understanding, means intent. You're doing it with intent. You'd want to have some evidence and backing up to that, and you don't have that here today.
You made your point.
Okay, Chair, but I think maybe you can understand my point.
All right.
Getting accused of something like that and then not...
Have you got a question, Senator Canavan?
All right, well, I don't get much time either. It's a very...
I've been fair today. Everyone's got the same time today. Let's be very clear about that.
Can I just ask, where does CAD get its funding?
Yeah, so we have a funding model that's designed to ensure our independence. Fundamentally, we're a grassroots built coalition, bottom up. Our strength comes from the fact that we have 90 plus organisations who are involved in the coalition, and most of our work comes from the kind of voluntary time that's put in from the different constituent parts, of which the Conscious Advertising Network is one of those. And then in terms of our core coordination, we are philanthropically funded there so that we can ensure, we remain accountable only to the...
Do you get funding from the Institute for Strategic Dialogue?
No, I don't believe so. But I can come back to you.
Notice. That'd be great. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Canavan. And just my point about the one of the case studies you mentioned about, the very first one you mentioned about renewable energy, what a complete and utter economic disaster. And then you've made a comment about wholesale electricity prices and that these people have told us that renewables are the cheapest form of power. I would have thought that was cherry picking in terms of misinformation and disinformation.
Yep.
There's no other information provided there about what impacts wholesale electricity prices. You know, we could go on, but we'll let CAAD deal with
about you, Chair, as well.
Deal with that. Yeah, you're welcome.
Let's
you're
do it
welcome
that
to.
way.
You're welcome to.
I mean, look, we'll have to have a chat offline about how this has been run.
Yeah, sure.
Chair, honestly, I'm happy to have that discussion. But there's been constant interruptions of points of order that have always been proved to be privileged. There's been a very misallocation of time that I've been cut off a number of times.
I think you'll find that's not the case. I think you'll find that's not the case.
Senator Canavan.
Okay, we can talk about that offline. But this is so far being run very one-sided way. I actually think it's being run in a way that's very unhelpful to your own motives because so many people have contacted me.
Is this for your social media? Is this for your social? Is this for your social media, Matt?
I don't know yet. That's why you're interrupting me, so I can't do that. But
no, it's because you're
undermining the investment in renewables because you're
disrupting
silencing alternative views. And
you're deliberately disrupting a Senate inquiry in front of an international witness who's made the effort to dial into Australia to give us information. Alex has talked to the submission before him. He said he would get back to you about information. You've made lots of statements as well as questions. I've just made a very short one. You've been given the same time as everyone else today. And Alex, I would like to say personally, I think you've made a fantastic submission and you do very good work.
Thank you.
And please, if you could get those responses to us on notice, and we'll look forward to keeping in touch with you. So it being 8 o'clock, time to finish the inquiry today. I thank all witnesses and Hansard and the Secretariat for their participation. Sorry?
It's too late for one. Oh, that's right. Close it.
Well, actually, Alex, would you mind taking one more question?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Look, I just to clarify for my mind from the following discussion or maybe interactions. You've picked out a series of narratives which can be contested, okay? And what I'm grappling with is that Senator Canavan, let's just for example, Gina Reithart, members of One Nation, are all public figures and able to be contested in the public forum. So I'm grappling with why that is a problem in relation to them, right? Leave aside disinformation, use of Facebook pages and all the rest of it. But, you know, I can argue against Senator Canavan in the Senate, right? I can put my own social tiles up. So why are these narratives a problem? And it's very clear from Gina Reithart, who runs certain companies, that her view is to sell more of whatever product she wishes. So in a democracy, their elected officials, whilst I might not agree, you might not agree with the narratives that they're pushing, it is in an open place where you know where they come from.
Does she disclose her funding against net zero?
No, that's a different.
The IPA
Chair, that's a different issue. I'm talking about the actual structure, of the debate, right? I know where she comes from. No, I don't want to debate. I'm interested in the views.
You're just talking about wanting.
No, I'm giving the witness a context so that he can answer my question. I'm interested in, you know, they're public figures. They're having a debate. We may not agree with their narrative. Why does there needs to be intervention?
I think it's a really helpful parallel when talking about, you know, their ability to, your ability to have that kind of discussion and debate as public figures in the Senate. The thing is that we are talking about an online information ecosystem where there is not that those same sorts of systems for fairness, for transparency, in terms of how debate is taking place. When we don't understand the algorithms that are being used to often kind of boost, or that we see false information traveling faster than fact. And also the fact that there is not the same sorts of abilities to either come back on different false narratives, misleading narratives. I think that is a real problem, and I think that the report sets out the impacts of these in terms of growing misperceptions around things like the costings around or efficiencies of renewable energy. So I think the issue at play is that you have, you don't have a fair, the tech platforms are really keen to talk about the digital town square and the fact that everyone has the ability to engage in open debate and discussion. And the thing is that there is not open debate and discussion when you have, an information ecosystem that is effectively being polluted by misinformation and disinformation. So I think that's how I would respond to that. And I think that's what we should be trying to strive for. And I think that's why talking much more about information integrity and what we can do to make sure that there is a fair space for debate, I think is a much more important area to look at.
Thank you for your courtesy in answering that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you once again, Alex. Just a reminder, if you could get any responses to us by the 13th of October, if that was possible in terms of additional information. So that concludes today's hearing. Thanks to all the witnesses, to Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance, and the committee now stands adjourned.